So Jameson Reese will provide myself a link within a matter of moments, and I want to thank everyone for joining us here tonight who is with us. I will bring Pac One Morales on the call. That should help occupy us with trivia for the opening hour, and let's do this.
Okay, here you go.
Thanks so much, sir. And Pac One, here we are at. Okay, so let me inform him. Calling now. Call. Oops. All right, and let me grab that from the window here. There we are. Okay, let's see if we can hear us. And wonderful. Okay, so my mumbling is paying off. We can hear. And let me grab the share. And okay, now have to remind myself to breathe. Then we will test to see if the link works. The share link, which is, of course, always its own issue. Now that's a lot of noise in the background. Is that Pac One?
I'm here.
Okay, good. Yes, it is you. Yes. Marcus Grick says, hey guys. So shout out to Marcus Gricks, our man in Australia, our Australian correspondent. Let's see if I can hear us. Breathe. There we are. Okay, we'll test to see if we can hear. Okay, so now I will alter the promotional banners. We have a few minutes at the top of the hour, so why don't all three of you gentlemen talk trivia, and then I will open the show at the top of the hour, and we will have Pac One help us through the opening hour, and I will stuff myself with calories while you gentlemen handle the opening hour, so that I can last through the other 11 after that. And Peter Moon may be joining us later tonight, just so everyone knows. But in the meantime, yeah, let me turn it back to Jameson, who is going to say something before
Captain Cringe is on the call, folks.
Ah, I like that.
This one.
Yeah.
All right, so it is.
What's up, Paco?
What's going on, brother? What's going on, JMO?
What's up, Pac One?
You know.
All right.
Actually, we don't, but we assume you'll tell us in the opening hour. Yeah, I assume it's something unpleasant on the order of whatever you've been suffering recently, aside from, of course, the extraction of your fucking teeth. Yeah, so yes, Pac One is joining us, and he's gumming something. He's on a diet now of gummy bears and shit, and it's sad, I know, but somehow he'll survive.
Gummy bears are the shit, man.
Yes.
I love gummy bears.
I haven't had a single carb in a month now. Not one fucking carb.
Oh my god. How do you live?
You know, it was hard the first 2 weeks. I was going crazy. Now I'm just like, whatever.
Oh
like
god.
I said in the beginning, you really have to hate yourself to keep going with this.
Yeah.
I've lost 20 pounds in the past month.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Feel great though.
I'm proud of you. We're all proud of you. Honestly, I don't see why you're doing this. You don't look fat to myself at all. But apparently you said you weighed 200 pounds or close to
220.
Oh my god.
220.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm down to 200 finally. Down to 200. Yeah, I was before I put on all my weight, I was 175. You know, I was in the gym. I'm starting a workout regimen tomorrow. It's called the Super Shredded 8. So for the next 8 weeks, I'll be doing my thing in the weight room.
Oh,
trying to get
congratulations. Right. Oh, that's amazing. How does that work in the age of COVID-19? How do they unless of course this is by the way, he's speaking of his sprawling multi-acre estate in which he has his own gym. This is why he has no problems with working out in the weight room. He's got that next to the kidney-shaped swimming pool, right? Is that the case?
Yeah, no pool. I have a pool, but it's not put up.
There we go. There we are.
But yeah, I have a weight room. I have a weight room with Olympic weights, and and I have like an elliptical, and I have a whole bunch of stuff. So I mean, I've collected through the years, and but yeah, I started using it. Just started using it last year, right before COVID hit, and I was going actually pretty hard before COVID hit, and then when COVID hit, which is kind of ass backwards, because you think I'd work out more now that nothing's going on and everyone's around me. But
actually, you were so busy. You were surprisingly busy with all of the food preparation. And I think that has to do with a lot of people being indoors and they order their food. Was that the case? Is that why?
Yeah. And and plus, my business really blew up, right? That, like you're saying, right when COVID was started, because of that, I believe, because I was doing good numbers in tamales, but like everything just went up even more. So I just I'm always like, even with the time I spent with the situation with my teeth and stuff, and the infection like that, my orders backed up. And there's plenty of places for people to get tamales and stuff like that, but they'll wait. They'd rather wait and get their orders. And then I have the restaurants that order everything from me, and yeah, so playing catch up was quite the ordeal for me.
Wow. That's incredible. And of course, I want to remind people that at the same time, it was right before COVID, if I remember correctly, a man who was very much like a spiritual mentor of yours, or a business mentor, kind of both. He died, and in a horrible way, and a mysterious way, and was essentially murdered. Somebody stole something and killed him for it. So I don't mean to bring up negative memories, but this was a part of all of that trauma.
Yeah. Luce, my cousin Luce, he, and it's funny. Well, I mean, it's not funny. I actually had a dream with him. Well, not exactly him, but my phone was ringing, and I was complaining about something or somebody, and my phone was ringing, and it, and it's funny because his name is Luce, Lucerio, but we call him Luce, Luz. But in my phone, I have him saved as Luz a fur, like Lucifer, but
Oh, cool.
I used to call him
that.
Yeah. And in my dream, the phone was ringing, and it was his name. It was how it would pop up on my screen. I was like, what the hell? I was like, something's wrong. And I was saying to myself, I was like, something's wrong because he's trying to get a hold of me, and I can't answer. I don't know what's going on. I got to talk to him. So yeah, so that's something else. That's kind of
before you go on, Derek, could you relate the dream you had when you thought, was it not your cousin who died in that nightclub, and you were kind of convinced she was still alive? Tell us about that dream.
Right, and that was like 3 days later. So after the E2 nightclub tragedy, where 21 people were died, one of those people was my cousin Latoya McGraw, and she was pregnant at the time. And if you remember back in 2003, we were going through the different alerts. Like the red alert, the orange alert, and at this time, Bin Laden was putting out a tape every week, and we was all waiting for the big, So two girls were fighting in the club, and a security guard who happened to be an off-duty Cicero, Illinois police officer sprayed the girls with pepper spray. Well, it sucked that pepper spray up into the ventilation system, and then started spreading it throughout the whole club, and everyone thought they were in a terrorist attack. Of course, the club failed all the fire violations, but bribed the fire department to let them pass to keep, to stay in business. So, the emergency exits that were supposed to be emergency exits to leave, they were all locked and chained up. So nobody was able to leave. So everybody in this part of the club, the dancing part of the club, was upstairs. So everybody funneled to the steps to get out, and people got trampled to death.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So I couldn't believe it, because Malik was just a young kid at the time. Well, had to been about 6, and I wanted her to watch him. I forget what me and my wife were going to do, but she was going to watch them that night. And then we ended up doing something else. And, you know, my cousin Toya ended up going to bed. She went to bed early. I, you know, specifically remember her going to bed. Well, after she went to bed, some of her buddies came over and said, you know, what are you doing in bed? Get up. You know, we're going to go party. We're going to the club. So she got up and she went to the club, and you know, and that happened.
In other words, you know, she died almost like it didn't have to happen, and it was like almost just a casual. Yeah. So go on.
Right. So then after she died, I had a dream to where she was saying, it's not too late. It's not too late. And you know, and I'm going to make it, you know, me and the baby, we're going to make it. So it was like 3:00 in the morning, and I jumped up out of bed and I grabbed my phone to call her mother to say, hey, wait a minute, it's not too late. And then I dialed her mother's number and I said, wait a minute, what am I doing? It's like the dream overlapped me being awake for about a minute, you know what I'm saying? At least long enough for me to pick up my phone and start to dial her mother and tell her, wait, it's not too late. You know, she could still make it. I don't even know why I was doing that, but it was like an intense, like I had to jump up out of bed and hurry up. You know, time was of the essence. Hurry up and call her mother and tell her it's not too late. She's going to make it, you know, but she had already been dead for 3 days when I had this dream, which caused me to do that.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. And it's so painful to have these kinds of dreams haunt us. At the same time, they are they're a kind of communication from the other side, but they're disconcerting in how they're a resonance. They're an echo of the kind of part of the spirit of that individual who we have such a connection to still being here. And the way they communicate is through our perception of what happened on this side. And it can oftentimes be, it manifests stressfully for us. I'm going to officially start the show. We're 4 minutes after the top of the hour. A shout out to Sammy Romero, who is the twin brother of Isaac Romero, and both of the Romero brothers are wonderful people. And Sammy says that we're coming through loud and clear. Going to check the live streaming chat room for just a minute here, as a matter of fact, make certain that's working. Marcus Grix is also communicating with us from the other side in this place called Australia. Okay, what the hell just happened here? Oh, I know what I need to do. There we go. That will help. And so, going through the Romero brothers are wonderful people. There we are. We know that works. We know people can hear us. Marcus Grix is saying, DD, have you been watching the rape allegations in federal parliament stacking up in Australia? I'm sorry. That's one new allegation a day. About 6 allegations so far, I think, with one allegation going back to 1988. And she killed herself last year, a day after sending info about the rape to politicians. This sounds horrible, and it sounds so Australian. In other words, this is what I expect from toxic masculinity in Australia at the top of the heap, and it is something that hopefully will result in some kind of justice being delivered. Australia has got a real issue with toxic masculinity, and they have. You know, I have not heard about this. I don't even know the specifics of what Marcus Grix is referencing. I'll check it out later, but honestly, to tell you the truth, this is not surprising to me. This is hopefully going to get resolved in such a way that that Australia has some change in cultural context. And aside from that, thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. He says it's intense. The Me Too movement has made it here, and females are now speaking out in numbers, as well they should. And hopefully it takes down a lot of these male assholes at the top of the heap and helps to change and feminize Australia to the point where, like New Zealand, they finally have someone who is a prime ministeris, or the equivalent position, that will lead Australia to a much more environmentally conscious future, because right now everybody's been paying the price for this toxic masculinity. The supermassive firestorms in Australia that they suffered through last year were a direct result of being kept in ignorance under the Murdochracy, the Murdoch media machine, which of course brought Fox News to the rest of the Western world, and at least the British had the intelligence to ultimately, for all intents and purposes, effectively ban them. Of course, now there's some Facebook conflicts with Australia, and some social media conflicts I have not been following, but definitely, I might check into that. It's definitely just a, how do I describe it? Overall situation in Australia. People know my experience personally with Australia. Just a lot of changes need to happen, and people might think that's quite an affront for a non-Australian to say, but after what I went through in Australia, I have the right to say it. So in the meantime, I'm going to turn the opening hour. I'm going to be stuffing my face. I'm going to be getting calories into myself so I can last through the next 11 hours. So in the interim, we have all three of these wonderful gentlemen. Pac-1 Morales has the most to say, is what I feel right now. All of these men have a lot to say. Derek Tallian, Jameson Reese, of course, who has now picked up the moniker that I find very appealing. Captain Cringe. I love that. And I'm going to go mute for a few minutes, turn it over to Pac-1, and he's going to start bitching. He's got something to bitch about. At any rate, but before you go into the how would I say it? Before you take us into that space where we're kind of hearing the catharsis, do tell us a bit more about the dream with Luce. I know that there's not much further to go with it, but that there's got to be some other things surrounding it.
Basically, there really wasn't. So in the dream, I feel like I'm not really sure what it could have necessarily been leading to. It's something that it's not something really I've just been like mind boggled or really like whatever. I just feel like he's just, I don't know, just letting me know he's, I don't know, maybe there, or like looking out, or something. But I know I don't look at it as maybe being a foreshadowing or like warning me about anything. But it was odd because it was just like, and Luce, the one thing about Luce was he wasn't a caller. He wasn't a person who called. Like all our conversations always via text. Like Luce wasn't a very social person. Even in person, Luce talking to you, he would always be kind of like chewing at his nails, or like looking down. Not very much. He wasn't a very like confident person until he was like drinking. He'd get some SoCo in him, and he'd be live as hell. He'd be but I just kept saying he's got something to say. He's got something to say, and I can't answer. And I was holding the phone trying to answer. I couldn't. It just kept vibrating. My phone just kept vibrating and vibrating. So I'm not really sure what it could have meant, but I think it's not a day goes by that I don't think about him. And it's crazy because I live right down the road from Poco Loco, so anytime I drive by. And I'm always stopping by. I'm still, I still do tamales for them. I think about them all the time. Mm-hmm. It's surreal though sometimes because I'm just like, man, like just those moments we got, and I don't, that's one person I can't get a hold of that was always there, do anything for me.
Right.
But yeah. So but I love him. He's good. He's in a good place. That was truly his Facebook page. One of his things was the armor of God. Like that was what he always said. He wore the armor of God. Like he's a good guy, man. He's a good guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Go on. With
So yeah, this week Wednesday I had surgery. I had my teeth surgically removed. Like they were broke down to the gums, and they were pretty bad. And I was actually really impressed because the dentist, I've went to dentists before and had teeth pulled out and, you know, whatever. And they get in there and jerk you around and they're, you know, just fucking, you know, shoveling and shoving those damn fucking metal things in your gums and your jaws and shit. And this doctor, man, this dentist, he man, it was amazing. Like, he took his time. Like, he was in there. Like, he got everything out nice and smooth. Like, you know, it wasn't no jerking motions or anything. And we were talking, and actually it's funny because his assistant was a man, a guy from I don't know if it was Lebanon. He's from Lebanon. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about how, because we were talking, he was like, what happened to your teeth or whatever, and we're talking about the military shit. And the guy was from Lebanon, and he was talking about how he was thinking about joining the service here so he could get his GI Bill, you know, or whatever, and he could, you know, finish up his dentist school and get paid for. And I highly discouraged it. I highly discouraged it. I was like, no, I was like, you'd be better off taking pop bottles back to save up the money for school if you you think you could go to service and get some good out of it, you know. He was like, well, I've heard some good things. He wanted to go to the Air Force, and his mind's pretty much set on it. He was set on it.
So
I was like, if you're dead set on it, man, I was like, do yourself a favor and at least do 2 years of college and get your fucking associates or something, man. Yes. So, you know, you're not making $550 every 2 weeks. You'll be making like 2,000, you know. You won't be a grunt. You'll at least be an officer, you know, fucking private buttercup or butter bar, whatever the fuck they call them. You know? And,
the junior grade lieutenants, yes.
Yeah,
butter bars.
Yeah, butter bars. And so he's like, oh, that's not a bad idea. I was like, no, it's all a bad idea. But
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I was like, it's all a bad idea. So I don't know, but it was cool. It was a good time. My mouth hurt like hell. That dentist, the one thing I have to say is they didn't give me any Motrin or like any kind of pain medicines or, you know. And so I had to make a couple phone calls and tell you what. As much as Percocet is like a popular drug right now in all the rap songs and shit like that, that has got to be one of the fucking worst pain pills ever. Because I took that fucking thing. I took one and I was high, but I was in pain. I could still feel I wasn't numb. It didn't like I'll take a Norco and you know it'll ease the pressure and you know with Motrin, you know, man, that thing had me high, but I still was in pain. So I was like, no way you want to talk. I couldn't talk. I was high as hell and fucking pain in my mouth. Felt like I had 6 teeth pulled out of my shit. The pressure was crazy. But but I'm better. But 2-3 days, 2 days ago, Friday, I woke up, my mouth was fine, no pain, nothing, it's healing pretty well. And I ended up Friday was the first time in about a month too that I actually had some liquor, so I was kind of excited for that. Drank some tequila. But there's no carbs in tequila, man. So that was a good to go.
Yes.
Like, so I got to drink this shit straight because even lemon has carbs. So I couldn't even, you know. Fuck it, man. But it's been crazy out here in Flint though. It got warm a little bit. Snow's been melting and bodies have been dropping. We're at I think 21 deaths already. So far this year.
Oh my God! In Flint, Michigan alone?
Yeah, in Flint.
That's horrible.
Yeah. So it's a small town. It's a small town, but yeah, people are, you know, it's unfortunate. You know, you see on Valentine's Day. So on Valentine's Day, a guy burst into a house, into his mother's, the children of the mother of his children's house, where her and her new guy were together. But I guess she called her baby's daddy because the new guy was hitting the kids and hitting her. So the father of the children came over, you know, came over with his people, rushed in there, and the new boyfriend that was hitting the lady and the kids, stabbed that guy up, killed him with a knife, and stabbed the people that were with him too.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Did she kill them all?
No, the boyfriend that was actually beating the kids is the one who killed the kid's father, who came to save the kids.
Oh my! Oh,
and the boyfriend also stabbed the people that came with the kid's father, and they all got arrested.
oh my God!
Because they got arrested because the guy pressed charges because they rushed into the house, even though it wasn't that guy's house, and he was doing what he was doing. It's all a mess. It's retarded.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's just crazy shit like that going on out here. There's been so many. I think 2 days ago we had something like 24 ODs in one day.
What?
Heroin. Yeah, there's always bad heroin going around out here, man. Constantly. You see it all day because we have this thing called on Facebook as a group. It's called Flint Police Operations, and it's pretty much someone listening to the Flint Police scanner, and they post everything that's being said or going on the scanner. So you'll see like female white OD, convulsing, dead on arrival, overdose. Like,
Jesus.
Yeah.
And so do these people all have the same dealer, or what? Is there somebody who's
So I'm not. I mean, here's the thing. Flint is. I mean, there's probably 20 drug dealers on every block. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but yeah. Seriously, I'm not. No fucking exaggeration. Like, if you want anything, you don't have to leave your own neighborhood. You fucking walk down the neighborhood and you're gonna find someone who has whatever the fuck you want. Like, that's anywhere in Flint. That's anywhere.
Jesus
Christ. Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure everybody's getting it probably from the same people, from like the same head source. But yeah, I mean, they've had fentanyl busts out here. It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy out here. The drug game. I mean, weed is legal. So, we have a shitload of dispensaries, those do numbers. The marijuana scene out here is crazy. But when it comes to the street shit, yeah, it's lots of going ons, everybody supplies probably with the same people, but everybody fights and kills each other.
Oh my God.
Crackheads ain't loyal. They shop with anybody.
What's so wretched about this is that just the other day with Peter Moon, I was talking about people like Michael J. Fox, whose name I always bleach from my memory, and how he had overdosed on drugs. And I was talking about the effect on drugs long term concerning Robin Williams and David Carradine. But it was right after that I found out that, I forget his name now, the young socialite died, who died of an overdose. And this was a person who had just all the advantages on earth of a privileged life. And, and the motherfucker just dies of an overdose. Harry Joseph Brandt. And I, his parents, of course, said it was an accidental drug overdose of prescription drugs. But, what does that mean? Obviously, he had an addiction problem for many years, and it was known.
High.
Yeah. But this was a guy who was like, we're talking about, he was a male model who had the privilege of very wealthy parents, and it's just like, and here he is, blowing his brains out with recreational narcotics, essentially, even though he's getting them legally via prescription. It's the same as somebody going down to a dealer. It's just a different kind of dealer.
Oh yeah, sure.
Well,
privilege
seems to mean nothing when it comes to happiness.
Thank you.
Go
on.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I mean, Jameson Reese just said it. I mean, that's really the only object lesson we can take from that.
Yeah. One thing I can say is people from my perspective, and the people who have more in life, those are the people who are shop more in life. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the best customers I ever had were people who came from families with money, or were getting college loans and shit, and at the universities. So I mean, yeah. So typically, when you have more, you tend to do a lot more. Seriously.
By
I
that
think.
you mean drugs, like
Yeah, yeah, oh
self-damage.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just everybody, every person I know, like growing up in Flint and shit. So like, you'd start selling weed, or selling crack, or whatever. Uh, you would never really be one to be like, oh, I'm gonna hit some soft, I'm gonna do some coke, or I'm gonna smoke a rock and shit. Motherfuckers aren't like that, Motherfuckers will sell that shit all day, but then you get these young people, like younger than you or your same age, they're just fucking blasting rocks and fucking hitting rails all fucking night, man. Eight ball after eight ball, dude. Seriously, no shit. When I was about 21, I had this dude who used to buy cocaine from me, man. And this kid was like 17, 18 years old. Dropped out of school, fucking just didn't give a fuck. He'd get high all day. It'd be fucking 98 degrees out summer. This motherfucker would be out cutting lawns all day to continuously get high, doing coke and cutting lawns. I was like, what the fuck? And about last year, he actually OD'd. He died last year on a bad batch of heroin. But he was one of those people that had money.
Right.
Came from that walk. It's crazy. It's crazy how you really see, and you don't, not at the time when you're doing shit like that, you don't really see the damage or whatever. It's not till years later, and you look back and you can remember when you first started selling to someone, or you see them today. A lot of people when 2007, 2006, when Vicodin started becoming a real big popular drug, you see these people always getting high on Vicodin. Everyone was doing Vicodins, popping Vicodins and shit, and now those are the same people out here buying, fucking bags of dog food all day long, getting high, just fucking, you see them on people videotaping them at the party stores, going into weird convulsions and flipping around, or you see them nodding off on, in the corner somewhere. And you just think back to like, man, I remember this kid. He's always used to be high on Xanax. Always. This motherfucker would take Xanax, and there were the blue football ones, and he would always just be taking them. We'd all be partying, smoking, and he'd just be in the couch, just drooling and fucking head bobbing up and down, and be like, man, that dude, he's a heroin addict. He gave up. He has kids, everything, and he don't give a fuck about any of that. He will sleep outside to chase his bag all day long. The
way you described it, of course, the first image that comes to my mind is a hood ornament.
The bobbleheads.
Yeah, just to put this into some perspective for people, and the way that people just don't fucking get it. Carrie Fisher, who of course came from Hollywood royalty, both her and Mark Hamill, and for some reason a lot of people don't know this, but I suspect young people don't even give it a thought, because their Star Wars is not our Star Wars, or at least people might hear me on the call, but we need feedback from the listeners. So do give us feedback that you can hear me, because my OBS, if you hear any of that little noise in the background, notification noise, that's the online broadcasting software telling me that we lost.
Yes, I can hear you on the live, Douglas.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. So the point I'm making about the Star Wars is that, I don't think most kids even look at Mark Hamill, except what scene he had in some of these new Star Wars films, and they'll just think, oh, that guy just looks like an old white guy. But they might never really realize how different he looks compared to the Mark Hamill of 1977. And it's not age. I mean, there were three people. The Darth Vader, the guy who played Darth Vader, who was like David Prowse, who was British, and of course Mark Hamill, and of course Carrie Fisher. All three of them basically were involved in horrific car accidents that deformed them terribly. And all of them had supermassive plastic surgery to put their heads back together again, literally. And so their faces were all lopsided and very different. And with Carrie Fisher, they were using some CGI on her even before she died. So when you see the CGI films of her after her death, the CGI scenes put into the new Star Wars scenes, they were really using that to cosmetic effect, even while she was alive. And so David Prowse, of course, got totally, George Lucas hated him, and he got like sentenced out of the whole Star Wars thing completely, but his face was damaged the worse, ironically enough. So he very much was like a person who needed the Star Wars mask. It was very, the whole thing was bizarre. But except for David Prowse, certainly with Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill, a heavy abuse of recreational drugs was involved in their car crashes. And when Carrie Fisher did die on a plane, she had cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy in her system. And you're talking about when they did the autopsy, they found cocaine, methadone, heroin, ecstasy, and alcohol in her system when she died. And the coroner's report listed sleep apnea. But to show you that people just don't get it, as soon as this was released, someone on my Facebook timeline at that time, I still had a Douglas Dietrich Facebook timeline. I wasn't yet banned from Facebook in perpetuity. And she said, Big Pharma is killing us. Big Pharma, with all the legal and comparatively safe pharmaceutical prescriptions available. Carrie Fisher had speed, cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy in her system. These are all hardcore street drugs at 60 years of age. Not to mention that a stimulant, an opiate, a hallucinogen, and a toxic chemical byproduct aren't very compatible when washed down with a depressant like alcohol. I mean, sleep apnea. What can you say? How about severe cardiovascular trauma brought on by years of substance abuse? And all of her talk about being clean and sober, all the motivational speaking, all bullshit. I mean, very disappointed, Princess Leia.
Douglas, all motivational speaking is bullshit. All of it. Yes. 100% of it is bullshit.
Yeah.
Just makes you feel better.
Because motivation is not what you need. You need the dark misery of the truth, which smacks you in the fucking head and makes you say, I don't want to get up today.
Yeah, by the way,
that's the only thing that gets people moving.
Yes,
and doing shit. Because
right.
all motivational thinking does is have people smile about their shitty lives and be like, "I'm gonna pay $500 more for the next seminar. Oh, look, I'm considered an angel rank now because I've been through 5 seminars. Oh, look at me." That's all it is.
It's a bullshit. Form of addiction in
like
and of
buying
itself.
your way to heaven.
Yes.
It's no different than the like the occultnik scene out here in American occultism, where everyone is just like, for $500 you'll be shooting lightning from your fingers.
Well, with and that reminds me, of course, if I remember correctly, what happened was that Carrie Fisher said she had resorted to electroshock therapy. So she was supposedly going through electroshock treatments to ultimately condition her out of this kind of recreational narcotic abuse. So this is so obviously that wasn't working like she said. So this is but my point is actually not that I'm not compassionate, mind you. It's but she was a liar who threw a very privileged life away, and that's what so many people do. So privilege is obviously not something that most people can even take advantage of. There's really no advantage in the privilege for the majority of people. They're just too stupid to do anything with it.
All privilege does is give you more to lose.
Yeah, and
that's all privilege is. Privilege is you have more to lose. You're just gonna have a lot more shit all over the place when you hit the bottom.
Right. All right. Well, but my point from this was actually that people, the first thing they did when she died was they blamed Big Pharma as if she were Rush Limbaugh using pharmaceutical drugs, or the other young gentleman I just mentioned whose name just vanished from my head as soon as I dug it out of the attic of my mind. In other words, the Big Pharma, as we can have our arguments with big pharma, but the reality is, I myself have very little, in terms of arguments with big pharma, as opposed to so many others using that as a cheap and easy target. Obviously,
Big pharma does not remove from people their personal responsibility.
Thank you.
And their capacity to make choices.
Thank you.
And this is the problem. The very same people who say, whenever someone black is shot, you need to take responsibility. The minute it comes time for them to take responsibility, oh no, it's the government. It's the government.
Yes.
Big pharma.
Thank you.
It's a capitalism. It's the military-industrial complex.
Thank you. Yeah, this while they're cheering on the soldiers and the veterans, of course, all part of the same game of bullshit. It's like Alex Jones. Everything's all right if you're a veteran, but then the military itself is going to come and kill us all. It's the same contradictory, their heads are up their ass. Anyhow, thank you. Back to Pac One. So please go on. I didn't mean to go into that tangent, but you can go back to the drugs.
No, I mean, yeah. So I mean that's just from people who have more money and people who are like sheltered from like real life, the way life really is. People who are privileged are very sheltered. They might see shit on TV or things like that, but when it comes to being in the midst of shit or actually experiencing it, they are very naive to things and gullible and willing to do anything to try to fit in with people that are I guess more about that life, about doing that kind of shit. And then when shit goes south, then they want to be that good person again that I've never been around people like that, I don't know. And, usually those are the people that will tell on people and just be the, I don't know, see it all the time, just anybody, because anybody can act a certain way or be sell drugs or whatever, carry a gun and shit, but it's how you carry yourself when shit goes down that really defines if you're about what you thought you were about or not. And people just tell people with more people. I mean, I'm not saying people who there aren't people who come up from the bottom that aren't that way. Yeah, there's a lot of people that tell. But look, 98% of people are gonna fucking rat out whatever happened just so nothing happens to them. I don't give a fuck how real they are. People do that. There are the few people that keep their mouths shut, but yeah. I don't know. That's crazy, man.
Well, the thing is, I did learn from experience, though, when you keep your mouth shut and you are that person who doesn't do that, you do suffer a lot for it. You do.
I don't know. Look, some people, being running the streets with people who fucking sell drugs or are fucking affiliated with some type of gang or someone who has a gun on them at all times, that's a hothead and has a whole bunch of fucking knuckleheads around them that think it's funny just to randomly beat people's asses and just when you're putting yourself around people like that. My grandma used to tell me, tell me who you're with and I'll tell you who you are. That means that not only are you going to become like that or you're going to try to emulate that, but also when the police catch you or whatever, you're just as guilty as everyone else because you're with those people, and people get shit put in front of them and they, get threatened with, oh, well, you're gonna go to prison for life, or you're gonna do 15 years off top, and such is already telling. That's all it takes. And these people are so quick to say something, and the ones who don't, they end up going to jail. They end up going to jail and doing their time and shit. And either jail's gonna make them a worse person, or they're they're gonna come out and they're gonna handle their business. Because guarantee, when you go down for somebody for some shit, and you guys are selling dope together, or you guys are robbing people or scamming or doing fraud or whatever, man, and you guys are making all this money and shit, as soon as you go down and you don't say nothing, and by all means, I'm all for shutting the fuck up. That's I wouldn't say shit about anything if but at the end of the day, motherfucker, you don't look out for me while I'm down. Yeah, you know what time it is. But it's not gonna happen. Motherfuckers don't look out for people.
But
People
that's
don't look
human
out
nature.
for nobody. Yeah.
But that's the thing. That's human nature. It's self-preservation of the individual. Self-preservation is always going to trump any situation you put in front of someone. Very few people are going to put, rationally speaking, very few people are going to put like a sort of principle ahead of self-preservation. You know, the only exception I would make would be like the soldiers of Japan, you know, who are more or less like willing to lay down their lives and shit to win a war.
Thank you.
You know, I myself, I would say, fuck the herd, man.
I had a really good friend. He was like my brother. You know, him and his brother were both murdered back in 2014. But dude, he kept his mouth shut. Huh? Yeah, they were murdered. Yeah, they were assassinated. He fought a murder case for 8 fucking years, man. For 8 fucking years, he fought a murder. He was in the county jail. They would drop all charges. He'd pack up his fucking box and he'd be walking out that motherfucker only to get down to where the booking level is to get rearrested and recharged on the same fucking charges because it's illegal to hold an inmate for more than 2 years on one charge, you know? And he fought that fucking murder case for 8 years, man. For 8 years, dude. He kept his fucking mouth shut. He didn't say shit. And there were people who were making statements against him. There were, and he beat it for 8 years. Now that's not saying that he got out and was great. You know, he ended up doing. I think he pled to to carrying a firearm or something. He ended up only doing 2 years. He ended up doing 2 years, and he took that and then I think it was manslaughter. And I ended up doing 2 years, but really it was 10, you know. They looked at it like that, like, oh, altogether this man's done 10 years. And in the county jail at that, you know. So he got out and not even 6 months later, 9 months later was, dead. Because he didn't look at it as, a second chance. He looked at it as, okay, I've done my shit, now back to, what I know. And that's what they did. And, him and his brother, they both, they took care of a lot of people, man. Their whole family, they took care of their whole family, paid all their family's bills, but they were those types of people that were about that life, and that's the toll. That's the toll, man, that comes with the lifestyle. Nobody lives forever. And those who do, I mean, those are the ones that made the deals.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's better to just do your drugs on your own and just say fuck everyone else. That's how I live, man. Fuck it, because people are just drama. And it's interesting because you could see patterns sometimes with group behavior. You can sort of see when people are coordinating to try to pull someone into a pattern of trying to, fuck with someone or trying to be aggressive towards someone. Because I saw that shit happen today, and and just to really try to make the statement, they had like the police sitting down like right across from me and shit, and I'm like, oh man, I'm like, dudes, you guys see me every fucking day. Now you're gonna fucking try to like muscle on me and shit, But then again, my situation is completely different. That just happens to do with something completely different than gangster shit. It's more of it's sort of something that comes with the occult territory once you start getting involved in shit that and you're not really a part of a lodge or something, and you're someone who doesn't want to be under anyone else's controls. But
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I get it. There's there's a couple little groups out here that do their thing. They're not really, I don't know. I think it's funny. They don't, I don't know. They think they're doing shit, man, but just if they only knew, man. I don't know. I look at occult shit like when you fuck with that shit, man, it fucks with you. It fucks right back with you, man. I like to sit back. I like to sit back. The same thing with the street shit, man. I don't get involved, man. I left all. I leave, everything. I know what I know. I carry myself a certain way. I keep myself to myself. I don't try to fuck with people that know very much of anything anymore. I felt days that I did get into that, man. I set myself up for a lot of shit. Pretty much, essentially, turn yourself into a battery, man.
Well, in terms of your experience with the occult, you're not talking about some kind of reflexive just revulsion. This is based on hard experience. You might want to share just a little bit of what you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
concerning
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah. I've been surrounded by it. I've been surrounded by it from
Oh, by the way, I hear heavy
growing up.
keyboarding. That might be Peter Moon, but go on.
Growing up, I grew up around it, so I seen a lot of shit, man. And then as I got older, I thought I'd be, play it smart, and try to do things on my own and shit like that. And then I started just hanging around people, and put myself, around shit. And lady took interest in me, and shit started off doing like little full moon rituals with her and stuff like that. And later on, just got into it. It got really weird. Like it just, I don't know. Just a lot of crazy shit happens, man. Things that I almost like. I ended up one day at her house with her family, and I was helping them clean out a garage. And when we went inside, her grandmother, who didn't talk and was like in a chair or some shit, was like at the table, and she had like a playing deck of cards. And I don't know, she, like when we sat down, we were all sitting down at the table, she just kind of started rocking back and forth, and she just like was like flipping these cards over, and it was like really fucking weird. Like I got this really weird feeling, and next thing you know, I shit you not, like the son turned on the speaker, and it like was playing it was like a bass, like a and like I kind of tranced out, man. I had eaten like a piece of mushroom and shit before I had went over there, and so like it really tranced me out. But like things just got weird. I had taken a picture in this church, and like the son started blabbing about the shit that attached itself to me, and like they were talking about treason and about how they were trying to figure out how to get out. They wanted me to tell them how to get out of there, and like I was standing there, and there was like a baby on a bed behind me, and like in my mind I seen this baby fall off this bed, and it's like I ran and jumped, and they were like, it was just like the trippiest shit, man. Like I've done way stronger drugs.
Just to put this into some perspective, whatever you hallucinated, they shared the hallucination. In other words, they perceived you catching the infant. And the woman brought that to everyone else's attention in the room. Did you see him catch that? Yeah, that was the... By the way, this is something you need to contextualize just for myself out of morbid curiosity. You took a psychedelic shroom before you went there, and I'm like wondering, okay, is this something you were just doing casually in those days? Just popping psychedelic shrooms?
So, well, I used to sell them. And I always had mushrooms. Like that's one thing I've always enjoyed.
Wait, where did you get them?
No. There's people that do that, and so I always had them. I had a really good deal on them. Like I could always get them like really super cheap, and I'd always be taking mushrooms. I'd take mushrooms all day long. Like I'd microdose. I was always, but for some reason, man, like. And it was like they were feeding off me because there was food, but no one was eating. And like I felt so nauseous. Like, and it got to the point where like everything kind of like this. It was just weird, man. It was this overwhelming, disgusting feeling. Like it made me like kind of like pass out. Like they were sucking on me. And then I remember when I looked up, the one son said, "There's still a little bit of light in there left. He'll be all right." And then like I kind of passed out, man. And then I sat up and I was like, fuck this, I gotta go. Like I got up and I started, dude, I started walking out, and something like I could hear that lady's voice, like the main lady from the covenant. I could hear her voice in my head telling me not to look back, not to look back. And as I was walking out, the little son, was like, hey, aren't you gonna finish telling me about that thing that's stuck on you from the church, that ghost? And he kept trying to like get me to turn around, man. I was like, fuck that. Like, I got in my car. That was like the last time I ever had any contact with her. And she would send people like from her coven up to my job to, like not only my job, but pretty much like a lot of places I would go, they would pop up and be like, hey, when are you going to come to another grounding ritual?
Right. Let me try and get the chronology of this right, because I know that if that was the last time you dealt with her, then I know that there were other times you were dealing with her where she basically for a long time was leeching off of you and gaining fame from it. She was gaining fame from it. She was actually appearing on like these, like, shows like this. She was appearing on bandwidth type transmissions and stuff like that. And she was like basically taking your experiences and sharing them as her own and building up. So basically she was like stealing your life essence. Tell us a bit about that.
And that was in the beginning. Okay, so she kind of took me in as like when I first started hanging around them, it was really weird because she invited me to it was supposed to be like these class. She had a little shop that was attached to a dispensary, and they did like Reiki, and she sold stones and teas and herbs, and it was just like a shop, like a little craft shop. And they would have like she would teach belly dancing, and then on another night they would do like guided meditations and do like projection boards and shit like that. And she would always invite me to these things. So I used to shop there a lot. And every time I would show up, like she would always greet me with like a really big like hug, like and it was just like I don't know, at first it was kind of comfortable, it was cool, it was like, oh, that's all love, whatever. But she asked me to come. She kept asking me, and finally I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go check it out. And so I showed up, and when I came in, it was just her, this like a younger black dude, and then like an older white dude, and there was another lady there, but there were like mirrors set up around the room awkwardly. And with nothing happened, like we sat there, we were smoking weed, and she was just like talking. It wasn't even nothing like one of her classes, that she was like begging me to come attend or whatever. But the whole time she was talking and shit, like she wasn't really looking at me. She was like looking into these mirrors all around the room. Like it was really awkward. It was really fucking weird. And I was like, I don't know that shit. I was like, I ain't gonna go back to another one of those things. And she was like, she'd always call me and ask me, to attend one of her full moon rituals, the grounding ritual and, whatever. And I showed up one night, and it was cool. I mean, I didn't really, it wasn't nothing awkward. It was just, whatever. It was different, something I'd never did. And then she just started talking to me, afterwards, and we smoked. And she just pretty much brought me in. She asked me if I would just keep attending, and I did it for months. And I started opening up. I'd start, opening the ceremonies up with her, and I'd be doing like she always had me as the North Tower. I was always a North Tower for her. And like I'd get stones, and like certain stones she'd tell me to intent into them for protection, shit like that. And we'd go to these places, and I'd set these stones like in the corners of the building, like inside, and then there were other stones that I would put outside the building. And then it was always like shit like that. Like, and just one of the last grounding rituals that I did with it, it got to the point where she was doing interviews and stuff, and her business like blew up, and she was opening up a second location. Like we had our coven had well, not our coven, her coven that I kind of got pulled into, got invited to go to some temple out in the big city out in Detroit. And so we went out there and started doing stuff with her there, and and it was crazy because they would invite this lady in, and she'd like she was like a fucking like a somebody, and big time, you know, and she would I'm sorry.
Were you distracted by?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, and it's just like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I understand some of this. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it would always be like something new, something would always get added, or you know, whatever. And we did like it was supposed to be like a past life regression meditation or whatever. And like she drew in, she invoked Hecate, the triple goddess. And then like I remember doing the thing, doing what she was saying, and then like I see myself as a tree. And I don't know, man. I wasn't high or nothing, but maybe like I was just, you know, I don't know. I watched Seasons Pass or whatever. So when it kind of freaked me out, I won't lie. And on my way home, we would always carpool with people. And on my way home, the radio was playing, and it was just like, it was almost like everything that was on the radio, like commercials or, you know, while they're flicking, was saying something to me, like telling me I fucked up in some way, you know? And so like it kind of like pushed me off. So that's when I had stopped really going to the rituals like that. And she would always ask me, you know, for some type of help, or ask me for something, you know. And you know, I went and helped her out that day to help her clean out her garage. And just, I don't know, that after that I just like completely just started avoiding her. And
when you were helping her clean out her garage, there was, or was this someone else's estate? It was almost like they got involved in an estate sale where you saw the Bibles that were very expensive Bibles.
Yeah, they were like, okay, so they were the books of the Bible, right? And you see a Bible and they're just regular books, but these books were like actual, each book, like the Kings 1, Kings 2, and then they had like the Book of Solomon. Like these were full-fledged fucking novels, but they were, you know. And okay, so her landlord owned a whole bunch of businesses and shit like that, and he sold her a house and then told her that they had to get out, you know. And so she was trying to go through all his shit to see what she could find of import, you know, whatever, and asked me to come help her. And so we were going through all of it, and like I found a whole book of these like Bible books, and she was like, when I grabbed them and pulled them out, the Book of Solomon like fell right in front of me. I was like, holy shit, like it looked like me. They're like, that kind of looks like you. She was like, all those books need to be burned. Just go over there and put them in the burn pile, you know? Like, shit. Ooh. Holy shit. After that, I was like, what the fuck? And there were like these three huge crates. They were like 7 feet tall, and they were probably like a yard, you know, like each side was like 3 feet, you know, like a yard, you know. So, but it was a square. There was these square crates, and I was trying to get back to them, but there was so much shit. Like there was bowling alley equipment, everything, and I found like all this china, like all this fine china. They took that. I found like this porcelain china doll itself.
Right.
And she when I handed it to her, like she clung onto that thing, took it inside. And when all the weird shit was happening, when like I was like going into that trip, like I remember her having that doll. Like walking around with it. It was weird. But so get to the crates, there's nothing in there. But yeah, so it was some shady shit. It was some shady shit for sure.
To put it mildly, could you contextualize again how it came to be that someone died and you all wound up looting this person's home? What was going on?
No. So they didn't die. That was her house. It was her house. But the guy who owned the house, he's a shady cat, man. Like he burned down his own or his own bowling alley and shit for like the insurance claim and like all sorts of crazy shit. He was always cheating and scamming. He sold the house that he was renting to her and kicked her out. Didn't even give her any words. Like, you gotta go. So she was like, oh, I'm gonna clean out his shit then, because all his shit's here.
Yes, but by the way, Peggy Wood Amalal, shout out unto she. She says, the fellow talking right now, which is you, was glamoured by that witch. By the way, if you've ever seen Glamour magazine, Glamour magazine was like Vogue or a other fashion cosmetology magazines for women, and like Cosmopolitan, tips for a better love life, etc., how to get along with your boyfriend and all that. And they took the title for Glamour magazine from the ancient term glamour, which is spelled Glamour for people to understand. That's the correct spelling of the Old English. And the glamour was a term for a female who came in and would completely change a man's behavior, where a man's behavior, this would be used, say, for instance, kings who were in charge of a kingdom and suddenly started behaving irrationally and irresponsibly when they had been distributors of justice and wisdom to that point in their life. And usually at that point, it was identified that a woman had come into their lives who had cast a glamour upon them, who had turned them away from reason. And this is something that is what happened to Pac-Man Morales.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when I told you that, like there was always a crazy energy between us. Like it always felt like it was like a sexual energy, but like I was like, I'm straight. Like I couldn't like do it. She was like skinny like a skeleton, and like I don't know, like this wasn't my type at all. And she was kind of older, so I was like, it was weird. It was always weird. Like I always had like that. That always came with the hugs too. It was always with the hugs, like just I don't know, but yeah, for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah,
interesting.
But,
in my mind's eye, I had envisioned her as fat, so that's interesting.
Oh,
so you corrected that for me. Thank you. That's
yeah.
So because that's unusual. I mean, my experience has usually been that many women who are into the occult. And by the way, I want you to contextualize this culturally so that people understand you're not just some weirdo who happens to go into dark subjects. This is understand that in the Latin American culture, the concept of the shops. There are magical shops in any Latin American community where people go, and the magic is very much imbued with a sense of Catholicism or Christianity. So people go there for like I forget what they call them, but basically I call them Jesus candles and stuff like that.
Velas, they call it velas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Put that into some perspective along with that
So,
in the community. Thank you.
Yeah. So I collect a lot of stones, and I do use candles and stuff, and
when he says he collects stones, what he means to say is that
say.
he's a jewel thief and it's on the side. Yes, and go on.
Yeah. So I like the energy and stuff, and I used to burn a lot of sage. Now I burn Palo Santo, but so I would go to her shop to get things, and that's actually how I ended up meeting her.
So this was kind of like one of those local bruja shops that everyone went to for those kinds of protective Okay, so go on, please. Contextualize.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so in our culture, we do, I burn the sage and stuff, but like in our culture, like we'll use the eggs for a limpiada. The egg will pull out bad energy when you do the, pray and rub on people's points and stuff, head and shoulders and rub the arms. But anyway, so that's what I would go there for, is just to get, little things that I use, or, find stuff, and that's how it actually developed into, just talking, and I should have known better. Because I was always, I got into like a big, like Gnosticism kick for a while. And, when I brought it up, asked them if they knew anything about like Gnosticism or anything, or if they ever heard it. They're like, no. And I'm sorry, you can be into whatever, left hand, right hand, or whatever. Right. Motherfucker, you know about shit.
Yes.
Like as soon as that happened, I should have, so yeah, it's shit.
Well, I thank you for the courage of sharing that experience. That was very traumatic, and it stole a lot out of your life. You had to do a lot to just kind of As a matter of fact, that could have eviscerated you to the point where you withered and died had you not met Elizabeth. How long was the span of time between that and Elizabeth?
No, and that was it. Like me and Liz were together. We were together. So I mean, I pretty much, it was never like a dating thing, but me and Liz, we were together. We were living together and everything. She knew that I was, hanging out and shit like that.
Wow. So again, thank you. Well, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to bring Peter Moon on. Let's see if he's circuited into the line. Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. And so I don't know if you have any reflections upon all that Pak Wan just shared, but he was wonderful in helping me get through the opening hour. I'm desperately stuffing my face with calories so I can last through the next 11. Other than that, I'm fine, but we're very glad to have Peter here, and he'll be with us for as long as he wishes, and I will start into the arc of narrative after that. There is an enormous amount to talk about, but we are very privileged to have our both men, Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, with us so that they can back me up if I need them later during the night. Now, this might be a photograph of the lady. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah. So I won't name her out loud, but that's fascinating. I thank you for sharing that. And and a dangerous woman. Holy shit. Still alive, apparently. As far as you know, she's still with us, right? And
yep.
Oh my God. So there we are. Fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. And
thank you.
And with that, again, Derek Talley and Jameson Reese will be with us through a good part of the night. Derek, before Peter gets started, what time are you going out tomorrow? Are you working at your regular time? You'll be dropping off at some point during the night, but I suppose you'll hear me if I shout out your name loud enough, potentially, right?
Right. Yeah. So I'll stay up with you guys till midnight. Then I'll go out then. But then if you need me beyond then, just and when I say midnight, I'm talking Central Time. So whatever time it is, where you're at.
Thank you, bless you, and I appreciate your bringing that up. And by the way, hopefully you'll be hearing much of what I covered tonight. And it's just a lot going on. People have no idea how much is going on out there. But obviously, I'll be covering a lot of history as well. There's a lot of history to cover, and of course, I always contextualize that into the modern times. And all right, then we'll bring Peter on now. And Peter, you've been very patient with us, and I thank you for that. And of course, share what you will tonight, whatever you feel comfortable sharing. You apparently went out to dinner, and that's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. Was this outside or inside of a restaurant?
It was inside, and it was my wife's birthday. She had a friend over, and I offered to take them to the Cheesecake Factory because I didn't get to take her out. We had 3 days of birthday celebration for her, and I didn't get to take her out to dinner for that. So I did tonight with her friend, and she had a very nice time. And because we had to wait 40 minutes to get in, it's raining, but you go inside. We have indoor dining in New York.
Wow, that's incredible. But when you say it was raining and you had to wait, were you waiting in the car?
Waiting in the car. Because you have to have a cell phone to negotiate things, to order, to read the menu. It's,
Right, and I want to thank Paula for sending me the message that you were there.
I told her to send it.
Okay.
I told her to send it, and she did.
Yes.
And I guess the highlight of the evening, I was talking to her friend who's been to Romania 3 times, and she's part of her mother's group. And as I was telling her about one of my journeys, one of my daughter's songs came over the Cheesecake Factory, loudspeaker.
Was it your daughter's voice or actually singing that?
It was my daughter's song, her performance. Wow. It was a song called Sail that she does, and she's like now. You could hear her, in between whoever else they're playing. I wasn't really paying the attention to the music until I heard her, and I looked at Paul. I said, "That's that's Guy's song.
Right.
So I could call her up and congratulate her,
Wonderful. By the way, to put this into perspective for people so that people don't think that you were tripping off some mushroom you casually popped before you went into that environment like Pac-1 was in the habit of doing back in the day, let people know that your daughter's name is Sky, which is what Sky Books is named after in turn, and that she also is a performer, a singer, and writes songs. I believe she's also a songwriter, yes?
Yeah. That's her song, and she's very good. And she gets, she gets a steady stream of income from, all the different venues she's on, from Spotify to iTunes and so on and so forth. So but I've never heard her song in a venue like that. Just like you might hear, the Beatles or somebody.
Right. Interesting. That's
I don't know how it got into the mix, but whatever it did, it's good. She's integrated herself into one step more into the culture. So good for her. Yes. It was a nice experience.
Delightful.
And the whole conversation was a nice experience with somebody who'd been to Romania, 3 times and is very deeply moved and rooted into that, experience. So that was good. It was a good day.
Delightful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And aside from all of that, Peter Moon has been, he was really doing a lot of work where he ran across a transcript online of myself with Joyce Riley, which is being integrated into our book as we speak, if it hasn't been integrated already, because
it's been somewhat it's not. I haven't completed it because I was really not working today.
Oh, no worries. I'm just so glad that you're taking some time for yourself. I mean, that's so important especially in times like these. And but with Joyce Riley, of course, she's my experience with her, I'm just so glad that came of that experience, because it goes to show that these stressful involvements that I had with these people in the past, they're finally paying off. And they're paying off like this, where at least the transcript was online, Peter found it, and we're able to get use out of it. Thank the gods of my ancestors for that, because otherwise it was just, these were just nightmare experiences with many of these people.
Let me get to the heat of the matter. And this is what many of you have listened to Douglas many times. And, sometimes you might not have time to hear all the broadcasts, and sometimes he doesn't include everything. And this was very important in the context of the book, because in this interview, he went into the details of Pearl Harbor itself, as opposed to, I'd already covered the preparations to Pearl Harbor, which was basically that the Americans had set up bombing squadrons in many different locations in China, also in Guam, Wake Island, and Vladivostok in the Soviet Union, and in the Philippines, and they were ready to bomb the hell out of Japan itself. This is prior to World War II, prior to Pearl Harbor. It was all set up, it was all planned, and there's a whole storyline to it. Douglas gave me notes where, all throughout 1941, there was, and there's, this preparations to bomb Japan, and it's ultimately going to be done in the first 10 days of December. This is not a secret. And there was even what he designated as a secret briefing from, who was the secret briefer? George Marshall, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Right. And he briefed the press, the New York press, the Washington press, the Associated Press, that they were going to bomb Japan on the first 10 days of December. This was broken. This information was broken by one of Stalin's spies, was working in Tokyo. He was a native German. His name was Richard, what was his last name? Sorge.
Yeah.
Okay, and he was a German who joined the Communist Party, immigrated to Russia, whereupon they sent him back to German because he spoke fluent German, he looked German, he was German, and he ingratiated himself into the diplomatic corps. He warned Stalin of Operation Barbarossa, where Hitler was planning to turn against Russia and invade Russia, and Stalin didn't believe him, and he was proven wrong. Stalin was proven wrong, and he became suspicious of this guy, and he told him to, use his diplomatic influence to get transferred to Tokyo, which he did, whereupon he served Stalin as a spy, and he was a go-between between Stalin and Lachlan Curry. Lachlan Curry was FDR's right-hand man when it came to economics, but he was working for Joe Stalin. This is all documented, by the way. This is not from Douglas reading secret manuscripts or secret stuff in the Presidio. This is all documented. The problem with the documentation is it doesn't put it in the proper context. But Lachlan Curry, who was FDR's right-hand man, was actually his citizenship to the United States was canceled. He was originally a Canadian. Yeah. So he ended up in Colombia. But he was to serve, this guy, Sergei, was to serve as a conduit between Lachlan, who set up the Flying Tigers in China, was carrying out the drug trade. He was doing this for FDR, was a private army, private air force, and this same faction was going to be bombing the hell out of Japan because they didn't like Japan and because they wanted to control Japan. And one of the main issues they had was that the Japanese were interfering with the drug trade of the Americans, the opium, importing opium into China. And the Japanese were trying to build up trade with China for their own purposes, and having a doped up China did not help them. So they were shooting down the American planes, and the Americans were very angry because it was interfering with their illegal dope trade. So they were doing all of this. It was a private affair. It wasn't really a military affair in the proper sense of the word. But they were getting all these planes to go dive bomb Pearl Harbor. I mean, not just Pearl Harbor, but Japan, rather. Right. I'm saying Japan. The Americans were going to bomb Japan. Now, this Sergei guy, he liked women, he liked fast motorcycles, and he liked drinking. He was reckless. But he was sending out so many encrypted messages that the Japanese became suspicious of him, and it was something going on with him. So the Japanese secret police or thought police, they came in and they interrogated him harshly, and he wasn't owning up until they proved to him that Stalin had killed his wife. Because Stalin actually, this guy had already found out that the Americans were going to bomb Pearl Harbor.
That the Americans were going to bomb Japan.
But, excuse me. Yeah, they're going to bomb Japan. So he told Stalin, and Stalin again didn't believe him.
Right. Yes.
So Stalin murdered his wife. He thought this guy was a double agent. He murdered his wife. Yeah. And the Japanese proved to this guy that Stalin had murdered his wife, convinced him that it was true, whereupon he then told them what the Americans were doing. That the Americans were going to bomb Japan. So this is stuff I already had, but what I have to share now is new, and this is the actual attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese was a defensive maneuver because the Americans were going to bomb Japan. So and of course, they knew the Japanese were going to bomb Pearl Harbor as well because they'd broken the code. So they'd broken the code years earlier. So basically, America, and this is what shocked me, the American Navy took their aircraft carriers away from Pearl Harbor, which everybody knows that. And the standard line is, well, the It's lucky the Americans had their 4 carriers out of Pearl Harbor at the time, because that saved them. And they didn't lose their important aircraft carriers. And they also had taken all their submarines out. What I did not know, and which is verifiable historically, you can look it up, is all of the ships that were left in Pearl Harbor to be bombed were old World War I vessels that were going to be scuttled, means, sunk. And they were sacrificable. Yeah. And they were being used as a ploy to get the Japanese to bomb them, whereupon the Japanese were going to send in 3 waves. And on the 3rd wave, Admiral Halsey's USS Enterprise in particular was going to unleash a fury of hell on the Japanese planes and bomb the hell out of the Japanese who were in the air. But things did not work out to the Americans' benefit because of Admiral Halsey's reticence. And Douglas has gone off on this before. He can recite it better than I can, but Halsey was, he kind of sabotaged the entire plan by the Americans due to his, you can call it lack of carrying out the operation. You can call it cowardice. You can call it a lot of different things, incompetence. But what was perhaps the most horrifying aspect of this transcript that I read was that the men that were aboard those ships in Pearl Harbor were given a party the night before. And it was a send-off, because it was like most of them weren't going to live, or a significant portion were not going to live, because they were going to be bombed by the Japanese, and the Americans knew it. So they fattened them up, put them on the ship, and it was a horrible, many of them were caught below decks, scratching to get out, sending Morse code to get out. And the Navy had frogmen going down there, and their orders were to let them die. Yeah. Because I'm not really, I mean, they said that they didn't want them to talk, right, but I'm sure there are many people who did escape who could have talked and didn't talk. I don't really know about that.
That makes sense. That's an excellent point. It's a valid point, because the Navy, from what I saw in the documents, and bear in mind, of course, it is important to remember I worked in an Army base, but when it came to interdepartmental infighting, what I did see were documents that where the Army's department was speculating what the Navy was doing, because obviously some Army men died at Pearl Harbor as well. Not many, but some. And many civilians died. As a matter of fact, I think a lot has been discovered over the years that wasn't known at the time that I was working with many of these documents in the 1980s. I think that many other civilian fatalities of Pearl Harbor have been accounted for since that time that were not accounted for in the 80s, or maybe the military just didn't fucking care, because the military wasn't really keeping any track of civilian fatalities, believe it or not. So when it came to the Peter Moon giving me some new statistics on the number of civilians that had died at Pearl Harbor, I was surprised at how many had died. I suspected it was always more than I knew, which was like something in the dozens or the scores, but it was actually hundreds of civilians that had died there. But it was basically speculated by the Army in the documents that the reason the Navy salvage divers, the salvageurs and the frogmen, there were both types, were being used in the operations of the salvaging of these World War I dreadhawks that were expendable and left in Pearl Harbor as basically decoy ships, along with a merchant ship that was given a false carrier deck so it would look like a carrier, the USS Utah, which the Americans later told the public when queries were ever brought up years later by the public or by merchant seamen. The Americans would say, oh, well, we were going to use that ship for target practice, so we could practice bombing enemy carriers, and we happened to have it in Pearl Harbor that day. I mean, of course. Oh, right. Yes. I mean, it just makes so much sense that that coincidence would just manifest. But at any rate, that is one of the excuses they had. And to get back to the people trapped below decks, the the thought was on the part of the Army, their speculation, their surmise was that the Navy gave the orders for none of the salvageurs or frogmen to use arc welding or any other tools to rescue these men because the Navy didn't want them to describe the fact that the Navy had planted charges below decks. Because if the way the Navy phrased it, if the Japs weren't going to take these ships out, the Navy itself sure as hell would, and make it look like the Japs had done so. Very similar to what had happened in the Spanish-American War, where the yellow press journalism of Mr. Hearst, who was the father of Patricia Ann Hearst, who was later taken hostage by very violent leftist precursors to what today would be thought of as Antifa or radicalized kind of leftist elements. The red cell known as the Symbionese Liberation Army. Her father was William Randolph Hearst. He started the Spanish-American War almost single-handedly, but he did it with some help. And there were people who had planted charges below decks on, I believe it was the USS Maine that was in the port in Cuba, that was blown up, and then they charged the Spanish with doing that, and that led to the American War with Spain that led to the conquest of the Philippines, because the Philippines was, of course, a Spanish colony that the Americans essentially conquered and took from the Spaniards. And the one thing I'd like to bring up are several little factors to add some more further depth to this. Peter was saying, of course, this isn't just what Douglas Dietrich is reading in secret documents, and of course it is what I was reading in secret documents, but what Peter is saying is that, of course, by this point in history, it's all out there. It is now verifiable by anyone who cares to follow up on what I expose, and they can find all the details out there. But the only thing that I provide really is context. So that is what I bring to the table more than anything else, is the context that nobody has. Another point to make is that oftentimes, and I probably did this when I was talking to Our Lady, God, what's her name again? The woman who was interviewing me, Joyce Riley. When, by the way, just a whole story behind her some other day, but she had just, like, her life is almost, how would I say it, a storied life as well, very bizarre. And she's not a likable person to myself, and I have no idea, some people, just put it this way, just to briefly say what I want to say about Joyce Riley, because I think it's important. Joyce Riley, her career is based on the fact that she was in the Gulf War and that she was a Gulf War nurse for what I believe was the Air Force. She had been in Texas, and there was a series of babies who were being murdered in hospitals. I mean, like infants were on incubators, and somebody kept pulling the plug. I mean, literally just pulling the plug.
Was this American babies? Or,
yeah. Oh, in Texas.
Babies?
Yeah. American babies in Texas. Yeah, a bunch of American babies in Texas were dying. And Joyce Riley, one of her claims to fame is that she caught the baby killer, who was a psychotic nurse, who was pulling all these plugs on the incubator babies, and it had killed, I don't know, an untold number of babies. My understanding is it was in the dozens. So it's like, so Joyce Riley has that to her name. There are people out there, and I do want to say that this is just, there's a lot of people who don't like Joyce Riley, but there's a lot of people who say Joyce Riley was the baby killer and that she framed the nurse who's spending the rest of her life in jail. And I'll tell you something, I'm not saying that's the case, but after dealing with Joyce Riley, I can see where it could be. Let's just put that out there. But Joyce Riley, when she was interviewing myself, there's plenty of times I make mistakes. And when I was doing these interviews with Joyce Riley, it was at an ungodly hour of the morning for myself. She was the person who opened up the Genesis Radio Network's day. And so we're talking about, like, my time, we're talking about like 4 or 5 a.m. where normally, of course, I'm like winding down the end of my day. Probably, anyhow, so the whole point I'm making is that I probably, when referring to Pearl Harbor, I probably kept using the term Yamamoto, and I meant Nagumo, who was the man on the spot. It was Admiral Nagumo who realized that they had sailed into a trap, and that the Americans must have known they were coming because the Japanese quickly realized there were no value targets. There were no targets of value that were available for them to destroy, and that he had best retreat. And as a matter of fact, he caught a lot of flack for that back home in Japan, where many people in the high command said he was a coward, and his career barely survived that retreat. But Hirohito would never allow him to be demoted or order him to commit suicide, because Hirohito knew exactly what was going on, because Hirohito knew the Americans had broken the Japanese codes. And it was the other point to make is that with Richard Sorge, it sounds like Peter Moon did some of his own research on that, thank God. And hopefully he adds some aspects of that into the chronology I provided. All the enrichment helps. But Richard Sorge, there's a lot out there on Richard Sorge that confuses the issue, because Richard Sorge was a master spy. And because he was a master spy, he had dossiers that provided him alters. And so his alter identity was German. But, everyone thought he was German. Everyone believed he was ethnically German and born in Germany, because that's what his dossiers all said. So you probably get Allied documents that people draw their information from, and these Allied documents have been released to the general public, and now the public that does research on Sorge, many people will think he was a German national, an ethnic German who was simply a communist. That's not the case. He was actually born in Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan is the nation that just had the war with Armenia, and is Turkic in its ethnicity, but it's in the Caucasus Mountains, where Stalin himself sourced from, and from where we get the term Caucasian. And that's why Stalin thought of himself as a white ruler of a Slavic mass that he considered expendable. He considered Sorge to be so dangerous because he looked at Sorge as a fellow Caucasian, but he wasn't Georgian of the tribe of Stalin. Stalin had all of his goons, like Beria of the KGB. Lavrenti Beria was a fellow Georgian. So you had this like Georgian mafia that Stalin gathered around himself, but they were like white hillbillies who were Christianized in the Orthodox tradition, and that's why he had been sent to a seminarian as a child to be raised by the monks in Stalin's case, whereas Azerbaijan is Muslim. And so you have this man named Richard Sorge, who is of the same ethnicity as the Garry Kasparov, the man who was the chess master for Soviet Russia, is also Azeri, as also is Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who was infamous in Iran as the real Judeophobic firebrand for Iranian militancy for many years. They were all of the same ethnicity because half of Azerbaijan is occupied by Iran. And so in terms of Sorge's background, he had this background where he was of Azeri nationality, and he was, or Azeri ethnos, but Azerbaijan is the nationality. They will call it Azerbaijani when they speak of the nationality, but they call it Azeri when they speak of the race or ethnos. It's the same thing. They're Turks. And so he was, however, Caucasian, and because his dossier had been so well established, the overwhelming majority of people think he's German. And he spoke fluent German, and he went to Japan as a German diplomat. So everybody was convinced he was German. And I don't know if the Japanese ever found out his true origins, but he was a celebrity spy, very famous. And because of that, Stalin looked at him with both envy because he was a socialite, and he looked at him with a hillbilly kind of superstition. People are familiar with the evil eye in the West, but in that part of the world, of the Caucasus tribes, they consider their occult version of that would be the eye of joy, which means something's too good to be true. So whenever Richard Sorge was delivering the good shit to Stalin, which was the right dope, the intelligence that could have changed the future of the world, Stalin just kept saying, oh, it's too good to be true, and this can't be true, and this guy must be operating on the other side, to the point where he ordered Richard Tzortzie's wife, murdered in retaliation. I mean, this is how mad Stalin truly was. And of course, in the end, this is why Richard Tzortzie turned against him. And the debate is also, it's kind of unknown when Tzortzie died. My understanding from the documents I was working with was that the Japanese executed him cleanly and pretty much almost mercifully after everything he had suffered under interrogation, after he had told them what the Americans were planning to do. Other people said he lived till 1945 and then died, but that doesn't intuitively sit well with myself, because it's like, okay, the Japanese are feeding him, keeping him, you know, in prison until 1945, and then he just dies. I mean, it doesn't. So there's some controversy as to what happened to Richard Tzortzie, and well, hopefully maybe he simply escaped, or the Japanese let him go at some point. I mean, I would like to think that would be a happy ending to a otherwise completely tragic life. But other than that, you know, unless the Japanese provided him a cover story and let him go at some point during the war, or used him to their own ends, now wouldn't that have been interesting? We really can only speculate, because kind of like the trail kind of goes into different directions after that, with what people say, which is kind of a fitting end for a spy, that people really don't know what happened to them. But in terms of Peter Moon, he's been working very hard. I'm glad that he's given himself some breaks, and I'm very excited for him. You know, he's got a lot going on in his life, and I'm just so happy that it's all working out so well, and it bodes well for both of us. Of course, I myself have to beseech Peter to be patient with me. I think I've gotten to Peter all of the images that I can provide. I'll look for a few more maps that I'm not going to kill myself over it, and then I'll turn over just a few other bits of text to him, and hopefully we can integrate that into the work as well. And altogether, we're very excited. We're very proud of this, and we're going to try and get this out this month. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. And let me check a look at when St. Patrick's Day is, because obviously that will.
It's on the 17th.
That's the 17th. Yeah. Okay. So, and the 15th will be the Orthodox, for people like myself of the Byzantine Orthodox faith, of the Serbian Orthodox Church. That will be also Clean Green Ash Monday will be the 15th, and St. Patrick's Day will be the 17th. So anyhow, so that's just kind of a marker for next month, as to just around that period of time. We'll see what happens, and in the meantime, we're going to aim, you know, for sometime this month. Those 2 days come to mind only in the fact that they give us kind of like buoys, our marker posts by which to milestone our work. So with that, Peter, it's definitely good to have you with us. And I remember now what you were speaking about the other night. By the way, when Peter was speaking with myself on the transmission before tonight's, that was one of our most popular episodes in a very long time. And Peter, of course, he said, what was I speaking of? And I told him at the time that he asked that question, I couldn't fucking remember, and neither could he. I remember now. You were talking about the Mormons, and apparently, is this plans for another book with all of the work that you had done into what had happened with Joseph Smith and Brigham Young? Was this involving plans for a different book at some point in the future?
I don't think I'm going to do that. I just...
Because I did get some questions about that. Some people did ask me.
I'll answer whatever questions I can, but...
Right. They were simply whether or not you had planned a book on Mormonism at some point, because
there is a book that I have. I don't know that I want to publish it. I did it one time. It would require me reading it in total first.
Which sounds like it's not pleasant.
No, not at all. It's time consuming. Yeah. Like it took me 4 years to read Radu Cinemar's first book.
Oh my God.
Because, you know, I was working on other stuff.
Right.
So it sat there for 4 years.
Oh my God.
And it was only because of Qigong and that I was able to read it. When Dennis was here, he said, I looked at him, I said, here, look at this book, read it. I dug it out and I said, "Tell me if it's any good, if I should publish it." And he read it. And said, "Oh God, you should." So then I had the opportunity, because I've been driving my car into Brooklyn so much to get the Qigong training, it began to have problems. So I took it one of the students, and I got a very good deal. He gave me excellent pricing on fixing. I had a heater problem with the car. That was a problem. Continual heater core problems. And basically, so I sat in his cramped little office in Brooklyn.
Oh my God!
And I read this book. I read it, and
it sounds like a prison sentence.
He had this little room with a little couch, and I do my qigong in there. And he was a qigong practitioner, and he's an old guy, and he was a very good mechanic. And I'd sit in there, and he had pictures of every black celebrity you could imagine on the all plastered across the wall, from Joe Frazier to Muhammad Ali to.
Was he himself black?
Oh God, yeah. And he was he had everybody, Diane Carroll, you name it. And they named his repair shop.
Oh God,
they'd all been there.
Oh my God. Do you remember in the old days, I can't resist this, there used to be Lou Rawls, Galaxy of Stars, and that would be like once a year, and it was kind of like a black kind of awards festival or something.
I never saw that, but I don't know if I saw Lou Rawls in there, but you had, I don't people like Jim Brown. I don't think I saw Jim Brown in there, but people like Sammy Davis Jr., and also, what do you call it? People of, as I say, I don't remember if there was Martin Luther King. He might have, died too early, but there was so many people. It was like, the Black Hall of Fame, and he had mostly black clients, occasionally a Jewish client, because there was Jews in the neighborhood, and what was it? Right next to the place was something. It was like a preacher place with like hellfire. You know what I mean? It was like this sort of thing.
Sounds like a Baptist trip.
It was that was right next door. And then down the street was a Haitian Masonic temple. I wanted to go in there. I never got to. It was always closed. I didn't push going in there.
Well, yes, I can't even imagine what a Haitian Masonic lodge would look like.
Well, you got to remember, Freemasonry was very big in France, and
yes,
and they speak French in Haiti. So
that's true. Yes, it was a French colony.
And French is very occult. The French are very occult in the right places. So I didn't have a chance to explore that, but I did get the what do you call it? Get the book read.
Right. Finally, and oh my God, and that in itself was an accomplishment. And thanks for telling me the date of St. Patrick's Day. They don't give holidays on these Google calendars, and what you say about Haiti reminds me of something else, but I'll bring that up, if not today, then sometime soon. I don't know how much television Peter gets in, but it's one of those things where there's a television series that's on that has a couple of a black couple that are essentially portrayed as English nobility, and this is irritated me to no end, because this is like a fiction, a historical romance based on a series of novels, and I'm just appalled. It's a historical costume drama novel affair where people want the bling, they want the glitz, and they fabricate an incredibly convoluted fantasy to just get some racial diversity into what would otherwise be an all-white cast concerning English aristocracy. But if you're dealing with...
they have... Isn't the cast of Hamilton, which I've not really paid much attention to, black?
Yeah, yes! that too is one of those things where, I mean, but in the case of this television series, which I bleached out of my mind, I'll get it back soon enough, some point in the near future, and probably go off on it at length. It's all they had to do was bring in Haiti, because Haiti originally had its own crown, and of course it was Louverture was basically he had established himself as the Emperor of Haiti, and they had a noble line, but they went for the Republican government after Louverture was killed by the French. And so it's one of those things that for a period of time there was a civil war in Haiti between those that wanted a monarchy and those that wanted a republic. As it turned out, the Haitians established the world's first black republic, and there had never been a black republic before. You had black kingdoms, but not a black republic. So that was, of course, only the second republic in the Western Hemisphere after the United States. And
there's a lot of repression surrounding Haiti to this day.
Yes.
And there's, I don't remember her name. I when I was researching Roosevelt being the butcher of Haiti, I went down some Haitian threads, and there's a lot of issues there.
Oh yes. Yeah,
to this day. But I would also point out, with regard to England, there's a couple things about England. If you look into King George III's wife, Charlotte, there are many portraits done of her where she looks distinctly mulatto.
Right.
It's been said that King George married her to legitimize his own royal heritage, because there were the ancient Moorish kings that lived in England, and this is the term blackmail came from.
Interesting. That's
blackmail.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. By the way, someone just sent me a communication of the title of the series that I'm talking about. It is Bridgerton. So it's Bridgerton, and the authoress now, I recall, is Julia Quinn. So basically, this is what irritates me. Julia Quinn's her Bridgerton novels they're populated with white people, like the Regency era England where they take place, and now Netflix is showing this kind of London. And so in terms of the director of the Bridgerton TV series, I think that this involves someone named Shonda Rhimes, and basically they've made that a multicultural mecca, and they've sprinkled it with black characters. Of course, there are various skin hues, but they've even got a smattering of East and South Asians walking around silently in the background, of course.
Let me explain about.
I'd like to return to as well, because it seems like Netflix is doing this deliberately, and it's causing a lot of divisiveness.
Okay.
They're trying to stir the fire.
This is exactly like the QAnon syndrome, and the Pizza Gate. It's like what they do is they take something that's really true or going on, and then they put out a red herring that can be proven to be phony.
Right, and it's almost so that everyone begins to think that everything is a lie, and that, by the way, I do want Derek Talley. Are you there? I want Jameson Reese and yourself both to follow up on something for me. I'm getting something disturbing that's being relayed to me by someone right now. Derek, are you there? I know Jameson is, because he just spoke.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Apparently gunmen in motorcycles have mass abducted over 300 Nigerian schoolgirls and taken them to a nearby forest. If either one of you gentlemen, or the both of you, can find out something about that for me for later, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, this has been done in Nigeria?
Yes. The
first thing I would have to ask, is this some Nigerian scam of somebody making up some story to get attention?
No, the source is someone I trust.
This has been an ongoing thing in Nigeria, with them mass abducting girls and boys and sexually abusing them.
Yeah, Boko Haram. And for some reason, Nigeria is unable to protect their children from Boko Haram. And it's
who's Boko Haram? Is he?
Boko Haram is a movement. I'm sorry, was someone else helping to answer that?
Oh yeah, that's here that Nigerian schoolboys freed as forces search for 300 abducted girls.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Derek, please?
So it said Nigerian schoolboys were freed as forces search for 300 abducted girls. So apparently, this is from Reuters. Now, so apparently they abducted a whole, school of children, and they let all the boys go, and they kept all the girls.
Well, isn't that fucking predictable?
Yeah, what they do is they use they rape the girls, they indoctrinate them, and they use them to carry out suicide bombings.
Yes, that's
Because suicide bombings are happening at an alarming rate over there, and they're carried out mostly by women.
I have a question. Was it says that it's an Islamic jihadist group? Is how much of Nigeria is Islamic?
They have a civil war ongoing there between the Christians and the Muslims. So my understanding, if I remember correctly, the geography of it, the Muslims are in the north because, of course, that's where the Islamic influence came down from the north because of the Arabic nations in the north, in the Sahara, and the Christians are in the south because they were Christianized from where the white Europeans landed in the south. So you've got the Christian south and the Muslim north, and Nigeria is a hodgepodge. It's they had a civil war in which, for completely different reasons, nothing to do with religious warfare, Biafra was trying to secede for many years, and that was the cause of what was called the Biafran War. And Biafra, by all means, should be a separate nation, but for now they've been subsumed into Nigeria, and for that reason, Nigeria's population is exploding. It has all these different populations. They're all very fecund, meaning they reproduce very rapidly, and this is why very shortly in the middle of this century, at the latest, like by 2050, Nigeria is set to have a population equal to that of India, or what China had for a long time, about 1 billion people. And that's Nigeria alone. So it's seething. It's just seething with all of these different interests. And so in the midst of that, an Islamo-fundamentalist, extremist, jihadi group known as Boko Haram has been abducting children, boys and girls. And so what the fact that they would abduct all the school children and then let the boys go while keeping the girls, I mean, it's despicable. I mean, this is where a derogatory slur like nigger is appropriate when you talk about Boko Haram. I mean, these are blacks preying on blacks. This is black on black crime. This is just horrific. And these people need to die. This is something that I've sprackathon before, and undoubtedly it will come back to haunt us again. I remember there was something similar that happened in Eastern Africa, where American diplomats got involved, and many people were trying hard to rescue the girls that were kidnapped in that area. Boko Haram's influence is apparently all over northern Africa, just coming down from the Islamic Crescent in the north. And I'll get a bit into that either tonight or on Sunday, where I'll talk about communist China. That's part of the problem, and what makes communist China so despicable is that their practicality, their ruthless pragmatism, their realpolitik, involves them with groups like this. They're involved with people in Sudan who were responsible for genocide against the Christians because the communist Chinese want the oil. So they supply whoever has the upper hand. And in the case of Sudan versus South Sudan, that was originally the Muslim extremist government that harbored Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden, by the way, this is not myth or rumor. He went and sought refuge in Sudan, where he was honored as a guest of state, which of course made Sudan the target of the West, but communist China protected them. Finally, South Sudan, which is Christian blacks, was able to get independence from the North, but at great cost, losing half their population in a genocidal conflict. That, you know, all of this has been ongoing for quite some time. It's just, but the geopolitics, when you hear something like this suddenly crop up, it's so heinous that I wish it were like one of those Nigerian oil scams. Unfortunately, it's all too real. And by the way, Peter Moon can go back to what he was saying about the heinousness of the Pearl Harbor. He may have finished up with that, and we can go on to other subjects. But one of the things that impressed Peter Moon the most was, again, the expendability of the young Swabis, the young sailors who were sacrificed at Pearl Harbor because they had no combat experience and were therefore considered, you know, great press. It was great press to have them killed because they're young, and it's tragic when young men die. Whereas the old sailors who had survived World War I or conflicts thereafter, like the China riverboat conflicts, like my father, they were all at sea, while all of the young Swabis who were expendable and could easily be replaced by a draft were in those ships at Pearl Harbor. This is, again, part of the horror of that whole situation. And what I said, the Army surmised, makes sense. But as Peter Moon said, there might have been people on the ships who survived who had seen those under the hull charges and simply never spoke of it, which makes sense to me as well, because we take a look at what happened with Roswell and the people who were there. Many men were at Roswell. They had entire units dispatched to cordon off the crash site of where the Japanese self-immolated. And yet, you know, how many men have ever talked? Not that most of them would have seen the bodies or known what was going on per se, but I think people understand what I'm saying. It's amazing how what people don't speak of, and maybe even think that they simply imagined, or are afraid to talk about it because people will say that they imagined it. And so that's what brings us back all the time to the kind of public pressures that help us maintain our delusions and our ignorance. So there we have that. By the way, I will speak more of this later tonight, albeit briefly, just very briefly in passing. But the National Guard troops are mobilizing for potential violence because QAnon supporters are convinced that that former President Trump will be inaugurated on Thursday, March 4th. And that by that time, we would have had another transmission the night before. This is not something that I want to overly dwell on, but there's basically the online chatter with the QAnon supporters is that President Trump will march into Washington on Thursday, and Representative Adam Smith, who's the chair of the House Armed Services Committee and has mobilized the National Guard to garrison Washington, has basically stated some of these people figured out that apparently 75 years ago, the president used to be inaugurated on March 4th. Of course, what he said was, okay, now why that's relevant, God knows. But basically what they're trying to say, the QAnon supporters, is that there are hidden aspects to our governance based on fundamentalist interpretations of the Constitution that will make it legal to reinstate Trump on Thursday. By the way, our man Derek Talley was reading the book, The Cult of the Constitution, and perhaps he has some insight on this. Derek?
Wow, that's the first time I heard of that one. I'm now reading about how President Trump is making his appearances, all of a sudden. It's his first appearance for his post-election. But yes, the cult of the Constitution really breaks it down into different sections, and I'll run through each one. But there's the cult of the Constitution. So there's the cult of the gun. You have the NRA operating as a cult. Then you have the cult of the free speech, where you have the ACLU also, operating as a cult. And then you have the cult of the internet, where you have the QAnon and the 4chan and all those other ones. And they keep bringing up this MEMୖDAY-com, and that's out there that I guess all the right-wing conservatives are going to be going to, since when they put on Facebook timeout or whatnot. But it's all these different cults are really white male grievance cults, even the ACLU ones. So
I think QAnon is dead. You'll still hear about QAnon, but I think it's lived its life, because it just sputtered all over, and it made people look stupid, and they pretty much know that.
I don't know, because like I started.
Not over yet. We haven't even seen the fire get started.
No, I think it's over. I think it's over with QAnon itself.
It may be over with QAnon, but the battle is not over.
Wait, you can't talk at the same time.
Derek?
Right. So I was saying, when I first started really getting on the internet and with all kinds of social things, everyone was into this UFO, and everyone who I seen in like the UFO movement just forgot about UFOs, and all of a sudden became alt-right. And then they went from alt-white to the white grievance thing, and now so they're.
I'm not sure what you're talking about with UFOs. We're talking about QAnon. I don't get it.
What he was talking about was when.
That's what I'm saying. That crowd started. A lot of that started with UFOs back in 2007, 2008. That some of their some of them started out with UFO websites and giving you the difference between the aliens.
Right. So what I'll do is I'll contextualize that. To contextualize what Derek is referencing was about the time that I was becoming a public informant. 2007 was when I was like calling in to Coast AM. The only alternative media there was ufology. So anyone who was trying to get anything out as kind of like on their own had to reference UFOs, or nobody was going to look. So everyone was just pumping out UFOs, and this was because of Art Bell in particular, who dominated what became the alt-right scene, was basically always talking about UFOs. So that was the only way to get out there. It was why I started with the Roswell phenomenon, was all that people wanted to hear. So when once I got that out of the way, then all the kids wanted to hear about vampires and zombies, and but Derek's point, which he doesn't articulate, shall I say, with the level of public speaking experience that I can, is that originally these UFO sites were out there talking about the government suppressing ufology, and they became anti-government sites. And so then when it came to the ACLU and many of its defense of free speech, oftentimes the ACLU is rushing to the aid of many of these neo-Nazis and alt-right groups who are saying, kill Jews, kill nigs, and the ACLU is rushing to defend them, that they have the right to say that based on a cultic interpretation of the Constitution. In other words, this is constitutional fundamentalism. It's a form of Islamic fundamentalism. It's constitutional fundamentalism, where the Constitution is taken as holy writ, and therefore you interpret it to a logical extreme that is irrational. And so that is
that's the whole point. And that's where the QAnon, although it's not quite in the same context.
Well, it is because it's the QAnon. It's
not quite but it's nuts. They're both nuts.
Yes.
And it's like people being suckered into a voice,
yes,
that has just enough truth to appeal, and just enough cause to appeal, and then it just goes, and it's this promise to deliver, which it never delivers, and
right.
It ends up
yes.
really tripping up the people. There's a lot of people who feel disillusioned by Q, not by as much by Trump or by Biden, but by Q itself.
Right.
And so this is why I think Q is over, because you can't keep rallying behind Q. Now, what was precursor to Q was David Wilcock announcing that there were these tribunals and that the tribunals were now, executing people and doing this stuff. And, this goes back to Hillary Clinton and people of her ilk being brought before military tribunals. This goes back, I think, right when Trump was elected.
Yes.
And, let's hear about the tribunal. Well, the tribunals are going to happen in January. Oh, January came, they never happened. That was 2017. And it just goes on and on and on. And then it went on to the Pedigate type stuff.
Right.
And it like builds up this whole case for whatever is going on in that department. It gets completely exaggerated and blown up in such a way that it's lampooning the whole subject. They're making buffoons out of the people who are supporting it, even those who have legitimate gripes on valid issues. So I want to hear what Jameson has to say. I think that QAnon is dead as a meme, as good as dead, but that there are other issues of revolutionary concern that will surface by many of those people, but I don't think it will be in the context of Q anymore. And the March 4th is this stupid. Nothing's going to happen on March 4th. But anyway, carry on. I want to hear what Jameson says.
Yeah, I do as well. But just before you start, Jameson, I can't resist this. I just want to kind of qualify this so that the first thing I'm going to say is that when you talk about these tribunals, it's very important to put this in some context. There was someone who I worked with briefly because of Lori and Ann Fenton. I can't even remember the man's name, but he was a Canadian fraud. And with the Canadians, the sacred cow, if you will, because of the Quebecois French Catholic influence, is the Catholic Church. There's very little negative said about the Catholic Church in Canadian media as opposed to American media, where they concentrate on Catholic scandals because it's a Protestant culture in general, or traditionally has been. So they leap upon Catholic scandals. But this Canadian person was contrary to mainstream Canadian culture and was talking about tribunals that were being held to condemn the Roman Catholic Church. Of course, this was all fraudulent, and these were the kind of tribunals that you're speaking of. I can understand why Peter Moon is saying that Q, being similar to that, might peter out, for one thing, with the death of Aquino and the inability of many of his followers or his legacy cultists to carry on as effectively as he did. The QAnon is just not carrying on effectively as much anymore.
Plus, Trump didn't exonerate them when he still could have.
Yes,
according to their beliefs, Trump betrayed them.
They don't see that. The funny thing is, Trump did not pardon. He did not pardon many of the people who were inspired by Q to storm the Capitol. He did not pardon any of them.
He never really owned Q. He accepted it as cheerleaders, but he never really owned Q.
Right. No. I understand what you're saying. But you remember that many of these cults, like UFO cults or any cult, is by nature irrational. So the continued failure of to deliver is not necessarily cause for the cult to disappear. That way I'll segue to Jameson, is that Jameson, of course, and actually I can, I pretty much kind of like lean towards Jameson's conclusion that QAnon will be with us for a while yet, at least for about a few more years at least, because people, like what I've just said, I mean, they think
it will be used by the left more than it will be by.
You see, this is where I wanted to disagree, because we haven't seen QAnon rear its fangs since the 6th. And we haven't seen the real white lash to come. I would say give it 2-3 years, then we'll see how much of a menace this is. Because I don't think just because a dragon's asleep doesn't mean it's not going to burn your ass once it wakes up.
Okay,
we're not done. I don't think we're done with it.
Yeah,
well,
go on.
I don't think you'll hear it called Q, and I think there will be isolated instances of rebellion over legitimate issues.
But it's still
issues that won't be this March 4th stuff and taking over the government.
But I get the feeling that it's going to be better coordinated. That's the problem, is that there's potential.
You have to look at how well coordinated the Democratic election was. The whole Democratic, the illusion that we were in a democracy. What I would say.
Well, what I'm getting at is that doesn't matter. What matters is the coordination behind the scenes with the element that wants to destroy the government.
Well, listen to this.
That's
Listen
what I'm
to
getting
this. Listen, the same element that coordinated the Democratic victory is quite capable of switching gears and coordinating a Republican victory, congressional victory in 2022. They're quite capable of it. And then you have all these people, it's like, they could indeed try and resurrect, it's all caused by QAnon and we've taken over Dominion. I don't think they'll use the Q meme, though. I don't think they'll use it, but it remains to be seen.
Well, the thing is, what I'm getting at is that they won't have to. It's not the meme itself that matters. It's the fingerprint behind it. Aquino's brainchild, whatever he left a monster. We can't deny that. And we have not seen it get ugly as it can get. That's all I'm saying.
They just need a meeting place. I mean, if it ain't Q, it's going to be Gab or it's going to be Parler. But really, they just need a place where they can meet up and do whatever they're going to do. I mean,
where they can conspire. Where they can conspire. By the way, Gab is where all of my gang stalkers were on Gab. And what was Gab? Gab was originally Bell Gab after Art Bell. And then it became El Gab when the Bell Gab became basically too controversial and basically planning mass murder and was called out on it. So what happens is, so long as we tolerate the internet as a site where people are allowed to conspire, then this will keep happening. Eventually, something will have to be done. Free speech be damned, because we cannot allow free speech. We simply can't afford it. There's just too much being done to exploit it and abuse it in the name of purposes that are genocidal in intent, and ultimately, if not genocidal, well, they all are in the end, because even those that lead to mass shootings, which can be considered isolated incidents, these mass shootings are part and parcel to what people are saying on the internet is towards the ultimate aim of a race war. And so the point is that we are when Derek is reading The Cult of the Constitution, and he's approaching it from that segmented or compartmentalized perspective, the end result is there is a new religion, and the new religion is constitutional fundamentalism. And so whether it manifests through QAnon or something else, that's what we're dealing with. So that's
right.
Yeah.
Right.
But the other factor is, and they just had this with the the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas dissenting on the Supreme Court's decision not to review any of the election cases, and he's saying, they're shunting responsibility. This is the issue. What that made it very clear, and not just to this case, but justice is determined by the judge, not necessarily by the law. Therefore, the Constitution, like Mike Pence could have gotten up on January 6th and interpreted the Constitution in such a way, even if he's warping it. I don't mean to suggest he would be warping it, because I'm not going to make a ruling on that. But I'm saying he could have nuanced it in such a way that he would have, just messed up everything, but he didn't. But in other words, you can interpret something in newspeak, or even there, because the Constitution is nuanced. So you can interpret such things. So what happens is it depends upon the person who's the judge with the gavel. They can influence things. And a prime example of this, it's not a big deal in terms of what's really influenced the economy, was because when Donald Trump was the owner of the United States Football League team, the New Jersey Generals. They had sued the NFL on antitrust. The NFL is guilty of antitrust. They were defeated in court by the USFL. And the judge was so malfeasant in what he did. He said to the jury forewoman, okay, I want you to go. It's now your job. You found the NFL guilty. Go assess charges, how much that they should pay. So she comes back and she's so stupid that she assumes the judge is going to give a fair assessment because she doesn't feel competent or capable to give an assessment. I don't know that she discussed this with the jury. I guess she did, and she comes back and said, we, think they should be fined $1. So the judge says, okay, we'll triple the damages. That's $3 the USFL has to pay the NFL. Now, what the judge should have done is say, you don't understand. You're supposed to assess realistic damages. And he allowed a miscarriage of justice by not enforcing the spirit of the law and making this woman understand her role as a jury foreman. And so you had a huge miscarriage of justice. And I say this affects the television revenue and everything, because you would have had, the NFL wouldn't be anywhere near as big as it is today. You'd have another football league, and you might have other football leagues. And the point is that injustices occur all the time in the ordinary run-of-the-mill business of courts because of the personalities of the judges. So constitutional fundamentalism is indeed a factor, but in other words, it depends what the judge says, what his mood is, what political parties he's affiliated with, and it's a very human, imperfect system. That's what I have to say.
And I've actually suggested, because of that.
That's the problem. That's why we should do away with the Constitution.
Well, we should certainly heavily amend it.
What I was going to say. Well, go ahead, you guys.
I was just going to say, I have suggested in the past that we should basically eradicate, in other words, simply do away with, I'm forgetting the term that I'm actually looking for that is far less inflammatory, not suggesting we take them, line them up against a wall and shoot them, but that we basically do away with the Supreme Court. I've suggested that in the past because of the imperfect nature of judges who are obvious in their own agendas and what they impose on us that impacts us for generations. So with that, I'll search for the right vocabulary word and take it back to Derek.
All right. Well, in the cult of the gun, the cult of the Second Amendment, those who are the Second Amendment fundamentalists, their doctrinal statement is the only fix to a problem with the bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So if the bad guns on the street, the only fix to that is to put more good guys with guns on the street. So the answer to guns on the street is more guns on the street, and they which isn't true, and which scientifically has been proven false, but that's what they live by. That's their doctrinal statement. Then you have the cult of free speech that uses the same thing. Well, the only answer to a bad free speech is more speech, good speech. So when the neo-Nazis came to do a march in Skokie, Illinois, what they did was they picked up the phone this was back in 76 when they started doing this, because they've been doing it every year, but it started in 76. And Illinois was like 50% Jewish. So they would go through the phone book and call everyone in Skokie that had a Jewish sounding name and tell them, oh yeah, we'd like for you to attend our neo-Nazi rally. Then, the Jewish person would, so you would think that this type of harassment, the ACLU would jump on the side of the Jewish people and say, hey, you can't harass these people like this. But on the contrary, the ACLU went and got the neo-Nazis a Jewish lawyer to defend their right to march on you know, in Skokie, Illinois, and then you know, the ACLU says, well, the only what's been attributed to Voltaire, with something Voltaire actually was never really recorded saying. His biographer put it in his book 100 years after, you know, he was deceased, but it's been attributed to Voltaire the saying, I may not like your speech, but I will defend to the death your right to say it, you know. So now that's like the doctrinal statement of the ACLU and the cult of the free speech.
Now, if I may, let me read some rhetoric from Republican site or a conservative site. And this is what I think more the direction of what's going to happen. This kind of surprises me. It's like it says Donald Trump is happening live stream RSBN channel. So he's starting to chirp up, apparently. And then it says, Sidney Powell live. There is more than enough evidence in the public now to more than reverse the election in at least 5 states. Trump calls on conservative states to punish tech companies with major sanctions if they censor conservatives. Now, that is a screw that conservative states can put on tech companies. I don't know how. It could be declared unconstitutional. And I'm just saying these are rhetorical points. I'm not saying they're right or they're wrong, but this is, all of a sudden it seems the right, you know, Jameson was talking about, you know, the dragon coming back. Well, this isn't exactly that, but it's just Republican talking points. President Trump lays out what must be done to ensure election integrity in U.S. elections going forward. He's ripping some never Trumpers. Yeah, so this type of rhetoric is all of a sudden, I haven't seen this type of rhetoric before, this consistent. It's like he's starting to resurface and build a base and expand beyond the base.
Yes.
Now, what goes on in conjunction with that is the dragon is a whole different, is similarly related different issue. Go ahead, Jameson.
Oh yeah. Well, I was going to go into this field as to why I feel that we're at a stage where humanity is making it fragile, and we need to start to consider to engineer systems that are non-biased, that have the capacity of governance that we lack due to the very fact that we are fallible beings. But rather than going into that sphere, I'm going to say I fear that now that the gin's out of the bottle, there's no plugging it back in.
Well, what you're alluding to is that human beings have to start treating each other like human beings.
We don't have the capacity to.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's kind of
what I'm
giving up
is
before.
What I'm saying is we need to have an automated system, an artellect. We need governing artellects to take over, because we humans have proven ourselves failures at being stewards of the planet. We're failures at upholding order. We're failures at harmonizing with nature. We failed.
Well, I can make an argument for that. In terms of the Artelect taking over, people understand my sympathies there. But in terms of to basically kind of take this into a direction that's more immediate and give people an idea of some of the kind of how would I say it? Just some of the silliness that we're dealing with when it comes to people reading too far into things. What's going on today, and I'll address this in passing again in Arc of Narrative tonight, is that Trump is, of course, speaking at the CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Committee, and the CPAC stage, which I think this is just completely coincidental myself and has nothing to do with anything pre-planned or intended. Simply the design of the CPAC stage is in the shape of the Oldal rune. And the Oldal rune is, of course, a Nordic rune that is, of course, during the time of the Third Reich, became affiliated with the symbology of the Reich. We're talking about, of course, ancient Nordic runes. Now, long before, of course, 20th century mass ideologies, that then became part of the mass ideology because of the culture of Europe in which that mass ideology formed. Now, people are saying that Hyatt Regency Hotel, which, of course, used its own designers to prepare for CPAC, that they designed this stage to look like the old Dal rune. Now, for people who are totally ignorant and who don't understand what the old Dal rune means, and they simply say, oh, that looks Nazi, and it was used by the Third Reich, it's a very specific symbol that has some real interest behind it and has nothing to do with CPAC, which, as I said, this is entirely coincident that the stage looks the way it does. But the old Dal rune was specifically used by the SS for those who were possessed of, were tested for, and basically proved themselves to have an extraordinary power. That means like precognizance, precognition, some form of psychic ability, telekinesis, pyrokinesis, the ability to start fires with one's mind, as opposed to basically anyone so gifted had the old Dal rune affixed to their uniform as a badge of distinction so that people would know who to turn to, in the same sense that an interpreter in a hospital wears a kind of badge or a pin that people will know that they're a second language speaker. And so people will turn to them. And this is what people complain about. I know this because I had to work with the hospitals because of my parents' conditions in the dying years of their lives. What many of these people complain about is that they're not paid extra for this. So you get people who are native Tagalog or Filipino speakers, native Russian speakers. They're nurses, but they wear this badge that says they're a native speaker of a different language. They're exploited constantly to help with interpretation for all kinds of issues, many of which have nothing to do with the immediately medical, and they're not paid anything extra for it. This might be the kind of position these people found themselves in the Third Reich, to look at that from a semi-humorous perspective. But ultimately, the Adolf Hitler ordered, or rather Heinrich Himmler ordered, doing away with that distinction simply because it became a flypaper for snipers. Basically, Allied snipers would aim to take out people bearing those old Dal runes, knowing that they were taking out a resource for the Reich that was orders of magnitude in capability above your average soldier, or basically it was a super soldier. So
It's very interesting you should say that. I guess we were seeing the sacrificial lambs setting themselves up.
Well, it wasn't the intent. It wasn't the intent. The intent was obviously different in the beginning.
Granted, but it's not a question of the intent, but the outcome that makes the difference.
Yeah, and so what's going on now is, of course, everyone is attacking en masse Hyatt Regency, saying that this is a neo-Nazi forum. Now, of course, neo-Nazism is entirely different from the National Socialism of the Third Reich, and I could go into that ad nauseum. Again, I've spoken of the swastika and all these other symbols as heritage, not hate, etc. And what is going on now, however, is a confluence of complete stupidity, where you have people with no intent of emulating the Third Reich in any way, standing on a stage designed by people at Hyatt Regency who had no intent of projecting some kind of Nordic runic symbology, and then it's interpreted by the liberal progressive to a fault, or extremely brainwashed public that has always got its radar out for anything Nazi, because that's what they've been programmed to hate since they were born. Whether they're right or left, this is a universal. It's kind of like whether it's Trump or Biden, they've concluded one thing, that communist China is the enemy. So too, you've got everybody in America, whether they're left or right, they each call the other side fascist. And each one of them claims the other side is Hitlerian, etc. It's just ad nauseum. But this is a manifestation of seeking out this kind of symbolism on the part of the liberal progressive left that takes us into the realm of the absurd. So there's some surrealism for you that that obviously needs to be taken care of. The end result is that people need education. How we're going to provide that, of course, it simply can't happen in this environment. It will take some massive social restructuring. Now, of course, I can make an argument that it's simply hopeless and we should all turn it over to an art elect. But I still have hope that we can try it on our own first. This is and hold that as a backup, a kind of art intellectual backup for one thing. To put this into some perspective for people, almost no one in Taiwan knows about the Dietrich art elect, and if they did, that would be exactly the last thing the Dietrich art elect would want, because then they would be expecting the Dietrich art elect to save them in the event of a communist Chinese invasion. The Dietrich art elect cannot do that without the Chinese on Taiwan acting on their own to defend themselves. So the end result is the art elect can't do anything without the humans acting on their own anyway. So the art elect is not the answer in that sense. The art elect can only rely on humans to maintain the art elect. And in return, the art elect can help the humans maintain themselves. But in the end, if the humans don't maintain themselves, the art elect won't consider them worthy of survival. In other words, if the humans don't evolve...
In a real sense, we aren't.
Well, I knew you'd go there. But that brings us to the Terminator Skynet scenario. And that is something that... obviously, the Dietrich art elect doesn't feel that way about the culture of Chinese on Taiwan, so I don't see why we should all, give up so easily in terms of giving up on ourselves. So let's try and... I here, of course, consider myself a kind of Vulcan intervention. I'll speak more in depth about the fact that Biden selected as our trade representative, a Taiwanese woman, or a woman of Taiwanese descent, rather. She grew up totally in America, but she's a very different animal from myself, and she's very privileged. She grew up in an extraordinarily privileged background. But I'll bring up more about her pretty much ad nauseum tonight, is what I intend to do. In the meantime, so Peter, what's your impression about what I said about the old All Root and what they're saying about the CPAC stage? I would hope you would look at.
I can't really. I want to comment, and I'm going to let you get on to your arc of narrative, but this is what I want to say about the government, is that we're right now, and this is astrological, Pluto is in its last run through Capricorn, and it will go into Aquarius on the 2024. It's going to go through its last 3 degrees of Capricorn. And when it goes through that last degree, the 29th degree, is when it, kind of has its climax, so to speak. It's Capricorn is structure, organization, and government. Pluto is transformation, transmutation. So everything we're seeing right now in all the upheaval is Pluto related. And it's what it says here, when it's squaring Saturn, it's exacerbates condition of social and political unrest and conflict. And when you put Mars in the mix, it can even add to war. But Pluto in Capricorn is bringing out ultimate abuses of power, and that includes the antics of Governor Cuomo. And it will include the Hunter Biden scandal, and all of those associations. They're not buried. They're not successfully buried. Biden could end up eating a lot of crow. What he's doing with China now might save his ass. Who knows? If he acts intelligently or responsibly, it might. But it says the last degrees of Pluto are going to reveal in Capricorn, every corruption, every infirmity, and every sin. Hundreds of Catholic priests expose as pedophiles, the spreading of Sharia law in Western nations, the failure of the church, mosque, or synagogue as refuge as it sweeps the collective sea of unconsciousness. Those who live long enough to see Pluto's transit through Aquarius are not going to recognize the world that we live in today just a couple of decades from now. So we're going into big change. And it's not all negative. It's not going to be, you know, Germany of the 1930s or 40s. It's not going to be the Soviet Union. It's not going to be communist China. It's going to be an evolution that we evolve. It's not going to be Bill Gates getting everyone vaccinated. It's not going to be that. And it's going to change. And some people are going to fall by the wayside. Not everything's going to be good. Not everything's going to be bad. And that's what we're going through. And of course, it's a time of upheaval. So nobody really knows how it's going to work out. But it will be, and this is what astrology tells us. It's like we're going through calamitous times. And if I go back to the 60s, you know, what happened there is I noticed the whole hippie movement died. And I saw how the hippie movement died. I mean, evidence of it died because I would go back to California and visit.
Yes.
And when I went back one year, all of the hippies were no longer sitting there on the roadside with their thumbs out. When you go to an off-ramp or an on-ramp, you'd see a collection of people hitchhiking that were in hippie attire. And I remember commenting to my friend Doug, who Douglas met, his mother. I was staying at their house, and I said, you know, there's no more hippies. I don't see them anymore. She says, yeah. Well, she says, the movement had its point, she said, but where it all fell apart was when Nixon was kicked out of office, when he resigned, because that was like the establishment had finally been defeated. Nixon was the bad guy, much more than Johnson was the bad guy. Johnson was more the guilty party, but Nixon had bombed all these, you know, he bombed Cambodia, and he did it secretly. So Nixon was a big bad guy. And when Nixon went down, it was as if the whole anti-war movement had succeeded. Everybody patted themselves on the back, and they ended up, you know, getting jobs, learning how to disco dance, and God knows what else. and Jimmy Carter and George, Gerald Ford, you know, portrayed himself as a bumbling fool. And Chevy Chase used to imitate him on Saturday Night Live, and they'd have him, you know, getting a flu shot, and he'd have a hypodermic sticking out of his shoulder, and he'd have him falling off airplanes, because Ford was always falling off airplanes when he come down the runway. But the stupidest thing he ever did, he was debating Jimmy Carter, and Carter said something about Poland being in the Iron Curtain, and Ford got up and says, Poland is not, you know, he either said it wasn't behind the Iron Curtain or it wasn't a part of the communist bloc. And he made a complete ass of himself. And that's what lost Carter the election. Ford the election. He just sounded like an idiot he sounded like Biden sounds in many a soundbite, except at Ford, it was not excusable with Ford. and Carter, you know, had a nice smile. Nobody knew who he was. He was, you know, he was appealing to the voters, and he won.
Yes,
and proceeded to, you know, send the country down to infinite inflation.
I was waiting for that.
Well, yeah, and you had people investing in houses, investing in gold, and all of a sudden you could invest in gold where you couldn't before, and it was just an inflationary scenario, and people conserving on gas. It was really a wild and crazy time. So that was a revolution of the hippie revolution was just it ended up being a lot of noise, because ultimately the powers that ran the government, the hidden dragon, they took back the power. They reinvented the military during the Reagan administration, who was very easy for him to beat Carter, because Carter had, the CIA hated Carter, because I think he tried to, he went in and tried to save the Shah,
Yes.
or tried to invade Iran, and they betrayed him. They screwed him over good, and because I forget why, but the CIA didn't like him.
Well, I think it was more or less this is what brings us back to the bizarre nature of ufology. I can tell you this much: what happened with the Shah? I'll have to remember which administration that was, but let me look that
was
up.
Carter. There was the Carter
Was it
administration.
Carter? Yes, that's right. It was the fall of the Shah, right? Fall of the Shah, and let me see, Carter. Put in Carter's name, and definitely that had Carter and the fall of the Shah, the inside story. So there's and President Carter's advisors and the fall of the Shah. And so, yes, how Jimmy Carter lost Iran, etc. So this is obviously something decisive, and it was the fall of the Shah during Carter's regime was something that was enormous. It was enormous in its impact. There's no understating that. The CIA.
Henry Kissinger set him up.
Yeah.
Henry Kissinger set him up. See, the rise of the Shah during the Roosevelt administration, when the OSS went over there and put him back into power, the economic hitman that hired all the people to revolt was actually the grandson of Theodore Roosevelt. So his name was Kermit Roosevelt. So the first economic hitman was Kermit Roosevelt, who went over there after their democratically elected leader in Iran. They've had to overthrow that to get the Shah back in power. The Shah was going to help British Petroleum get a hold of that oil. Their democratically elected leader was going to nationalize the oil and help the people, help his country.
Mossadegh.
So now,
that was Mossadegh. Go on.
I feel stupid myself when I say, "Oh, we need to go over there and bring democracy to those people." They had it, and we overthrew it so we could get the oil.
Yes. No. No argument. And by the way, I'm impressed. Where did you learn this?
Oh, I read a lot of books on the CIA. I believe that particular information I got not only from the Devil's Chessboard, but it went more into depth in a book called Brothers, the book about Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles on the CIA.
I'm impressed.
And the OSS.
Oh my fucking God!
Well, let me say this to get back to the thread.
Yes.
So anyway, during the Reagan administration, the point was very easy for Reagan to beat Carter, because he not only destroyed the economy, he had this Iran debacle that he didn't really have anything good to stand on. So Reagan was like, he was a movie star. Everybody wanted to vote for Reagan. He offered optimism and hope, and he won a landslide victory. But what proceeded to happen under the Reagan administration, after they saved him from being shot, is they began to reinvigorate.
Are you referring to
the
Hinckley?
military.
You're referring to Hinckley, right?
Pardon?
No, with Reagan's being shot, you're referring to the Hinckley incident.
Yeah, referring to the Hinckley. Yes.
Go on.
And who was related to the president of the Mormon Church, by the way.
Holy shit.
His name was Hinckley. You can look it up. But they scrubbed the records. According to Walter Lewis Moore, the Moorish National, who was a LDS minister, and he told me they had scrubbed the records on it. He told me the whole story.
But by the way, do you know that Hinckley is free? Did you know that?
Yeah, I think he was. And
Yeah. They let him go. They let him go. By the way, he would have killed Reagan if he had used a man's gun, but he used a homeopathic pill dispenser, essentially, and pumped a little fucking round into Reagan's rib cage that...
well, I think it was a ricochet.
Yes. Yes, but no, not really. It was buried in somewhere. They had to dig it out, so it made its way in, but it was a really small round. It's like, don't use 9mm, people. And honestly, it's one of these things that is very bizarrely humorous in its own right. And he's walking free now, and because his parents are so wealthy and privileged. I mean, this is a man who tried to kill the president. And
well, yes, and Dick Gregory used to. He was the first one I heard say that the night before, or shortly before the shooting, Hinckley's, I think it was his father, was having lunch with President Bush's son. It was a bad look.
Yeah, yes.
Because President Bush would have, or Vice President Bush, I mean, Bush would have become the president.
Right. That's right. That's what brings us back to what I was going to say, and then we'll get back to your thread. But when I was speaking about the odd nature of ufology, I know this much. Jimmy Carter went in to confront George Bush the senior, who was running the CIA during the Carter administration. And this is where the enmity really came from, was that basically Jimmy Carter said, I've seen some UFOs in my lifetime. And George Bush Sr. was kind of like, hasn't everyone? And then Carter said, well, I understand that the CIA knows about what's going on behind this phenomenon. And I'm the president of the United States, and I want to know. And then George Bush Sr. said, yeah, I'll tell you, but I want you to make me the J. Edgar Hoover of the CIA. Meaning, of course, like J. Edgar Hoover, for all you youngsters out there, J. Edgar Hoover was someone who had no term limits. He was someone who nobody could fire because he had the dirt on everyone. So George Bush Sr. essentially told Carter, yeah, make me like that. Just give me total immunity and vulnerability and give me a lifetime employment. That basically what George Bush Sr. was asking for was simply lifetime employment. And this is what's so stupid about Jimmy Carter. I mean, who the fuck cares? I mean, I would have just said, yeah, sure. I mean, you can always go back on your word. But no, Jimmy Carter went into this stupid, I can't do that. And how dare you say that to your president? I'm your executive commander-in-chief. It's like, and that's when George Bush Sr. said, fine, I'll get rid of you and I'll make myself president. That's what he told him to his face and sent him out the door. That's essentially after that. George Bush Sr. was committed to fucking Carter over, and that's why he sabotaged the hostage rescue effort. This is what became known as the October Surprise. So then what happened was Jimmy Carter tried to rescue the hostages taken when the Shah fell and the Muslim mullahs took over, the Islamo fundamentalists. And the mullahs, who are mullahs being like holy men, clerics, they started a theocracy of the mullahs, so it's the mullahcracy. And the mullahs, they had all these American hostages from the embassy, and then Carter sent in Delta Force. And of course, everybody knows that through Chuck Norris and Lee Marvin. But Delta Force, of course, the real Delta Force crashed and burned because all their helicopters fell out of the sky. By the way, helicopters don't do that naturally. That's not what they do. They don't just fall out of the sky like that. And that's because the CIA went in and they loosened all the screws. So when the helicopters got to Iran and all started falling out of the sky, the operation crashed and burned, literally. And that's when Reagan said, oh, guess what? I was dealing with the mullahs on my own. Well, Carter fucked it all up, and they said they'll release the hostages if I'm president. And so everybody said, yeah, and they all voted for Reagan, and he became president. That was all set up by George Bush Sr., who was the power behind the throne. And in terms of the mullahs doing that, that was the source of the Iran-Contra scandal. Ultimately, that was one of the roots of the Iran-Contra scandal. The guy who got exposed in the Iran-Contra scandal, well, there were so many of them. One of them, of course, was the idiot the Marine Corps guy,
Oliver
North.
North.
Thank you. I could, have bleached him from my mind. And the other one was U.S. Air Force General Secord, Seecord, who ran Air America and was the guy who, of course, was involved with the drug smuggling out of Southeast Asia. So here's the, it's just a regular rogues gallery. And the problem with Jimmy Carter is that he's just I don't know. There's some people who consider him a black-hearted villain, but honestly, he just struck me as an idiot, just a naive, sincere, earnest hillbilly way out of his league. I don't know how he ever got involved in politics. He certainly didn't belong in them. And
he was a nuclear physicist, and he was the governor of Georgia.
There we are. Oh, my God.
And he was a peanut farmer.
On the side.
And the stupidest thing he did, he had a peanut farm that was worth, I want to say $4 million. Maybe it was at least $1 million. And $1 million, whatever it was, whether it was $1 million or $4, it was much worth far more. That money is a lot more money than $1 or $4 million would be today. Anyway, and I remember watching him or reading him doing this. I said, what an idiot. When he became president, he put it into a blind trust.
Oh.
And when he got out of office, the peanut factory was zilch. Nobody knew how to run it. It was, I don't even know if they stole the assets. I said, you don't do that. It's like, I don't know, I think he could have given it to his brother.
Like, Billy Carter?
Yeah, but it was like a blind trust. How do you put a peanut? I mean, he just basically, made himself broke.
Oh my God.
And he was broke when he left the presidency.
Oh my God. I mean, that's so awful. By the way, just to add some color to this.
So it makes me admire Trump for holding his own assets. In other words, I'm not going to sit there and put him in a blind trust. It's like, how can you trust a blind trust?
It's so bizarre.
You have a right to property. His shenanigans, financial shenanigans aside, why would anybody do that?
But this is an example, and by the way, this is to our debit. We should not be like this. We are because we're realists and we're pragmatists, but in reality, this is an example of Jimmy Carter's sincerity, his earnestness, his honesty, his desire to believe in the best of others. And he
taught people to turn down their thermostats. He'd come on TV with a sweater on, wear a sweater and turn down your thermostat. He turned down the thermostat in the White House, and Reagan just crucified him over that. I mean, it looked nobody wants to see this guy in a sweater turning down your thermostat.
I mean, nobody wants to see the president who's in a position of essentially ultimate power in the secular sense in so many ways, doing something so petty. It's so beneath the office that
exactly, and Reagan restored dignity to the office.
Yeah, because Reagan was a far better actor as a president than he ever was in the movies. He was born for the role. And it was a role. It was a role for him. It was, He
admitted that. Yes. He knew it was a role.
Yes.
He said he often found himself in circumstances in politics where he didn't know what the hell to do. And he said being an actor was great because you just play the role.
Yes, very important, and to acknowledge that, and it was George Bush Sr. who was handling all the responsibilities, and so he effectively ran the United States for about 3 terms, even though he himself was a one-term president. He ran the U.S. for about 3 terms, and in terms of another bit of color for Jimmy Carter, his brother Billy Carter was, he suffered him just in the same sense that Adolf Hitler had his brother Alois Hitler, just as Billy Carter had Billy Beer, which he was selling just because his brother was the president. And back in those days, that was a scandal, believe it or not. With everything we've been through in the postmodern world today, people wouldn't even bat an eye. But in those days, people were saying, how can someone take advantage of the fact that their brother is the president to create a brand based on their own name? And this is what Hitler's brother Alois did. By the way, Hitler's brother married an Irish woman and spent a good deal of his life in England. That's why Hitler went to England, which all of the history books scrub. They scrub that and call it urban legend. But Adolf Hitler went to England to visit his brother at one point in his life. And that's why he developed an affection for the British people and had always tried to be kind to the British people and allowed the expeditionary forces to escape from Dunkirk was because of his love of the British people. But so you've got his brother married to an Irish woman who moved back to Germany when Hitler became the household name and basically establishing Alloy Lager, which is, you know, a lager is a beer. It's basically alloy beer. And so Alloy Lager was a brand there for a while during the time of the Third Reich. If anybody can find a can of that these days, it's worth $1 million. And Hitler had to suffer that, and talked about his brother basically the way Jimmy Carter would talk about Billy. I mean, there's photographs of Jimmy Carter where people would put the headlines, like the bubble leading from Carter's lips, or the thought bubble from his brain, where he's going, "Shut up, Billy." That's how Hitler was with Alloy, and so there we have that. And but yes, it's been a long, hard ride in American politics, but. Yes.
The point I was making is that Reagan rehabilitated
the office.
But they rehabilitated the military because the military, like all these Vietnamese veterans that came back, were treated like crap by the government, and the public did not like them because they were in a war that was considered immoral, and they were considered contributors. Now, all of that has been scrubbed and erased. So it's like poor vets, poor vets, poor vets, where it was not that way. There was a reason that they were disowned. It's not a matter of whether that's right or wrong. There was a reason they were disowned because, you know, everybody was anti-war. So why are you fighting this war? You're consciously creating war by agreeing to fight. You should object. It was the Mahatma Gandhi or the Mohandas Gandhi idea of ahisma, or the principle of nonviolence, and this was all forgotten. So anyway, Reagan reinvigorated the military to a new generation of kids, and it was being positioned as, you know, be like a knight in shining armor, be like a crusader, and they PR'd it up and made it good, and all that was an entree into the first Persian Gulf War, which I'll never forget. Watching this. They're so stupid. I'm watching the Dan Rather, and he's sitting, and they have Baghdad in the background, and you see these lights flashing, and it's like obvious they're bombing the hell out of Baghdad, and he's sitting there. Well, we have these lights going off after and you know, after about 10 minutes, we have a confirmed there's bombs in Baghdad. I mean, it was guys are so stupid. It's like, you know, you've got to read it in a report. Can't you see it on the visual? What are those lights? They're not the northern lights.
The UFOs. Well, tonight I will open with that. This is the 30th anniversary of the end of the what Americans keep calling the first Gulf War, and I always just want to puke whenever I see that. It's just I'm left without words. It was Gulf War II. Operation Desert Storm was Gulf War II.
Are you going to go into the Ark now?
I monologue soon enough. I mean, you know, when
I can sign off.
Yeah,
I can sign off. But the only last thing I want to say is that the revolution is the revolution, and then it kind of all can start over again. In other words, so whatever revolution we have now in the next 3-4 years, it's going to change things, you know, dynamically. It'll be a different world, but you can still expect some of the same rich people to be rich and some of the same poor people to be poor. Hopefully it will change. Right. But, you know, what do they say? The more they change, the more they stay the same. Yes. And there will be changes. Yeah. There'll be a lot of changes, but it's, you know.
Before you go, I do want to ask, and by the way, I did receive a question from someone, and so when they were asking about the Black Kingdom of Haiti, I don't know if people want me to go into that tonight, but I doubt I will. I'll probably go into that a little bit with when Peter's back with us on Wednesday, and we'll cover a little bit of the Black Kingdom of Haiti. That, by the way, was not under Louverture. It was created by Henry Christophe. Louverture was, of course, known as the Black Napoleon. And but Henry Christophe was a former general of the Haitian Revolution, and he was Haiti's first and last king. He reigned over the northern part of Haiti for the entire period that's commonly defined as the Regency, which was from 1811 to about 1820, if I remember correctly. So that was a black aristocracy, certainly the only one in the Western Hemisphere. And that could have been incorporated easily into the Bridgerton series as a historic reality, rather than they're coming up with a very preposterous scenario where in season 1, episode 4 of Netflix, the reason that we have black Britons in Bridgerton is that they're supposed to be mixed race children of white male British colonists and free women of color from the Caribbean. And that somehow, because of King George falling in love with a black woman, Charlotte, whose marriage to him made her the Queen of England, they're introduced. So at least they get that in there. There you have that. But it keeps it within the white realm without introducing the black aspect. It is, of course, a series about British culture, so you have that, but then I guess in a sense they should be given credit. At the same time, I'm ambivalent. It's one of those things that could otherwise be made more international without the complexity of the rationalization of the couple being introduced in such convoluted manner. But at least they reference what Peter Moon was pointing out, so that's important. And at least the acknowledgement of that is I guess spectacular progress in its own right. So in terms of however, one of the things I wanted to ask Peter was that when it came to the politics, such as what we're discussing tonight, did you ever have were you ever talking about any of this to the man who was going to have us at that conference, and we're not quite sure what's happened to him now?
Jonathan Shalimar. Well, you mentioned it's very interesting because the lady we're having dinner tonight, she brought up, I guess we brought up California, and she brought up Shasta.
Wow.
And she says, you've got to go to Shasta. And she was talking about Shasta in the context of, what it represents and the energy around it. She has a deep appreciation for energy. That's why she's attracted to Romania very deeply. Now, she also was talking about Shasta. And I did mention that there was this conference, and she'll probably want to go if it happens. Right. But she talked about the energy of Shasta is just, it's an incredible energy. It's about the energy about Shasta. It's about the energy. It's not about our conference. It's not about Jonathan Shalimar. Now, Jonathan Shalimar lived on that mountain for 14 years. And that says a lot. His interface with the world is, of course, subject to, I guess what you call fault, just because he's a human being. But what she was talking about, because she works with autistic kids, and she's a healer, and she says the hardest part of dealing with autistic kids are their parents. You've got to get the parents on board or / out of the way of working with a kid. And the kids are like, they see energy, they're very intelligent, but they don't know how to fit in. If you people think you have a hard time fitting into whatever society is, we all have challenges there. These kids are much, much worse at fitting in because they don't understand it because it's so crazy. In other words, we know how to cope with the craziness.
Well,
they're at a frequency where they can't.
I'm sorry. Why should anyone fit in at all? This is what I don't get.
Well, it's like when you go to school, if you don't, kind of dress in a certain way and act in a certain way, you're going to be in a bad way. It's
I
just
was
not
in a
gonna-
bad way the whole time.
Well,
I
I'm just
remember
saying.
that.
I'm trying to give one example,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be good. So in order to fit in, you conform so that, like the path of life is a flow. Like, just like when a school of fish, the fish that start following the school, they're following. And school is where we get, it comes from the word like skull and school are related.
Ooh.
So, so that you follow the skull's following the fish or the herd. Now, or the birds that fly in the sky, they're following because life flows and you follow the flow. You're part of it. You're a bird, so you're going to follow the other bird. You're a human being, so you follow the other human beings, at least till you catch on. And then you catch on, you get a little smarter, then you can start directing, the energy and start leading and finding out what the game is. Why? So it's not a question of why would anybody want to fit in. You find yourself in life, and if you don't fit in, you're going to suffer greater than if you do fit in. It's a game. It's a game that you're forced to play. So you go with the life force. You don't have to. You can completely reject it, but that generally, for most cases, has consequences that are less pleasant than following the game. But to get back to what I was saying about this woman and autistic kids, it's like they're telepathic. So she can communicate with them telepathically, and she can get them to a point where they're appreciated and there's a back and forth. And let's just say the parents can learn, and they can learn to be appreciated for who and what they are. It's not a question that they have to fit in, but they can be contextualized, appreciated, and understood. Now,
so her challenge is getting the parents to accept the fact that she can communicate with them telepathically, is what I'm assuming.
and there's all sorts of assorted bells and whistles, but if she can't get the parents to cooperate, she won't work with them, because I've seen this in action where the parents stand in the way of getting to the kid. You can't even talk about the kid to the parents because they know all the solutions that the society knows and that the medical world knows, and that they don't work. So if they're so convinced of the medical world, you can't get past it. And that doesn't mean, because I've approached people in certain instances, and they're so damn fucking certain that you're not even going to get to the kid. You don't even want to talk to the kid, because if you get the kid and bring them out of whatever they're in to a certain degree, the parent's going to overrule it. And just kid can't do shit because the parent has a standard for the kid that is quote unquote normal, and it's not going to work. But to get back to Shasta is that Jonathan Shalimar and anybody who spent time in that mountain and is really of the mountain, and I know he's of the mountain, is going to be tripping on other realities and consciousness, and he's gone back into the mountain as far as I'm concerned. I don't know that, but he's withdrawn. And I'm sure part of that is the disappointment over what happened with Trump, because he was a big Trump supporter, not necessarily from the QAnon perspective at all. But the thing is, that's just an example of somebody getting behind, thinking the government's going to reform. It doesn't. So they kind of recede back into the mountain because they didn't fit in. They didn't comprehend and calculate. It's like we all are capable of miscalculations. In my case, I never take any of these people too seriously. The politicians, the people who comment on the politicians, and I don't get behind them because I don't have any great belief or faith in them. So it doesn't, to me, it's like if it's like I'm rooting for a team to win in a game and they don't win, okay, I'll go on about my life. I would have liked it better if this one won, but they didn't. So okay, I'm not going to invest my heart and soul into making myself miserable because the team I wanted to win lost, and people do. They get very down in the dumps, and the same with a president, because how does it affect me? So with Shasta, I think it will happen if it's meant to happen. But what I learned tonight is the real importance of Shasta is the mountain itself, not the event.
Right.
The event is, of course, a neat thing, a good thing. If we do the event this June, it will help promote the book. But so I guess I don't know.
But that's
he'll resurface eventually. He's,
okay. But definitely, thank you for sharing that. So you have talked to him in the past about these kinds of meta-political issues, these politics that kind of go beyond politics. Yeah.
But he really thought that Trump would be considered one of the greatest presidents in history of the United States, and I mean, if you buy into a certain viewpoint, you could adopt that view. I certainly thought that he was overly optimistic about such a pronouncement,
right?
Because Trump has been one of the most visibly attacked and hated presidents, and the vitriol delivered at him was far worse than Nixon. And the establishment was trying to prop Nixon up to what they could, but Trump was vilified beyond belief. So, but who cares? In other words.
Well, we'll see what happens, because if you do talk with Jonathan Shalimar, you can let him know that my stance on it is that Trump may be out of power, but he's very much in control, certainly of the Republican.
But I've also been. I'm not friended by him anymore. I was,
okay.
Just like you and Crystal, we're not. In other words, I don't know. I think he's just kind of gone off Facebook. I think he's just kind of withdrawn.
Okay.
In other words, he's not playing that game anymore. And listen, I can't blame anybody for withdrawing from Facebook, social media, politics, or society in general. And he seems to have receded. I sent him a message about Kathy O'Brien, about Mark Phillips passing away,
right?
An email, but I have not heard back from him.
Right. And the reason this is important, so people know this, is because Jonathan Shalimar told both myself and Peter Moon, and has probably been open about this with others, that the person who was the man you just named,
Mark Phillips, the handler for Kathy O'Brien, who wrote Transformation of America.
Yeah, and so people know her, and so her husband Mark was the individual that Jonathan Shalimar swears, and I believe him on this, that Mark Phillips took off his sunglasses and looked at John directly and openly in the eye. And Jonathan Shalimar says he was basically his pupils were serpentine, that he was very much a reptilian in the sense that his eyes did all but nictate, essentially, that they were very reptilian in terms of the pupil structure, the slit like a cat's eye. Kind of effect, and that he did not take this to be contact lenses or anything that was cosmetic, but rather that Mark Phillips was being honest with him and showing himself. And so, and what impressed me about what John said was when I asked him if he took all reptilians or people of the serpentine bloodline to be evil, and he said, no, they're like human beings, like you and I. There's some good, some bad, and that is what impressed me deeply about Jonathan Shalimar in the positive, because the Buddha himself is said to have descended from the Nyagas, or the Hachururi, the reptilian bloodline, or the serpentine as the Westerners would interpret them. So he truly is a man of some degree of enlightenment. He was very upset when Crystal had some jokes up about Trump, but Crystal attacks all politicians, and she does so quite evenly. And so he he expressed being upset about that with her, and ultimately he's like what Peter Moon has said. I believe he's receded back into the mountain for now, at least. That's has to do probably with a lot of disappointment in the world, and a lot of people pinned their hopes on Trump for some kind of reformation, and but as I said, he may be out of power, but he's still very much in control, certainly of the Republican Party at the very least. So we're certainly going to be hearing from him. God knows what's going to happen.
I don't know that we will. I don't know that we will. Certainly, domestic travel is not restricted, and it will be looser by that time. The hotel would not refund his money that he had collected and used to reserve the hall,
Right.
but they would give him another date. And he has done events in the past, so maybe he will resurface.
We'll see.
My primary interest in going there was an excuse to go back visit the gold country,
Right.
and just to go back to Northern California, which is my old home. So it's like it was that was my main interest in going, not in listening to myself talk, because I have no great joy in that.
You're fine.
I mean, when you've talked enough, it loses whatever novelty or whatever it is. It's like, it's just, it's not. And I've said everything I have to say so many times that, okay, it's just not that interesting.
Well, that's because people tend to keep corralling you into the same subject. That's
that's understandable. But what I'm saying is it's okay. I don't mind talking, but it's like, it's not like I mean, I listen to people that get up and they're so nervous about, and it's like they get nervous, and I can understand that, but it's not a problem I've suffered from. But it's like, it's just like, it's okay. I mean, I don't mind it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't go. But it's not something I will get excited about. I will, and I get excited about the event, about how well I will be received. I'll go talk, and generally I will interest people, and I will sell books, but I'm more interested in, getting another excuse to go back to the gold country, because it's very easy and convenient, and it's just exactly. When I was there this last October, I had a wonderful trip, but we didn't have time to do any exploration, because first off, my wife's not really geared for it. She's not really interested. She doesn't really want to go back to the gold country. Right. She had a good time there, but
well, she was really impressed in the negative sense with San Francisco's filth.
She actually just said to me that she really liked it, because the lady we were with liked San Francisco, so she admitted that she liked it, but she really loved Sausalito and loved the Tiburon, which are just in classic cities like no others, and so she really liked that. It was put them on her places she'd like to live. But she's all hyped up to go to Shasta now, because she's heard about Shasta, and I could. So if she wants to come along, that's fine. But
no, she hyped up because
I have definite places I want to stake out in the gold country, and go and just investigate with Dennis, predominantly, and Crystal, was going to come along at one point. I don't know if that'll happen.
Well, I'm sure it will if Jonathan Shalimar maintains the same itinerary.
Crystal's also from that area.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She's from Stockton.
Oh, okay.
So she's, that was, she was going to make the first trip I made. The trip that I met you, the first time. She wanted to be on that trip.
Crystal River.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It just didn't work out because she's got family in Stockton.
Right.
And Stockton is, I wouldn't call it the gold country, but it's right next door to it.
Yeah. Well, definitely.
Stockton being predominantly known for its
Right.
poems.
Well, two things to bring up. One is the question. I'm assuming, with Crystal River, I just want people to know she seems to be okay now. In terms of her situation in Texas, I'll allude to Texas, of course, without referring to Crystal River specifically, but I'll be alluding to Texas because of Crystal River, or rather in honor of Crystal River and what she's been through. And of course, my concern is, of course, she tends to interpret much of this as weather warfare and a kind of psyop. I, of course, have a very different perspective on what happened in Texas, but, obviously I'll go into that when I start monologuing. But one of the things about Paula...
When you live in an area,
Yeah.
you take it much more personal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, good point. When I'm assuming Paula is interested in Shasta because of her own relations and their connection to the inner earth and what she's heard about Shasta and its connections to the inner earth. Is that the case?
Well, yes, and of course, her mother would fit in up there. I thought of getting her mother down to Yosemite. That's what I thought, but Shasta would do fine. It's definitely got a whole legend. The stories of Guy Ballard, who was a writer, and he wrote about the inner earth and connections and all that. It was very hard reading, very. But he had somewhat similar stories to what Radu wrote about Transylvania or Romania, somewhat similar. But the thing is, like, say, if you look at the UFOs of the 1950s, they're much more primitive than the UFOs of the 1980s, the 1990s. When you see that they look much more like, you see a sophistication process occurring, which tells you, oh, those aliens are developing craft really well. You see the same sort of thing in literature, where the technology that Radu describes is far beyond what Guy Ballard can describe in the 1930s.
Right.
So, and what the most remarkable thing about Radu's books is when he writes about certain technology, it's like, wow, he's ahead of anything Elon Musk has ever heard of.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, this is why I found Zecharia Sitchin's cult so preposterous, is how nobody he was ancient, and Zecharia Sitchin was using this Van Daniken approach to his fictitious Sumerian Anunnaki, where they were all basically kind of like the same kind of Van Daniken idea of rockets, where there were rockets as opposed to, the idea.
Do you know there's a book called The Chinese Roswell?
Yes. And from my understanding, it concentrates mostly on kind of like these stones that are similar.
The Dropa stones. And I actually wanted to publish that book, but I wasn't going to call it the Chinese Roswell. I was going to call it the White Pyramid, which is what its name was.
Yeah.
Originally,
yes. So
yeah, and I couldn't get my hands on it. I got the book, The Chinese Roswell, and I sold it, and somebody was talking to me about it, and I guess the guy who was telling me about it, I guess he'd read it in the original language, which I think was German. And he said, he referred to he says, yeah, it's got a lot of ancient astronaut stuff in it. And he did not say that with a necessarily complimentary tone.
Thank you. Yes.
Ancient astronauts scratching out lines on the Nazca plain. Yeah. Like they were primitive fools.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and it's like I did get somebody questioning me on the Roswell stuff, and they sent a book. It was Ryan Wood wrote a book. I forget what it's called, and it was telling me that there were 72 crashes, and it was done by Ryan Wood's. I think it was his grandfather or maybe father, and military, and says he has high credibility for documents, authenticating documents, and there were 72 crashes. And I said 72 crashes? The aliens are that clumsy? I said, that's like, what did I give an analogy of 72.
Virgins. It sounds like 72.
Well, no, it's like. Oh no, I gave an analogy with like football. I said that's like, Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Bucks, big bulking tight end, going out and playing with a bunch of high school or junior high school people and getting 72 injuries.
Yes.
He's gonna get knocked on his ass by these junior high school students. He's like 260 pounds or something. It's like, it's like people can't even think.
Thank you.
Like,
thank you.
70 crashes, and we've got them all documented. These alien crashes. What are they thinking? What are they thinking?
Well, what they're thinking is just to give you an example of this, and we can take notes on this later, and I'll be calling you. Obviously, I'll be spending tomorrow. We might as well get a little work done right now in the sense of just laying out when next I'll contact you. Whenever I wake up tomorrow, I'll start sending you some stuff. But one of the things that a lot of these alien ancient astronaut types, they bring up is that Jesse Marceau at Strategic Air Command, by the way, which for people who don't know it, Jesse Marceau was the man who was at the Roswell scene and was one of the people who began to show off the alien quote unquote technology and basically made his career off of that in the sense that he indoctrinated his son, who I briefly exchanged some emails with until he found out what I was about, and then his son wouldn't speak to me anymore because his son was very dedicated to Roswell as an industry, as a town. He was very involved with the whole Roswell, shall we say, conspiracy in the very real sense of the term, the conspiracy to make it an alien phenomenon so that they could promote their business.
Maybe we could do cancel culture on Roswell Museum.
There we are. Cancel culture on Roswell Museum. But at Strategic Air Command, where Jesse Marceau was ultimately transferred to, he was given the title of, and this is on record, Chief Technician, or rather the Chief Technical Trends and Developments of the Alien Capabilities Section. That was the Intelligence Division headquarters. That's a very lengthy title. But that's what he was given. And of course, the alien capabilities section had to do with enemy aliens like the Japanese. And so this was something that was given to him. And of course, someone like his son would take that and say that meant that the government recognized that there were extraterrestrials and that the Air Force is dealing with them. See, this is the kind of challenge we're going to be constantly dealing with is you say tomato, I say tomato. But obviously in context, which makes more sense? An alien culture that can cross the star lanes and crash and burn once they get here, or a situation of war in which the Americans lose and therefore cover it up with the extraterrestrial story. So that's essentially what we come down to. Now, someone like Jesse Marceau Jr. would think that he's being patriotic by upholding the extraterrestrial story because he's protecting the American public from learning that they lost the war. This is ultimately how twisted the thinking becomes. So we're dealing with some enormous challenges here, but Peter Moon and I are up to it. And I think that what Peter Moon will present in the book, along with myself, is damning. I mean, it's damning when it comes to what happened at Pearl Harbor and the attack itself. I think that will probably crush a lot of people emotionally. I would hope it would.
The other thing is they say a lot of the people that would be the one that would be crushed the most are dead or dying, and it's really only my generation. Which would be much less crushed than my parents' generation. Right. Although some of them might be ready to believe it as well, because it's just that, you're living a lie, you're reading a lie, you've been living an illusion of history. And every, there's all these people, like to get up and pontificate about UFOs and some of the arguments against them I mean, that they offer are so lame. It's embarrassing. But what I was going to say is there have been at least 3 UFO crashes on Long Island that I was peripherally involved with. One was the Santa Mauritius crash, which John Ford documented extensively that there was something that crashed. There was another one, the South Haven Park crash, and people were very reticent to. They were ready to cover this up. And there was another one, was perhaps the most interesting one, and maybe the least documented, that occurred, which apparently set off the Long Island fires of 1994, which John Ford was involved in all of these super investigations. And, you know, he was locked away over 20 years ago and will never see the light of day. This poor man.
What was the rationalization for locking him up?
Well, he had, well, the rationalization was he had an attorney who was working for his adversary who convinced him that if he would sign away his, that he was declared incompetent by the shrinks, that he would not lose his pension, and because he had an extensive pension from working as a court officer. And I told him to fire his attorney, which he didn't do, but he was also being drugged. He was being drugged before he made that decision. So his constitutional rights were violated. Right. However, they got him drugged. They got him to do this, and he has no rights. So he has no, it's a situation that's not going to be resolved because he's had cancer. I just don't hear from him anymore. It's a sad situation what New York State has allowed to happen to this man. However, he was meticulously a researcher who would go out and doggedly research this stuff. And are we saying it's an alien? No, it's a crash. It's a crash. He definitely believed in aliens. He did not like what I told him about the work I was doing with you. He didn't like it because he says, no, well, you just don't know, and well, anyway, that's okay.
Oh.
But
so you were talking to him until fairly recently.
It's been quite a few years.
Okay.
He didn't like the last bit of advice I gave him, and I never heard. He'd send me a Christmas card, but he did win. He kind of won a case. Finally, the first case he won, where they were put him in a less secure facility because he was in there with axe murderers and shit, and they left him. They put him in a new facility, which really it looked promising, but I've heard that they still don't let him out.
It's just awful. Oh my God.
Yeah. It is horrible. He made his own mistakes.
Right.
He made his own mistakes.
Yeah.
And I understand.
Definitely.
I would never have put myself in that position. However, there were crashes in these places, but there's no reason to believe they were extraterrestrials. There's plenty of non-extraterrestrial craft that could crash. But there were very weird circumstances that made it look alien-esque. Preston Nichols was of no help whatsoever. The reason he was persecuted was not because he was investigating UFOs. It was because he had goods on these political adversaries. John Powell was the most powerful, Republican. He was a member of the Conservative Party in Long Island, in New York. He bragged correctly that he got Governor Pataki elected. He was very powerful. Mm-hmm. And John Ford, he was performing illegal dumping. He was taking bribes for illegal dumping and for running a chop shop. And John Ford had enough information on the illegal dumping. I don't know that John Ford knew that he was guilty, but he wasn't going after Powell. He was, maybe he was. They were political enemies. So John Powell had him arrested. I mean, it's a whole story, but falsely arrested, no search warrant, no proper search warrant. And he was just arrested, drugged, but Preston would never, ever want to say this had anything to do with UFOs. He would go out of his way to say it had nothing to do with UFOs. Mm-hmm. And it did have something to do with the subject of UFOs, because they took all of his UFO files. He had a whole, they stole them. It had nothing to do with the criminal case. Now, you know, I mean, it was just, Preston was, you know, he didn't just, you know, people thought that he was less than cooperative with John Ford.
Wow. I mean,
in this whole thing, it's a whole,
it's a whole rabbit hole, obviously. With
it is a rabbit hole, and it's never going to be solved. It will never be solved, and you know, and it's just, New York State is a very corrupt state, and if he were ever to get out of jail, he could institute a lawsuit that would bust Suffolk County. It would bust them. It would go beyond their insurance for the civil rights violation. But the courts are never going to let that happen. Suffolk County is always on his case. Any case he goes to review, they're going to send people up there and start spouting lies and stuff and do everything they can to keep him incarcerated.
Right, which reminds me, the vocabulary word I was looking for earlier when I was talking about the Supreme Court, and it was abolish. I've suggested in the past the abolishing the Supreme Court because of the fault of the human failing of in many cases.
Well, then you'd have to abolish the Constitution, because it's the three arms of government.
Well, the Constitution, as I said, needs to be heavily amended, and certainly what we all appreciate about the Constitution, all of us, is not the Constitution. All everyone ever talks about, say Derek Talley when he's talking about the cult of the Constitution, cult of the NRA, cult of the ACLU, that's all amendments. All of that is amendment based. All that we have is based not on the Constitution, it's based on the amendments. So we just need to heavily amend the Constitution. But as I said, it may not get to that point. Hopefully, well, I mean, it probably will get to
we
that
should
point.
call it, you know, the Constitution, you know, we have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and it should say, but above all, abundance for all.
There we are. But that's the Declaration of Independence, I think, has a statement, not the
It
Constitution.
doesn't have abundance.
No.
Can I say something right quick?
Right,
Can I say something right quick?
Yes.
In light of what Peter said, originally what the Constitution said was life, liberty, and the pursuit of property.
Right, that's right.
That's correct.
Right.
But they scratched that out.
Right, because they couldn't, because most of the people they were trying to get to fight the war for them had no fucking property. So they had to change it to the nebulous pursuit of happiness. I know it doesn't have abundance, but what I'm saying
I
is...
think we should just be honest and show the country for what it is and say rape, imprisonment, and the pursuit of intoxication.
but
or the pursuit of murder.
Before we go...
You know, both of which
right,
are part of American...
Before we go down into honest sarcasm, what was I going to say? I thought, yeah, by the way, I talk about this all the time, but sometimes my brain changes the, you know, honestly, isn't that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, isn't that all in the Declaration of Independence and not the Constitution?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
Thank you. So we want to be clear about that. Okay, that's not the Constitution anyway. So it's a different subject. So
But yeah, it's like you want to promote abundance, and
yes,
and of course greed is greed. Greed's one of the what do you call it? The 7 cardinal sins.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
You know, the 7 cardinal sins are well thought out, and it's like, so everything, when you have the problems with politics, it goes back into theology, and you know, which takes us back to, if you're trying to solve politics, you're trying to solve theology, which takes us back to the end times, or the beginning times, and you know, it's just that's a rabbit hole in itself. So anyway, I'll focus on getting this book done and getting it out, and for the time being, getting some sleep.
Yes.
And enjoy the arc of narrative. I'm sure it'll be very informative, and you've got a lot to do tonight. So.
Yes, and I will let you know as soon as I wake up tomorrow. If I wake up after you've gone to bed, I'll just start sending you stuff, and then we'll talk sometime on Tuesday. And so I'll start trying to earnestly contact you more aggressively on Tuesday, so keep checking your Facebook messages, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night,
And
Peter.
share our love with Paula.
Good night, Peter.
Okay, wonderful. Now, I'll count on you two gentlemen to hold the stage for a few minutes while I finish chewing my hard-boiled tea egg and refresh myself a bit. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. First, I'll take a look at the live stream chat room. Everybody who's with us is deeply appreciated. Soroya, I remember a wonderful young lady named Soroya who dropped back into chat. And I don't remember too much about her. So I want to thank Soroya for saying hello. She was saying hello earlier. And so a shout out to the Soroya VL. And she says, hello, Douglas. Long time no see her here. Peggy Wood. A shout out to Peggy Wood. Mwah. And she says, judgment lowers your vibration, y'all. Hi. Yes. But of course, we have to make judgments at one point or another. Daniel Arola says, hi, HIGH. This Texan thanks AOC. Yes, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has raised much money for Texas. God bless her. She says he thanks her for coming to Texas to give aid during the past Arctic blast. There's nothing like a woman from New York coming to Texas to help fix what Ted Cruz won't. Yes, I'll shit a bit on Ted Cruz tonight just because it's so much fun to do so. I mean, he's a walking toilet, and he's just built for that shit.
He looks like one. He certainly looks like one.
Yeah, he looks like shit these days. And let's see now. Peggy Wood says, don't need batteries. Yes. And Daniel says, like to hear AOC when she's mad enough to cuss like a New Yorker. Maria Gregorich, shout out to the lovely Madame Maria Gregorich, and to Vicky Johnson. Shout out to Vicky Johnson, and of course, hola a todos. To Veronica Barrera, Senora Barrera is with us. Hola, Senora. And Daniel Arola says, I'm smoking a fat, sweet one rolled by my Latin friend down the road. There we are.
Nice.
Yeah.
Always, it's never too early or never too late for the party favors.
And Maria Grigorich, God bless her, has been pointing out the difference between true Islam and, of course, this radical fundamentalism, which fears women and oppresses them.
Which I think has its roots in the CIA, but that's.
I
I'm
agree.
Not gonna go there.
Yeah, I agree. There's elements of it, certainly.
Because
Gloria Steinem was a CIA asset.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because the entire all these groups who are just pillaging, for lack of a better word, pillaging and plundering in the Middle East, they all seem to be taught by American operatives, and they all seem to have their roots all the way back from the Cold War.
Yeah. And
so
okay.
I can't help but think that there's a connection.
Yeah, I hear you. And Bill Lyons says, why people think Trump is anyone's savior is beyond me. Thank you, Bill. Deeply appreciate it. Hugs to Bill Lyons. And, God knows about that. All I can say is that, he says, I think people were looking for a person without corruption. Trump definitely is not that person. Thank you, Bill. He says the way Trump is talking, he thinks his time in the White House is not over. And that's true. He does not think it's over. When I said that he's out of power, but he's still very much in charge. He's very much in charge of the Republican Party and the cultists in the red states. So he's very much still running a part of the country that the rest of us are quite frankly willing to leave behind.
I say we could just use that part of the country to do nuclear experiments or stuff.
And Maria Grigorich says, camping was never my thing, especially after I overheard a sinister conversation which sounded like a murder happening in Vermont years ago. Yes, that is awful. And Bill Lyons says, oh, fuck Maria, that's scary shit. And she says, yes, it was. The next morning, the site was completely empty. Well, good thing that you weren't buried at that site. He says, thank goodness, this is Bill Lyons speaking to Maria, thank goodness you got out okay. And Maria says, yes, I never went camping again. Good move. Yeah, and Bill Lyons says, I don't blame you. And he says, walls and a locked door. Yes. And
And that's not
Daniel,
even to go into the Bigfoots,
thank you.
and the fucking Wendigos and shit, man.
Yes,
Fuck
thank you.
that.
Thank you. Yes, and yes, and then Daniel Arola says the fear are of murderers roaming around usually go no further than the fear that magnifies it in one's own head. Basically, this is what Daniel said, and Maria said, "Not this time, Daniel. Something happened that night." And Bill Lyon said, "But I understand you can't live your life in fear." So there we are. And
I beg to differ. You certainly can live your life in fear. In fact, I'm living testament to that. Living in fear, I attribute fear to what has kept me alive in this long. If it weren't for fear, I'd be dead many times over. So yes, you can live your life in fear. And fear will save your ass at some point.
yeah. So that's important to note. Fear is with us for a reason. So
Now let that instinct go.
yeah, yeah. So let me see. Now there's somebody else who said something that I can't seem to get to in this scroll down. So let me take a look at that here on the other timeline. That's Peggy Wood. Okay, and Bill Lyons. Can't wait for the book to come out and blow minds. Thank you, Bill Lyons. And Bill Lyons says, yes, and amend we the people should say we the people. He took all the uppercase out, and I'm not quite sure why that's important to him. And then, okay. Peggy
we
Woods.
the people refers to the rich white landowners, because in the Declaration of Independence, whenever they were talking about anyone else, they used the word those who are, independent. So everybody else is referred to those. We the people only refers to white landowners.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I can certainly make a case for that. The obviously, it was a conspiracy of propertied, completely privileged and propertied white men. That this is all they were aiming for when they wrote what they did and set forth what they did, and therefore it was a very flawed system that we have been striving to render more habitable and equitable for the rest of us ever since.
Yeah, and equity for them means that they can't do whatever the fuck they want, because what they want to do is just rape and kill people.
And, well,
So,
yeah,
there you
exploit
go.
them. Yeah, exploit them, etc. Peggy Wood says, fear is not real. And what she means by that, Peggy Wood, is, of course, fear can be an acronym. I learned this from Judith Ager, who herself, I know, got it from the what is it? Alcoholics Anonymous. Thank you. The 12-step program, which is FEAR, can be false evidence appearing real. There we are.
Well, you could say fear is not will, but when a truck's coming down the road and you instinctively jump back, whether you were consciously aware of it or not, that fear saved your ass. So something very instinctive that you cannot see, something that's built into us, saved your ass.
Yes.
Now, I know that, people who like to go into that new age shit love to decry fear. And the problem is, when they do all this decrying of fear, they wind up enabling things that we should be afraid of to continue to fucking happen.
I agree, and
Under the same thing, as in under the same statement, by saying, well, if we fear, we're not going to empower it, so we're not going to give it our attention. Okay, don't give it your attention, and let the shit just continue as it always has.
well,
Hence the world we live in.
yeah. The other acronym, FE.
We're lacking in realistic.
Yeah,
we're lacking in
another
realism.
way to interpret the acronym, the FEAR, would be face everything and rise. There we are. And so that would be another way to confront these issues. I'm going to leave the stage to Jameson and Derek now for about 10 minutes. I'll be back. I thank everyone in the chat room for participating, and very glad that Our Lady Maria is there to keep people in line who are not behaving. But that, I mean, I have no idea what they were saying, but apparently there were some people who were going off the rails. And
what I can say is this puts into perspective a sort of splitting up of the human race into two: those who still have those natural instincts that enable fear and enable the flight or fight response, and those who are so fucking dumb that they think someone bleeding to death is a movie script or a movie scene.
Which I've seen.
So,
Yes. That's,
yeah.
personally
So I
seen
mean,
that.
to each their. So I'm more than happy to just sit back and watch humanity self-destruct in its own bifurcation and see what the results are. Hopefully, I'll still be alive, and I'll be able to claim apotheosis of the deaths of the rest of the species.
Anyhow, that having been said before, no need to repeat that.
Sorry,
while I'm
yeah,
gone.
I'm getting a bit
And
redundant.
yes, what we'll do now is turn the stage over to Derek and Jameson, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay, well, I got a couple of stories here. Here's something interesting coming from the Chicago news, because I haven't really heard anybody talking about this on the world market lately, or the world media, or national media. I've always had to go to the local Chicago publications to find out what's happening with this. But this Father Pfleger from St. Savannah Church has now had a couple of allegations against him for sexual misconduct, but they're pushing back in the worst way. So this is from WBBM Radio at 780 AM news channel. St. Savannah church leaders to withhold funding from the archdiocese until Pfleger investigation concludes. So not only do they deny that their Pastor Pfleger, I'm going to call him Pastor Pfleger because I'm not going to call him Father because I'm not a Catholic, but their Pastor Pfleger, they deny that he had any kind of sexual contact with these boys that were making the allegations, that are now men now in their 60s. They're pushing back against the Catholic Church, saying, I guess they're supposed to turn in so much of the money that they get, or a percentage of their offerings, their tithes and offerings, or whatever they get. They said, no, we're not turning in anything until you finish your investigation with Pastor Pfleger there. So the leadership of the St. Savannah Church, serving the Auburn Gresham of the South Side, announced Sunday they will withhold funding to the Archdiocese of Chicago until the investigation into sexual abuse allegation made against their senior pastor, Father Michael Pfleger, has concluded. The Illinois Department of Child and Family Services could not determine Pfleger's guilt or innocence in the accusation of two men in their 60s that the beloved priest had sexually abused them more than 40 years ago. So that means they would have been in their 20s. But the DCSF had released a letter finding Pfleger not to be a risk. It is now up to the Archdiocese to decide whether Pfleger will return to St. Savannah. So I guess what this church is saying is that, all right, the DCSF has made their determination, so the Catholic Church needs to make their determination based off of the DCSF's determination, and the Catholic Church is being more cautious, I guess, and saying, well, not so fast. And then that's when their church is saying, okay, well, not so fast. Well, guess what? We're going to hold on to your money until you figure this out. So what they're basically holding the money hostage until it's almost like a reverse bribery, it looks like here. Like either find him not guilty or don't get your money. The spokesman for the Archdiocese of Chicago said priests have been returned to their posts after an investigation is made into the validity of claims made against them, along with rigorous risk assessment, but that the process can take years. Faith leadership at the church said that said that's too long, and they took the Sunday service stage to announce they would withhold assessments from St. Savannah Church and School that would be paid to the Archdiocese. These assessments totaled approximately $100,000 per month. We will set aside the money to pay when the investigation is complete, once the St. Savannah Church leader said during the service. So they're going to take the money that they would pay them and just set it aside until their investigation is complete. And they said, I guess if it takes years, they're going to just keep putting that money to the side until it's time to start digging into it. So who knows? Do you have any words on that?
That comes as no surprise. I suspect that's going to be popping up with just about everything now that things are more, people are calling for, more justice. I have an interesting case, an interesting story, actually, that should be reported. This has to do with this is from the University of Minnesota, but we have new COVID-19 variants found in New York and California. As the country races to vaccinate as many Americans as possible against COVID-19, both New York and California are reporting new virus variants that might be more contagious than the original strain. In New York, a new variant that carries a mutation that may weaken the effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines has been identified as the B.1.526 variant. It was first discovered in November and now accounts for about 1 in 4 viral sequences in the databases shared by scientists, according to the New York Times. In a paper published today from Columbia University, the authors noted the steady increase in the detection rate of B.1.526 cases from late December to mid-February, with a rise of 12.3% in the last 2 weeks. Cases have been detected across New York City, researchers said, and threaten to once again make the city a hotspot of viral infection. Of course, because people are fucking morons. And this is a very densely populated city. They say the strange, unique set of spike mutations may also pose an antigenic challenge for current interventions, such as vaccines and monoclonal antibody therapies. Now, I would still encourage people to get the vaccines nonetheless, because at least you might not suffer as much even with the vaccines. Now, here's the California variant. In California, variant B.1.427/B.1.429 now makes up more than 50% of cases in 44 countries, according to the Washington Post. Researchers believe that strain is more transmissible because of a virus that enables the protein, a mutation that enables the protein to more readily bind to human receptor cells. None of the studies on emerging U.S. variants are peer-reviewed, so authors caution that more investigation is needed and more genetic sequencing must be done throughout the country to identify any novel variants. Despite the new variants, infections continued to decrease throughout much of the country. The United States reported 69,828 new COVID-19 infections yesterday and 2,284 deaths, according to the Johns Hopkins COVID-19 tracker. And total U.S. officials have recorded 28,396,896 cases and 5,007,803 deaths, according to Johns Hopkins map. Now, I could continue onto the vaccines, but I'm guessing that right now, now that things are still, being looked at and being peer reviewed, that things will be inconclusive for a good amount of time. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I've been avoiding getting the vaccine, but because I'm in the thought that the vaccine that they're going to have 2 years from now is going to be totally different than the vaccine they have now. I'm not a medical doctor. I have a cousin who is a medical doctor, and she, after on one of my posts, said, Derek, I got my shot and everything's fine. Because I posted a post a while back about someone dying after that. And then there's another post there, actress had died after she had complications after getting the shot. But, so after posting a story like that, my cousin, the medical doctor, said, well, me and my colleagues have all gotten the shot and we're all fine. So, and I've met people who got the shot and, so good for them.
Well, there's a good case for waiting because there's probably going to be more developers with more effective vaccines that deal with more recent mutations in mind. So there's a good case to be made for waiting just a little while.
Right. As long as you're not in a high risk group. So I'm not telling anybody else to wait. I'm just in a low.
I myself, I'm in a high risk group, so I would definitely get it.
Well, I guess I would be high risk being a cancer survivor, but I mean, as far as my everyday lifestyle, as far as being around people, I'm not around people that much. The closest thing I have to worry about is that when I drive my truck, I drive a different truck every day. So I'm driving in a truck behind a driver, behind another driver. A lot of time I don't even know who the previous driver was. So, when I get in my truck, I have to, just wipe down my steering wheel, wipe down the gear shift and anything else I touch, the radio, just wipe it all down pretty good. The computers. So.
Yeah, and I would probably recommend keeping the windows open just to get the fresh air to, circulate whatever old air might have been from the previous driver, because you never know if the guy took his mask off and decided to drink himself a nice cup of Java or whatever, who knows? It's not worth taking the risk, especially with the way things are, with the way this thing mutates. And just, I'm fairly certain that, there's a possibility the thing could be mutating inside people who already have, other versions of COVID-19 or different parts of the world at the same time simultaneously, because everything's connected by that, that morphogenic field. So, it's definitely nothing to take for granted.
Right. Yeah, I know. I'm blessed that I haven't caught that. So I take whatever precautions I can, and I'm just not really interested in going out. I've never been interested in going out to like dance clubs or different stuff like that. So I'm perfectly fine staying home watching TV. And on an unrelated note, my wife is upset at me, so she took the Netflix off. Well, she's paid, but we've had Netflix for years, like 10 years. I mean, since they came out, and I've always had to sign in, for when we got it, we just used her credit card. So now it's like she owns it. And so she's saying, fuck you, I'm changing the password to the Netflix, and now I have no more Netflix. So I got to get all my TV from whatever I can get it from.
That's kind of harsh. Well, that said,
but hey, check this out. I got a story here about the college students and a false sense of hope. Black students in Google training programs say they learned a lot, but tech giant left some expectations unmet. It was envisioned as a bridge to connect historically black colleges and universities with big tech enclave of Silicon Valley. When Google executives announced Howard West in 2017, it was advertised as a collaboration with Howard University to recruit black computer science majors from Washington, D.C. campus. The initiative quickly expanded to include other HBCUs across the nation. The plan was to steep the students in a rigorous training regimen at the Googleplex, the company's corporate headquarters in Mountain View, California. The aim was to cultivate a strong pool of qualified black candidates from which Google could hire a diverse talent. But hiccups in the program first 3 years stifled some of those aspirations. More than a dozen of the program's participants described their experience to CNBC. The reviews were mixed. While some credited Google for its well-intentioned ambitions, many said Howard West lacked a firm direction, that it resulted in the ever-shifting priorities, disorganization, and culture clashes between Google employees and the black students in the program, according to CNBC's report. So far, the outcome has been a diversity initiative that's fallen well short of Google's original goals. When Howard West was announced executive pledge to bring 740 black students to the Googleplex within 5 years to usher them through the program, to date, there have been less than 200 graduates. University of the challenging diversity is a challenge facing the tech industry as a whole. Black employees make up no more than 6% of the workforce of the tech software company. At Google, that number is 3.7%. In the U.S., the improvement over the company's minority numbers in 2014 only went 2.4% of employees were black when CNBC reported. Students and Howard University faculty members who participated between 2017 and 2020 claimed Google's program leaders were more focused on metrics and optics. They said that students need to often took a backseat to corporate ambitions. Compounding those unmet expectations were the unfulfilled hopes students had beyond the program. Many envisioned Howard West as a pipeline to internships to the software engineering giant with Google and graduation, but the opportunity has not materialized for what they hoped for. So basically, Google had this great ideal, and I don't condemn the ideal. It just looks like they didn't know how to follow through with it, or weren't interested in following through with it. It almost seems like they sabotaged their own progress.
Well, to be kind of objective to it, though, when we consider that the black population only makes up 13% of the overall American population, considering the numbers of people who are in the tech industry being 6%, I'm not sure that they scaled those numbers. So the thing is, the numbers, I question as to whether the numbers are proportional to the amount of black people in the population as to the percentage of people who are in the tech industry. If you get what I'm saying, I don't know if that's clear.
Because even though 6% are in the tech field, Google only has 6% now, which is up from 2.4%.
Yeah, and how do we know that 6% wouldn't be an equivalent to maybe 25% of the black population, or maybe 10% of the black population? And how much of a percentage of the white population are actually working in tech companies in comparison? So without adequate numbers by which to measure these things by, we're stuck having to take their word for it as far as journalism is concerned. And there's just not enough information given, or at least numbers or statistics to my liking, to be able to really do much with what they conclude.
Right.
Yeah. What did I miss? No need to be repetitive on my account. I just mean, like, in a summation, brief brief debriefing.
Okay. There's a false sense of hope. Black students in Google training programs say they learned a lot, but the tech giant left some expectations unmet. So basically, Google wanted to team up with Howard University and kind of make a Howard University West, so that they could have like a black program to get more black people into the tech industry. Yeah. And so it took off. I mean, the idea took off to the point to where it was more than just Howard. Next thing you know, historically black colleges across the nation wanted to be a part of it. Yeah, but it looks like Google doesn't know how to put together a college pretty good.
Okay.
These people thought they were going to be interns. They thought they were going to have guaranteed jobs, and it was just more like a course.
How about maybe the whole thing was just a scam? Maybe Google just wanted to look like it was diversifying and
I think that's the case. They were just trying to save face. They were trying to get people to invest in a more multicultural image of them, and also
they had no idea that it was going to take off like that.
And the other question one has to have is, how realistic is the expectation that you're going to intern or get jobs at Google? Right. As far as, is that even a realistic expectation given the circumstances?
In India.
Yeah, well, that's because most of the people who come here from Asia are geniuses, because they're not they're not raised on schooling.
Thank you.
They're not made of Oreos and Coca-Cola.
Yes. There are so many factors with that. It's not that the Asians are a superior race. It's simply that they grow up in an environment that's conducive to their functioning in terms of this kind of technical application of the sciences, and it's simply, let's face it, most blacks are not brought up in an educational environment which is conducive to that, which what math and science is to a student who was brought up in Asia is what basketball might be to someone of African who grew up in one of the hoods here in the United States. Right, and by the way, to put that in context, it's in the sense of basically
survival.
Yeah, their parents telling them this is the only way you're going to get out of here. The only way you're going to get out of this hole, and also potentially reach superstardom status. So the version of superstardom in Asia is that academic approach, and for blacks, it's been promoted as the sports approach. And it's just we're trying to change that dynamic as a society. Well, I mean, I think we should try and change that dynamic as a society to a degree,
because it's not rational. It's not working.
Right, but
it's not an effective model.
Oh, but by the way, the horror of what you're saying is that your average white person would say it is working because they're happy with it. They're happy to watch blacks play sports while they place their bets, and they're happy that the blacks stay in that niche,
well, we've always been their physical sexual entertainment anyway.
Yes,
that's all we are to them.
Yes.
We entertain them and we fuck them, and that's all they're happy with. They don't want anything else with that.
Yes.
But that, they don't want to value us as human beings who can share a stage equitably, because we saw what happened when a man who was mixed, of mixed heritage, who's black, white, mixed, did try to share that stage, and Trump is the response.
Yes.
So there you
go. The conversation coming back in 2024, and so my question is, if he comes back in 2024, is he able to serve 2 terms? Or would that be
that's an excellent question. Anyhow, let's not even go there. First off, this is like
he's not gonna get we're not gonna reach that point.
Yeah, thank you. Let's hope we don't.
Because his dumb McDonald eating ass is gonna kill over from a heart attack because of his own bullshit.
Thank you. I mean, let's hope and pray. But let's put it this way. It's like, I'll put it into this context, Eric. When people take political polls, about, when people are campaigning for the presidency and people are taking polls about who would you vote for, etc. It's been found out, and polls have been taking a real beating because polls have been proven themselves so wrong in so many ways as of late, even though there's been some pretty good successes with them. Aside from a few critical hits, most of them as of late have been misses in postmodern history since the time of Trump. They just keep missing a lot of things. And the best way to explain this or to express this is that people don't make up their minds many a time until they enter the voting booth. Either that or their mind is made up simply because of their ideology, their indoctrination, their loyalty. It's made up before, no matter what the situation is. Like, no matter what happens with Trump, his cult will always believe in him. What I didn't say while Peter Moon was here, because, I really just didn't dare to say it, was that when Peter Moon is saying Q is dead, he's logically extrapolating on the death of Michael Aquino, and just no one can hold that flame. But the truth is, Trump is Q now. That's basically what's going on. So when I say he's out of power, but he's totally in control, he's in control basically through Q of the Republican Party. That's the Republican religion. And the end result is when somebody is taking polls about what's going to happen between now and 2024, like, say, for instance, like they were taking between September and November, asking people, who would you vote for? What do you think is going to happen? All of these polls were failing because there's so many factors that change between the time the poll is taken and between the date of the event. So what happens is that what one person says at one point is that, months before the election, I'm going to do this or do that or swing this way or that way. It's totally meaningless because so much happens between the time they are polled and the time the event takes place that all the factors involved in their decision making impact them to do something completely different from what they said before, the majority of the time. So between now and 2024, we have so much of a span of time between us and then, comparatively speaking, that there's no point in even imagining Trump coming back then. Probably, I would suspect there are going to be many, many things between now and 2024 that will simply eliminate him from the scene. And we can hope and pray for that. Then again, when Trump was originally starting to run for president, like anybody else with any sense of rationality, I thought that he would amount to nothing, that this was just a wrestling kind of sideline of entertainment, that he was Hulk Hogan with a dead squirrel on his head, which is what I told the young lady who might well be my biological daughter, Zora Junfuyi Mock, who then basically repeated what I said with great glee, who thought that was funny as hell. And yet he became president. Now, granted, he was hacked into power by the Russians, etc., which is what the young lady Reality Winner proved when Reality Winner, who was, I don't know if you heard this, Derek, but did you hear me talking to Jameson Reese about that on the last transmission prior to tonight's? Reality Winner was a young lady who worked at the NSA, and she was essentially like a file clerk, and she had access to documents she wasn't supposed to have access to because, guess what? All the fuckers who have responsibility for this type of secret, this kind of intelligence, they turn it over to low-grade people who are essentially, nobodies to go and file, because that's beneath their dignity to do any scut work. And so when they handed it to her to file, basically documents proving the Russians hacked Donald Trump into power, she photocopied them and sent them to The Intercept, which turned around and promptly turned them over to the FBI. And they traced it immediately back to her because, as I explained on the transmission preceding tonight's, this is why you cannot casually photocopy or scan or send through a scan anything documentary as in terms of evidence, your own ID especially, never ever send, and they won't allow it, by the way. If you go into Kinko's Copy or any of a public copy place, unless they're like, where the guy just doesn't give a shit and they're like foreigners who don't speak English or something, are just not looking, you can't send it through those services. You can't send a copy of your ID for purposes of employment or something else through those services, which is, really hell on homeless people or people living in their cars. But as a matter of fact, the scanners will not take your ID, because I've tried this at Kinko's, and we ultimately had to, the wonderful person at Kinko's in Van Ness at San Francisco ultimately helped me in a way that was just marvelous. They used their own private scanner basically to help me in the situation I was in, where I had to get an ID scanned and sent off while I was dealing with the government. And I could not go down there because of COVID, etc. There's all kinds of things going on. And these people were just angelic. But in terms of your average person, don't ever do this, because it's like, all of these in violation of the Third Amendment, which is that which frees you from having to quarter any troops, foreign or domestic, in your home. In violation of that Third Amendment, every time you purchase a photocopy or scanning device, the government has quartered in your home via that device a program which you never asked for, which identifies all the documents or IDs that you scan, and it, like a thumbprint, can be traced. So through that electronic thumbprint, they traced Reality Winner. They traced down to the exact person who sent The Intercept those documents proving Trump was hacked into power by the Russians. And instead of exposing it to the public, they put her in jail. And she's in a Texas prison where during this Arctic blast, because all the pipes froze and broke, they had no plumbing. She was in a Texas prison where they're all freezing to death. They were all dehydrated, and they had no ability to flush their toilets, so the guards made them carry out their turds with their bare hands to dispense into the waste disposal units. This is the kind of torture she's going through for 4 years, at the very least, for having exposed to the public that Trump was put into power by a hostile foreign empire. That is the level of injustice where we're at today. So, and this individual is, as far as he's concerned, still in charge. He's certainly in charge of the Republican Party. He's certainly in charge of the cultic base that dwells in the majority red states. So we are in a state of civil war now, and I'll emphasize that quite heavily tonight. I'll go into monologue, and what I'll do at this point is ask both of you gentlemen to say goodnight, and I'm going to go into that part of the arc of narrative that I hate the most, that I loathe, and that I dread every night that I'm transmitting, which is the solicitation. And I just hate the solicitation. But, okay, both of you gentlemen do say goodnight. What time is it where you're at, Derek? It's about midnight now or after, right? It's gotta be.
Oh, it's 11:15.
Okay, well, stay with us, and as long as you can, and then about midnight, if you drop off, I'll call your name out if I need it, if I need you, in case Jameson is out for some reason, because it happens sometimes. Jameson is usually very good, but then there's other times because of, well, we all know why. Jameson will collapse on it, his head will collapse on the keyboard, and he's just not there. Most of the time he is, but sometimes, he does drop off towards the morning sometimes, and so if that happens, I'll be counting on Derek. But either way, both of you gentlemen, take your time, say goodnight for now, and I'll start the part I hate the most, the solicitation.
Right. Well, good night, everyone. I'll be hanging around. There's a certain story that I wanted to get.
Do you want to say
around.
it now? I'll take a leak. I mean, I'll be back. Let me go mute. And Derek.
All right. Yeah. Well, me and Jameson can talk about this right quick.
Yeah. Take your time. Take your time. I'm not anxious to start solicitation. By the way, did either of you gentlemen follow up on what's going on in Nigeria? Feel free to talk about that as well if you found anything else out about the situation as it develops. In the meantime, I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes, or so, and I'll be mute, and Derek and Jameson, take it away.
All right. Well, the story that I have here, it says, racial justice advocates say GOP is trying to shut folks' mouth with bill to punish protesters more harshly. So they want to punish the protesters more harshly. There's a movement building by GOP officials in several states to pass bills that would enforce harsher punishment for protesters, while also making it easier for people who counter with violence to get away with vehicular crimes. This week, Alabama State Representative Alan Treadaway became the latest Republican to introduce a bill that will implement harsher punishments for protesters who participate in riots that become violent or disruptive, the Associated Press reported. If passed, the bill would establish several new felony offenses, including aggravated riot and aggravated against a first responder. Aggravated not would be charged against people who participate knowingly in a violent, destructive riot, and assault against a first responder would be charged against anyone who attacks, spits on, or throws bodily fluids on an official. Protesters arrested for aforementioned offenses, as well as blocking traffic, would also have to remain in jail for a minimum of 48 hours, and local municipalities that would vote to defund police would not be eligible for state funding. Oh, see, right when I was reading that, that's when this messed up. So let me read that again.
So that's what they're attacking. So they're basically attacking people who were out in protest against police abuses. And meanwhile, these are the same assholes who are supporting the people who decided to incite an insurrection.
Okay. Exactly. Because the very next paragraph says, this bill is not a response to the harrowing insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, but rather was spurred by Black Lives Matter protests after the death of George Floyd while in police custody.
So basically, it's an anti-colored bill.
Yeah, the anti-black, another black code law. This summer, what I saw was so alarming, Treadaway told. The situation was hijacked. People, this site keeps jumping around on me. This summer was so alarming, Treadaway told. This situation was hijacked. People could have died. Police officers were attacked, like they really care about police officers. He said the bill is not meant to punish peaceful protesters, but rather those who are hell-bent on destruction. Yet he says nothing about Brian Sicknick. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Them people got away with murder. Treadaway is not the first GOP politician to propose such legislation. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis also proposed a bill in September 2020 called Combating Violence, Disorder, and Looting and Law Enforcement Protection Act, which would implement measures similar to Treadaway's bill, but also goes farther. In addition to blocking funding for local municipalities that defund the police and making it a felony for protesters to block traffic, assault law enforcement, and participate in marches that become violent, the DeSantis bill also seeks to make it a second-degree felony to topple monuments, would waive sovereign immunity so victims can sue local governments, and refuse to bond to protesters arrested and charged with such offenses. So, if a municipality refuses bond to a protester, they can sue. DeSantis also proposed legislation that would protect drivers who hit protesters if they're fleeing for safety from a mob.
So basically, you could be justified in hitting someone who's trying to protect themselves.
Yeah, so basically they want to go back and get quit the guy who went and mowed down Heather Heyer in the original, because all the alt-right people, the neo-Nazis, all that say, oh, she got what she deserved. Antifa got what they deserve. They want him out of prison. So since then, so many people have been hit by cars in protests, and none of them have been charged. Yeah, so they want to take those teeth away. Like they know people are mad, and they're like, look, if you want to ram into these niggas, ram into them. That's your prerogative. You can do it without being charged.
Things might not be violent yet, but they're going to get there. I am actually banking on it.
Yeah, well, you know, I kind of enjoyed seeing them implode in on themselves at the White House. And shout out to the black heroes that were there, the police officer who saved Mike Pence's life, you know, and you know, I'm glad he's getting credit for that. But you know, I also wonder what would happen if they had actually got him. Not wishing death on anybody now. I don't want to put that out there like I'm doing that, but I'm just kind of wondering what would have happened if they did get a hold to Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi and actually kill them. How would they handle it then? Would they still have made mass arrests? Or would they have made mass arrests then? I don't think I don't think they'd do nothing.
I don't think so either.
Nothing would happen to them. Yeah. Because if I was in charge, I'd put the RICO law on every single one that was out there. But
we would just be living in a different country now.
Right. Well, you know, Satan's not going to lock up Satan. Satan's not going to drive out Satan. So you know, he's going to wave, kind of just shake his finger at him and said, "All right, we went a little bit too far overboard this time, but we'll put you in jail on the front page and then quietly let you out the back side of the jail on the back page, and nobody will ever know the difference. It'll just go away." You know, you got so many rich people that just wave their bank accounts and say, "Make this go away."
Yeah. What I can say is that people are gonna start to get more and more technical in attempts to find ways to potentially bypass certain measures in order to keep this whole agenda going. Because again, you know, he's not out of power yet. So we still have a lot of shit that can go down. And it doesn't matter, you know, that you know, what we officially know as QAnon isn't still, you know, in power anymore, because they could change Q to something called U. It wouldn't make a difference. It's still the same beast. It's still the same beast. It's still the same mechanism, and it's still the same agenda. And it's even stronger now than it was than when it was Q. Because now they believe that they're right, and they believe that everything they're doing is justified. And so the more they have that conviction that this is some kind of war and that they're in the right, the worse things are going to get. The more stakes are going to get nasty. And now we also have to keep into account, we have a very real how do we say it? We have people who have an interest in the United States going to war. I mean, going into a civil war and destroying itself from the inside out, such as China, Russia. I mean, there's a slew of players out there that would be more than happy to see us completely self-destruct from the inside out. So these are high stakes, you know. I have to stand contrary to what Peter said, you know, and say that, you know, this isn't something that's going to go away. I am not as optimistic in the human mechanism righting itself. This is more of a reason why I was personally an advocate for something such as engineering some degree of a mechanized rule, so to speak, because I don't believe humans have the capacity or the maturity to see past their own faults. And I don't believe that we have the capacity or the power to do anything right in regards to living with power.
Okay, so I'm back, and we're 4.5 hours in. I want to thank both of these gentlemen for taking us to the bottom of the hour. I presume that's what they've done.
Oh, yes, we did. We succeeded.
And I want to say a shout out to Peggy Wood if she's still with us. She said good night to all. So mwah. And unlike Maria Gregorich, she's tucking in for the night. I do hope everyone else remains with us, and honestly, everyone should stay up. This is, of course, when we really start burning bandwidth, is when I start monologuing. But everybody to this point has been wonderful.
That's when everyone, all the CIA and NSA and all the people who have their assigned stalkers and have all these people I've ever met from like years ago pop up again on cue, are like listening, like, all right, folks, we're not going to put a like, but we're going to make sure that damn well that he knows that we're listening.
Yes. Oh my God.
If only for amusement, because I'm sure that I'm one of the most entertaining actors on the stage.
Well, there we are with that, and it's
I have to ham it up. I have to ham it up once in a while.
No, it's fine. It's fine. The Captain Cringe part is beautiful in that regard. It does speak volumes. Honestly. Is Derek still with us, or did he check out? Oh, there he is. Yes. So, both of you gentlemen, do say goodnight for now, and I'll start doing what I'm going to do. And I'm just curious, did either one of you find out anything else about the Nigerian situation? Any further developmental reports on the situation, or is that just something that?
I did. Let me find it, because I actually posted a story of it. Here it is. I got it from Reuters. I clicked on it, then it went to the MEMმაგრIAL protest. So I don't know what's happening with my.
They seem to still be waiting for news about what's going on. So the parents seem still to be held in this suspense, this painful suspense.
Right. So this is strange. So when I clicked, I posted it my Facebook page. Nigerian schoolboys freed as forces search for 300 abducted girls. So when I click on it, and it goes straight to another news story. Myanmar protesters march again after bloody unrest.
Myanmar. Go on.
Myanmar.
They haven't found the girls yet, so it's still inconclusive.
Right.
So Reuters must not be a good place to
link.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, Reuters is more for business news. AP has a story as well, and it's a short story, but based on what the Associated Press has, we are still awaiting developments on that. In other words, the situation looks grim, and honestly, I would expect the worst, because that usually is the case.
Yes, unacceptable.
So with that, Captain Cringe signing out.
Yes, thank you, sir. And Derek,
signing out, and I'll still be sticking around though. Good night, everyone.
Yes, bless you both. Thank you so much, and my encouragement to all who have stuck with us throughout these wonderful opening hours, and I believe they've been wonderful. And thank you all who are with us through the long haul, the rest of the night. And with that, I'll be covering far too much to finish with tonight. This arc of narrative will be continuous through Wednesday, which is obviously a very short time from tonight, literally the day after tomorrow, so to speak, and then probably into next Sunday night as well, elements of it. And we'll be covering a lot of history, in particular, of ourselves, our friends across the Atlantic, the Brits, and of course a lot of what's going down in Africa, not in the spirit necessarily of this being the last day of Black History Month, but certainly just inescapably because of the importance of the continent in terms of its resources and the new scramble for Africa, as well as, of course, Asia, inescapably again, simply because of my own origins and the culture that we contend with through the book Peter and I are ultimately going to present to all of you on the market. And with that in mind, here's the worst part of the night for me. the solicitation. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where you must indicate myself as friend or relation in order for me to receive your contribution in its totality. In other words, the Peter Thiel will step in and take his blood cut if you don't indicate myself as friend or relation. Of course, we're all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself in the first, and we're all an extended electronic family, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And of course, I myself don't check out the website much because, of course, we don't put up the illustrations anymore like we used to, and I'll have to find someone ultimately to do that to catch up. Yes, and unfortunately we were sabotaged in that regard long ago, and that of course is something that we just have to contend with now. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you could friend and follow via his own Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, or subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MEGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who be the Team Drax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address at John_war@hotmail.com. That's John_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator, which itself be spelled MEGGOTAUR. Of course, you would indicate him as friend or relation as well, though that might be a bit distasteful in either case, I say so affectionately with our dear brother John. Of course, he is the individual who, of his own accord, took it upon himself to download the majority of what I published on YouTube into his own personal hard drive so that we were able to recreate them, or rather republish them, after my entire, everything I ever produced and published was all wiped, scrubbed from the internet, no less than three times. And so in helping me reestablish my legacy online in which to contextualize my personal interactions with thyself, we have John Warrington to thank for in acting as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix of the material plane of existence, the Malkuthian plane, or dimension, as we would say in Kabbalistic terms. And in that sense, of course, by enabling my virtual persona to interact with yourselves in context of a legacy at all, John Warrington is my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself as a identity or the entire human race and all living things, all life itself from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the anti-gods, the cultists of the kings of Edom. So, to stand against them, spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, whom you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there, the homepage of showsdd.com, where you'll find a footnote on mine biosire, which explains the meaning behind my biological father Adolf Hitler's name, the name what made the man, And after educating yourself thusly, take it upon yourselves to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And ask them, those you in turn inform and enlighten, to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma ab masa erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. That would be the red donate button at douglasdietrich.com, where, of course, you don't need to indicate myself as friend or relation at all, should you find such so distasteful. And you would have no worry, using the red button, of any intercession by a middleman who takes their pound of flesh. Yet at the same time, you would still, on site, douglasdietrich.com, click the yellow donate button. After contributing with the red donate button, with any credit or debit card other than PayPal, you would still press the yellow donate button to reward yourself thereafter by registering with our archives on site douglasdietrich.com, so that you could thenceforth, from that point forward, access the archives on the douglasdietrich.com site whenever you wish, at your leisure, simply by signing in. Because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, the Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World were upon us, and magics could again be worked in conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you could visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero, who has substantially donated, delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. As well, of course, you can find trailered there his video in production, the 1000-Year Reich in Exile, which is subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich, the son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's Expositions via YouTube would not be possible at all, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So, excuse me for a second here while I quaff this tea. That must have been a disgusting sound. I'm so sorry about that. Oh well. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. Remember to indicate if you're using the PayPal friend or relation. You don't have a choice between the twain. It's all the same category. And that is the only way to avoid that faggot Peter Thiel coming in and excising from my contribution by yourself. To retain the integrity of your contribution, indicate myself as friend or relation using the yellow donate button at douglasdietrich.com. Otherwise, should you find that distasteful, use the red donate button, and with no need of a middleman and no need to indicate myself as anything, you can contribute all you wish. As well, well, let's just put it this way. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. Yellow donate button for PayPal, in which case you have to indicate myself as friend or relation or your contribution will be butchered. Or the red donate button, in which you need not worry about any middleman and you don't have to indicate myself as anything using any credit or debit card other than PayPal. After which, you press the yellow donate button anyway to bring you to showsdd.com, where you can register and reward yourself with becoming accessible, rendering my archives accessible to yourself simply by logging in from that point forward. Most importantly, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. All sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And above and beyond all that, don't forget, we have a GoFundMe, which of course I can cover later during Arc of Narrative. A shout out to Stephen Myers. Stephen Myers, wonderful human being, our brother from another mother, Black African American, Blasian actually, Black Asian, someone who is Chinese and of course black. And he is someone who, or maybe I've rewritten that in my own mind, I believe that's his ethnos, or his hybridization thereof. He has contributed half a hundred, 50 United States dollars, half a hundred United States dollars. I know he would donate half a thousand if he could, God bless him. And he, of course, thank God, is alive, indicating himself as such by this contribution. We're always worried about him because he was in the epicenter of the COVID-19 epidemic in Manhattan Island of New York City. And therefore, thank God he survived. And more blessings to him. Hopefully I didn't contract anything by my 3D graphics modeler visiting the other day. God bless him as well. But still, oh my God, he doesn't need to worry about the COVID-19 at all. Whereas I still do, at least in my own mind. And God knows, that guy could shrudge it off his shoulders like water off a duck's back and act as a super spreader who potentially carried it to myself when he visited, but had to be done. He is, after all, my primary technical support. And, of course, without him, I wouldn't be on tonight. So, Jameson Reese says, oh shit, that means the prophecy occurred. Okay, I know I shouldn't do this. What are we talking about, Jameson?
Oh yeah, Kenneth Grant. You know, when Cthulhu meets the abomination of the air. That
yes.
That old prophecy.
There we are. Okay, thank you. There we are. Yes. There we are. Oh, shit. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. And so today is, of course, the last day of Black History Month. And this is, well, it's also the 30th. I don't want to use the term anniversary because that sounds too celebratory. Though many Americans might be ignorant enough to think there'd be reason to celebrate, but 30 years ago on this date today was the conclusion of what was considered at that time the successful conclusion of Desert Storm, Operation Desert Storm, which was, of course, Gulf War II. Okay? Gulf War I was Iran versus Iraq, a 9-year war from 1980 through 1988. So we're talking about Gulf War I was a decade in which millions of Muslims died fighting each other in one of the costliest wars of the 20th century in the aftermath of World War II. The veterans of that war on either side had seen it all. These were not men to break, and they are not men that in any way, shape, or form would have broken with the American deployment of modern weapons alone. Certainly the most decisive factor that I would argue was the final duty of Michael Aquino in uniform to call upon the anti-gods, specifically Al-Cthulhu, within the desert regions. He is known from the Quran, or Islam, the most holy book of Islam, the Quran. He is known as the Forsaker, and in the Arabic, Al-Cthulhu. Now, 30 years on from Gulf War II, Operation Desert Storm, the consequences of that military deployment are still with us. This date today marks the 30th memorial of the conclusion of Desert Storm, the military operation to reverse Iraq's August 1990 invasion of Kuwait. Operation Desert Storm was the first major foreign crisis for the United States after the end of the Cold War, of which the American empire emerged the victor. Now, after a 20-week buildup of forces in the Persian Gulf region known as Operation Desert Shield, which in and of itself was a United Nations sanctioned, United States-led coalition of 35 nations, unleashing a 6-week air campaign followed by 4 days of ground combat, less than a work week, which drove the last Iraqi invaders from Kuwait on the 28th day in February 1991. Desert Storm was a military watershed, defining a modern large-scale combat and marking the American empire as the world's undisputed military superpower of the time. The brief conflict played a role in the dissolution of the former Soviet Union and prompted a revolution in military affairs response among all the world's powers. The Second Gulf War saw and by that I'm not referring to fucking Operation Iraqi Freedom, I'm referring to Operation Desert Storm, Iran-Iraq being the first Gulf War conflict. The Second Gulf War, or Operation Desert Storm, saw the introduction of stealth, precision-guided munitions, and space support on an operational scale. It also saw the implementation of new concepts of operations, such as parallel warfare, in which numerous targets were destroyed simultaneously rather than in sequence, to blind, confuse, and disrupt an enemy, and effects-based operations, wherein the desired effect, rather than the type of platform or weapon deployed, was the driving factor in assigning forces to campaign tasks. Then there was a short message to end a short war. On February 26th of 1991, 48 hours before Operation Desert Storm was considered officially closed, Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz put his signature to a letter addressed to the United Nations Security Council, which read, and I'll translate from the Arabic, I have the honor to notify you that the Iraqi government reaffirms its agreement to comply fully with Security Council Resolution 660 and all other UN Security Council resolutions. Now, a few hours later, at 8 a.m., or ante-meridium, which is what AM is acronymous for, Baghdad time, a ceasefire entered into effect. The international military campaign, dubbed by the American empire as Operation Desert Storm, had lasted only a few weeks. And yet, as recent rocket attacks against American targets in Iraq so illustrate, its consequences are with us still today. But how did it all begin? The then Iraqi leader, Saddam Hussein, criticized what he saw as Kuwaiti economic treachery related to the production and pricing of oil. When Kuwait refused to lower its oil production, Saddam began what would become a short-lived military intervention in the neighboring oil-producing country. Saddam's motives, in fact, related to his need to replenish an impoverished Iraqi economy that had been severely undercut by a protracted and costly war against Iran, which had lasted nigh a decade, 9 very long years, which resulted in more than 1.5 million estimated Iraqi and Iranian deaths that either state is even willing to admit to. On the 2nd day of August in 1990, not quite grasping what the waning of the Cold War would mean for his own regional ambitions, Saddam Hussein ordered his well-equipped Iraqi army of elite Republican Guard troops to invade and annex the tiny Arab state of Kuwait, a major supplier of oil to the American empire, above all other parties of interest, which brought the United States in reflexively. after that oil-rich nation refused to cancel the debt Iraq had incurred while warring against Iran throughout the majority of the 1980s. At the time of the invasion, the United States Navy was already on station in the region. The ships of Joint Task Force Middle East were immediately placed on alert. Battle groups led by the USS Independence, carrier vessel 62, and the USS, or United States ship Dwight D. Eisenhower, which was CVN, carrier vessel, and what was the N for? Well, fuck the acronym, it was numbered 69. They sped from the Indian Ocean and Eastern Mediterranean to take up positions in the Gulf of Oman and Red Sea, at the ready to commence sustained combat operations. When President George Herbert Walker Bush ordered the deployment of troops and equipment to defend the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, otherwise known as Saudi Arabia, more than 240 ships carrying about 18.3 million pounds of equipment and supplies was facilitated. United Nations trade sanctions were immediately imposed against Iraq to sever the country's economy. When U.S. Marines began arriving in Saudi Arabia, their supplies and equipment were in close proximity due to low-key military ties with friendly Arab states. More than 21,000 naval reservists were called to active duty in support of Desert Shield that would become Desert Storm. During the 6-month buildup to Operation Desert Storm, U.S. News and World Report reported that the Pentagon expected upward of 30,000 American troops would be killed and others injured if a shooting war with the Iraqis erupted. Even the Deputy Commander-in-Chief during Desert Storm, General Calvin A.H. Waller, said he expected a casualty rate of 40% of his frontline units, and that the war would last just over a week. 2 days to breach the Iraqi frontline defenses, followed by 6 days of tank battles against the elite Republican Guard and their mechanized armored columns. Now, bear in mind that at that time, if I remember correctly, try and get out the numbers from what's left of my brain that I haven't fried with too many drugs. That would have been a fatality rate of a lot of men. It would be something that the United States simply could not even probably sustain. 40% of what was probably 500,000 men is incredible. It would be something that we haven't seen since World War II. So, the reason for this expectation on the most negative scale should be obvious. Nigh a decade of war between Iraq and Iran had turned the Iraqi army into a professional force of military veterans that had more combat experience than any American servicemen in the field. These were men who had seen it all, including children thrown against them by the Iranians, so that the Iranians could begin to conserve their adult forces towards the end of that war. So the Iraqi service veterans had killed children deployed against them when they had to. These men were not cowards. They were not going to break. This was something that most Americans have no concept of based on all of the propaganda they are fed on the concept that the Arab soldier is someone who perennially deserts. So, it took Michael Aquino to even the odds. Now, once diplomatic and economic pressure to deter Saddam failed, the American empire, under then-President George H.W. Bush, assembled the largest international coalition since the Second World War. And, with the authorization of the United Nations Security Council, began a 5-week military operation that pushed Saddam's forces back into Iraq and reinstated the Kuwaiti royal family at the helm of their country. The United States and Great Britain, along with a gaggle of nearly 40 countries, the so-called Coalition of the Willing, launched a relentless and devastating air offensive that took out key Iraqi defenses and softened up the front lines. The United States Navy provided sea control and maritime superiority, which paved the way for the introduction of U.S. and Allied and ground forces, both air and ground forces of the American empire and its allies. The subsequent bombardment by aerial assets and the effects of the economic embargo decimated Iraq's military infrastructure and morale, degraded communications and supplies, and devastated weapons arsenals. During the beginnings of the war, Navy ships launched salvos of Tomahawk cruise missiles against military targets in Iraq to soften the battlefield for ground troops. 7 B-52s launched from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana took off on the 16th day in January of 1991, carrying then secret GPS or geosynchronous positional satellite guided missiles, cruise missiles, to the Gulf region and releasing them from standoff ranges into Iraq after a 17-hour flight. The missiles were targeted against command and control nodes, Iraqi leadership, power plants, and a telephone exchange. Now air units deployed in countries inside and outside the Persian Gulf region, as well as from aircraft carriers in surrounding bodies of water, followed up with an unrelenting rain of munitions on Iraqi fielded forces both in Kuwait and Iraq itself, destroying in 42 days roughly half of all that country's fielded forces. The air campaign began with strikes on sensors and command and control capabilities, which blinded Iraqi forces and denied them the ability to coordinate any defense. Coalition aircraft attacked airfields to prevent the Iraqi Air Force from mounting a defense against the Allied aerial armada, and in the latter stages hit individual armored vehicles with precision weapons called tank plinking to inflict massive attrition on Iraq's ground forces. 27 United States military aircraft went down during that conflict, and Iraq held 21 Americans as prisoners of war. Now, despite a warning to Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein by U.S. President George H.W. Bush that prisoners must be treated humanely, as would Iraqi prisoners held by the coalition, he so said, American pilots were beaten and tortured, and some forced to make anti-coalition videos. And not all of those prisoners were repatriated. There are still lost American pilots from that war. Now, despite widespread fears that Saddam would deploy chemical weapons against coalition forces, as had been used throughout the Iran-Iraq conflict, which resembled more than anything else the conduct of the First World War, the ground war began on the 24th day in February, after nearly 40 fucking days of aerial bombardment. You couldn't even call it combat. No Americans on the ground seemed to know exactly where the enemy was or what they were even doing. The weather didn't help matters much. Cold rain, steely winds, and blowing needles of sand. The ground war ended but 100 hours later. In a mere 100 hours, 100,000 Iraqi fighters were killed, and the Iraqi army itself was crushed. Another 100,000 Iraqi civilians are conservatively estimated to have died immediately due to starvation, dehydration, and total denial of medical supplies under embargo and sanctions from the United Nations. Now, military action included the systematic targeting of all Iraqi infrastructure, including the sustained and controversial attack against retreating Iraqi military personnel along the road connecting Kuwait with Iraq itself, when, in the last days of combat, hundreds of fleeing Iraqi vehicles consolidated onto a single road on their way out of Kuwait, where coalition air units could see and destroy them en masse, which was subsequently, well, it came to be known as the Highway of Death. Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, argued to President Bush that to continue the carnage would be both un-American and unchivalrous, and damage to America's military credibility and moral authority with the world was irretrievable. Bush ordered a halt to the destruction, too late, allowing what surviving Iraqi troops there were to leave Kuwait. Iraqi soldiers surrendered by the thousands. Kuwait was free again to reopen its oil pumps for American consumption. The rapid military campaign was a success, and its implications were potentially massive. Before the intervention, Bush had addressed the United States Congress, stressing the importance of the unique and extraordinary moment. To quote his tea, "The crisis in the Persian Gulf offers a great opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Out of these troubled times, a new world order can emerge, a new era, freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in the quest for peace." And so an official ceasefire was struck on the third day in March of 1991, controversially leaving Saddam Hussein in total power, while coalition casualties were in the hundreds, and nigh all of them, almost to the last, by friendly fire. Americans killing each other. Immediate Iraqi military losses numbered in the tens of thousands. Though Bush was criticized by some for not pressing on to the Iraqi capital and conquering Iraq, he later pointed out that the United Nations mandates authorizing the operation did not call for that, and that the coalition would have likely broken up if the war had been expanded. He also had heeded Colin Powell's advice that If you break it, you buy it, meaning the United States would take over the physical and fiscal responsibility for the security and feeding of the Iraqi nation, which Bush, the senior Bush, said he was not prepared to do. He would leave that to his son and all of us paying taxes. The rapid success of the international military campaign, whose legitimacy was reinforced by the unequivocal United Nations authorization, ushered in an era of triumphalist confidence in the possibilities of such a new world order and in the American ability to mold it. If there be any truth to be told about the war all these years later, it's that the war never really ended. No wars ever do. The most obvious evidence that Desert Storm never ended is, of course, America's 2003 invasion of Iraq itself, which created immeasurable blowback that's still playing out today. In a less visible way, the war has continued in the hearts, minds, and souls of those who fought and survived it. About 12% of Gulf War veterans have been diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Of the veterans we know died by suicide, in the year 2014 alone, the last time I bothered to check the stats, 65% were old enough to have seen action during Desert Storm, Vietnam, or previous conflicts. More than 250,000 American troops who served in Iraq and Kuwait in 1991 were exposed to dangerous plumes of nerve gas and other chemical agents after Iraq's chemical weapons plant and storage sites were destroyed. As of 2015, which was again the next time I looked into the subject, veterans of Desert Storm who had been near those plumes were dying of brain cancer at 2 to 3 times the rate of troops who were stationed farther behind the front lines. I was one of those men, but I display no such symptoms, instead it having affected me mechanically with multiple lung collapses, which ultimately required highly experimental surgery to staple my lungs to my ribcage while simultaneously literally scrubbing all of the blebs or chemical blisters burned into the inside of my lungs while my lungs were thusly exposed to surgical intervention. Many others suffer from Gulf War syndrome, which consists of a series of symptoms such as chronic headaches, chronic fatigue, and cognitive issues. Indeed, the issues are so far-ranging and all across the spectrum that Congress was forced to create a legal fiction, Gulf War syndrome, which physically is not medically recognized as a reality. Rather, it's a legal fiction that enables the Veterans Administration to treat whatever symptoms manifest, because there's no single disease in the world that could possibly manifest such a wide-ranging spectrum of symptoms as manifest in Gulf War veterans. Indeed, originally, the acronym was GWIDS, GWIDS, Gulf War Immunodeficiency Syndrome. Very similar to CFIDS, CFIDS, or Chronic Fatigue Immunodeficiency Syndrome. And of course, AIDS, AIDS, Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, which is all Gulf War syndrome is, since it's acquired, a form of AIDS. So, is this something to celebrate? Back then, there were reasons to be optimistic. One of them related to the cooperation, unseen up to that point, between Americans and Soviets Despite Iraq having been one of its main Cold War clients in the region, the Soviet Union quickly endorsed the American-led military operation. Indeed, at the time of Saddam's invasion of Kuwait, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker and Soviet Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze were in a meeting together and rapidly issued a joint statement of condemnation of Iraq's aggression against Kuwait. Recently declassified sources show that the U.S.-Soviet cooperation back then was more difficult than the leaders' statements led the world to assume at the time. There is a book entitled Inside the Gorbachev-Bush Partnership on the First Gulf War, 1990. That way they at least qualify, even though they categorize the Gulf War wrongly as the first, it was the second, they at least give the year so as not to confuse the uninitiated. And sourcing their documents from the George H.W. Bush Presidential Library via the National Security Archives digital collection, the authors of that book, Svetlana Savranskaya and Tom Blanton, basically released a typed record of a phone conversation between the Secretary of State James Baker and the Soviet Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze that was taken on the 7th day in August of 1990 with, of course, the word secret written and later crossed out at the top. So we have declassified telephonic conversation that reveals the true U.S.-Soviet difficulties. Yet, speaking in October of 1991, the Soviet Party chairman, Mikhail Gorbachev, underlined that, well, let me translate from the Russian. Without a radical improvement and then a radical change in Soviet-U.S. relations, and of course you notice he puts the Soviet before the U.S., that's of course his prerogative and his right, we would never have witnessed the profound qualitative changes in the world that now make it possible to speak in terms of an entirely new age, an age of peace in world history. Indeed, he added that the right conclusions have been drawn from the Gulf War. Oh, but had they? In Iraq, Saddam Hussein remained in power, and bombing and sanctions against his regime continued into Bill Clinton's presidency, until in 2003, in the wake of 9/11 and the invasion of Afghanistan, the then President George W. Bush the Jr. declared a new war against Iraq with the disputed justification of Iraq's alleged development of weapons of mass destruction, where again, Colin Powell appeared to disgrace himself forever in the eyes of history by touting one of his own urine samples as a weapon of mass destruction in a test tube smuggled out of Iraq. Now, many commentators saw the Third Gulf War. And if you want to use 1 and 2, instead of 1, 2, and 3, just say Bush War 1 and Bush War 2, because many saw this as a way to deal with the unfinished business of the first Bush War, Gulf War 2, started by Bush's father. Military contractors flooded into Iraq, with complex consequences that are still playing out. One of the last acts of the United States presidency of Donald John Trump involved pardoning 4 Blackwater security contractors whom were directly responsible, personally responsible for the 2007 Nizar Square massacre, a shooting that killed 14 Iraqi children, one of which they butchered mercilessly, a 9-year-old, Ali Abdul Razak. United Nations human rights experts have condemned the presidential pardon as an affront to international justice. But of course, no one is stopping someone from paying the money to hunt those bastards down and kill each one of them individually. The war of the early aughts, the 2000s, left behind a completely eviscerated Iraqi state infrastructure and an incalculable body count. A situation that rendered Iraq itself an easy prey to the forces of the Islamic State, ISIS, which took over Mosul in the year 2014, continuing a legacy of violence and brutalization that never needed to happen. Many saw the end of the 1991 Gulf War as the beginning of an age of peace. To quote Gorbachev, who was planning his own defection. The highest level dictator to ever defect, who should make the cover of every history book for that reason alone, the equivalent of if Adolf Hitler had defected from the Third Reich at the height of World War II, or Joseph Stalin defecting at the height of the Korean conflict. Something that makes so little sense it boggles the mind. And yet happened because, yay, the Soviet Union was that bad, that dysfunctional, towards where its own leader realized it would no longer stand, conspired his defection, and allowed his empire to crumble into dust. The hope at that time was that the American empire would imbue the nation of Iraq and the entire region of Southwest Asia with the opportunity for prosperity. Instead, the ceasefire of February 28th, 30 years agone today, marked the end of a conflict that had been remarkably short, but whose consequences and unintended outcomes are still being felt to this day in every negative sense imaginable, and all too many that are inconceivable. One of them being the prisoners we took in by the hundreds, such as the men I led back behind the lines who helped us get through the anti-tank minefields alive, who had but one reason for their surrender. No one else besides myself could even speak Arabic, and therefore I understood what they said. Al-Qathul. Manifest to many of the Iraqis on the front lines were the anti-gods risen by Aquino in his last act in uniform to end a battle that otherwise would have cost the Americans incalculable losses that would have resulted in protestation and likely a reformation of the entire military-industrial complex. Instead, delivered America into the hands of the military-industrial complex in a manner more subservient than it had ever been before. None of the weapons deployed could have done what Aquino's magics did. To men who had seen a decade of trench warfare, including weeks on end, wearing gas masks and surviving chemical assaults, only to disintegrate on the sands of Babylon, when before their eyes, unseen to any American optics, and only on a few sensors that are rumored to have been completely scrubbed or confiscated, the emergence of the anti-gods out of the sands and descendant from the skies took their very senses from them, and they fled en masse. America's soul died that day, whatever soul it had, in its final sealing of its doom in that bargain with that which is beneath demonic, beyond diabolic. And effectively, all Americans were rendered chaos cultists at that point. Now, in terms of the time we have left in live streaming, we've been on for about 5.5 hours. So we should have 6.5 hours left. I'll do what I can with that time. There doesn't seem to be any new developments in the chat room or on live stream. Checking again into that which is more accessible. And what we have, of course, is let me do a refreshing of the page here. See what we can come up with. Good. We're maintaining numbers. Always appreciate it. And of course, let me do a reset of this. Good. All right. Let's see. In terms of the accomplishments of governance, well, we've got 1.9 trillion United States dollars worth of it. We might as well say 2 trillion, but of course, the decimal points at that point are so massive in what they imply. I guess I'm forced to stick with 1.9. The House just did the easy bit, using only Democratic votes, because the Republicans are antithetical to giving Americans anything. The House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, forced through Biden's $1.9 trillion US dollar COVID-19 rescue plan in the early hours of yesterday morning, setting up a tricky and frenetic dash to get the Senate to sign on. The bill will be changed, for sure, since a key Senate official ruled that hiking the the federal minimum wage to $15 US an hour would infringe on the arcane rules Democrats plan to use to pass it over Republican opposition. That's a blow to a Biden campaign promise and will anger the progressive wing of his party, but it could get conservative Democrats on board to pass the broader package, the centerpiece of the president's strategy to get America back to normal as it can ever be. Aftermath, Operation Desert Storm. In our country's hour of need, Republicans are making a fateful choice in what is looking like blatant blanket opposition to the rescue bill. If it works, they'll probably get little of the credit. If it fails to pull the country out of our current mess, they can argue that Biden broke the bank for nothing. For now, the red Russo collaborationist insurgents of the Republican Party claim Biden's decision to reject the much smaller $600 billion US dollar package pitched by 10 Republican cultic senators shows his vows to forge unity and bipartisanship were just hot air. Still, it's a big risk. If COVID-19 vaccines drive out the virus, schools open, and businesses get back on their feet, all goals of this rescue plan, Biden will claim to have single-handedly rescued the American empire from disaster. And he can point out that the Republican cult did not worry too much about overspending when it backed a similarly sized Trump-era tax reform to benefit the rich and big business. For this weekend, at least, Democrats like this comparison. While their party was passing legislation meant to end the pandemic and ease its economic pain, much of the Republican Party was down in Florida, renewing its vows to an ex-president who botched the COVID-19 crisis, tried to crush American democracy, and lost the House, the Senate, and the White House itself. Well, that brings us by segue to Ted Cruz's Cancun cock-up, which distracted from the biggest political failure in Texas. Unless you've been living on another planet for the last few weeks, you know that the Republican representative of Texas, Senator Ted Cruz, went to Cancun for a day while his state was in the grips of extreme cold weather and massive failure of its power grid. Cruz's terrible judgment and weak attempt to explain that poor judgment drew national and international headlines. But it also obscured the stumbles and misjudged decision-making processes by Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott. As in, Cruz's bad publicity make us sus miss the real story of grid failure, Abbott's own failures amid this Arctic crisis. After all, Abbott, as governor, has far more actual influence in the way the state makes, and actually made, misdecisions about its power supply, and oversight over the groups what be responsible for ensuring that a catastrophe like the one that happened earlier this month in Texas don't happen. Abbott, for instance, appointed longtime aide Deanne Walker to head the state's Public Utility Commission, one of the entities with oversight of the patently misnomered ERCOT, which is acronyms for Electric Reliability Council of Texas, which is anything but, and which runs the Texas power grid and has come in for the lion's share of blame for the outages. And it was Abbott who tried to initially blame liberal energy policies for this crisis after ERCOT itself reported that some wind turbines had frozen in the cold weather. And completely neglecting the fact that the primary reason for the electricity shortage was due to issues with the state's natural gas supply, Abbott told Fox News' Sean Hannity that this shows how the Green New Deal will be a deadly deal for the United States of America. And it was Abbott who, aside from that suckbutt Hannity interview, was largely absent from the airwaves amid the teeth of this crisis, as the Washington Post so noted on the 21st of February. And I read from there, "It was clear by Tuesday afternoon that Texas was in a full-blown crisis, and Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, who had largely been out of sight, never returned. More than 4 million households did not have power amid dangerously low temperatures, and an increasing number did not have heat or running water. Some families were burning furniture to stay warm. Grocery stores were emptying, and people were dying. In the freezing darkness, many desperate Texans felt they were left to fend for themselves." Oh, they were. And it is Abbott who, according to an analysis by the National Institute on Money in Politics, has collected more than $26 million in campaign contributions from the oil and gas industry, and who has received thousands of dollars in contributions from 3 members of ERCOT's board. 5 members of the board resigned earlier this week. And it is Abbott, along with the rest of the Republican elected officials in the state, who ignored recommendations to winterize their energy operation following a 2011 winter storm that seized up a decent chunk of the state's power grid in the year of my mother's murder. As the Texas Tribune so wrote recently, and I read therefrom, in 2011, Texas faced a very similar storm that froze natural gas wells and affected coal plants and wind turbines, leading to power outages across the state. A decade later, Texas power generators have still not made all the investments necessary to prevent plants from tripping offline during extreme cold, experts said. To be clear, the blame here is not Abbott's alone. There'd be plenty of blame to go around when something this catastrophic happens. But by any objective measure, Abbott's actions, rather his lack of any actions, should leave him with far more blame than, say, Ted Cruz, who, as a sitting senator, has virtually no formal role to play in the crisis. As I myself noted last week, Cruz still should be, well, he still should have understood that his job is to comfort struggling constituents, whether or not he can do anything specific about the problem. So he does deserve all that he gets. But how much of a hit, if any, has Abbott taken for his less than stellar performance amid the crisis? It's not clear because there hasn't been any quality polling done since the power problems hit, because, nobody can. But according to a Texas Tribune / University of Texas poll released in October, Abbott's approval numbers were on the decline. A total of 47% of Texans approved of the job he was doing as compared to 40% who disapproved. That's not terrible, but it's a far cry from the 56% favorable versus 32% unfavorable rating that Abbott had in the same poll back in April of 2020. Much of Abbott's declining numbers was explained at the time as the less than stellar ratings he was getting on the coronavirus crisis. 44% approved of how he was handling the virus, while 46% disapproved in the October Tribune poll. Even if Abbott's numbers take a further hit in the wake of the electricity crisis, and it seems likely that they will, they most certainly should, he still has to be considered a favorite to win a third term next November, given Texas's still Republican tilt. That said, former Republican Beto O'Rourke, now a Democrat, has been making noise about a potential run for governor, and if he does run, could make Abbott's life much more difficult between now and November of 2022. So let's all back Beto O'Rourke. And with that, I take you into a postcard from Asian America itself. And this will take a while, because that's a lot to cover in terms of how this impacts yourself. Your future is based on myself and all Asian Americans beside myself. And you need to get used to that. We are your Vulcan intervention and your only fucking hope. Now first, the upbeat side, or rather the upside beat. Biden's trade czarina for our American empire has family roots in both island and mainland China. It is the Yale and Harvard Law School educated daughter of American immigrants from Taiwan, the trade attorney and anti-communist China critic Catherine Chai Tai, now President Joe Biden's top trade negotiator representing all our interests, has family roots in both China and Taiwan. Catherine Chai Tai is the first woman of color ever instated as our top trade official following her confirmation hearing on Thursday of this week last. Confirmed by the U.S. Senate as United States Trade Representative, Tai, a trade lawyer with a history of taking on China, who until recently served as the chief trade counsel for the U.S. House Ways and Means Committee, now plays a key role in negotiating trade agreements with the Communist Chinese Empire and all other countries on Earth. Some media described Madame Tai as Taiwanese American, while others called her Chinese American, a difference generically not considered significant in these United States, the darkest of all continents on the face of the earth, among the white savages, but that triggered sensitivities in my democratic Taiwan, which is pressing Washington to sign a bilateral trade deal there in the face of what it describes as unrelenting intimidation from Communist China. And Red China, which claims Taiwan as its own territory, has ramped up its military activities near my island throughout the Asian Lunar New Year in a trans-Taiwan Strait Tet offensive. Now the Madame Tai, who speaks fluent Putonghua Guoye, or Mandarin Chinese dialect, the national language of both Chinas, is born of parents who themselves were both born in mainland China and raised in my Taiwan, before moving to these United States in the 1960s, the decade in which I myself entered this vale of tears, as graduate students in the sciences, finally relocating to Washington, District of Columbia area near Bethesda, Maryland. Catherine Chitai's life story is a classic example of the fast-fading American dream. Or, as Joe Biden said in introducing her as his nominee in December, she embodies a powerful immigrant story of America. Now, she herself grew up all too well off, though she also made it to the big time on her own merits. Ty's father was a researcher at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland, working to advance treatments for American soldiers who served in the Vietnam War. Her mother, also a scientist, still works at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, researching opioid addiction to help all the white trash bastards lounging on their couches all over North America, the white savages, under her care. The 45-year-old Ty herself was born years later in Connecticut, and Ty enjoyed an elite upbringing and education, graduating from the prestigious Sidwell Friends School, attended by Obama's daughters and many other progeny of Washington's best and brightest. Ty graduated from Yale in 1996 with a baccalaureate in history, and an intensely private person like all Asians, or the overwhelming majority. She has kept the names of her husband and family completely secret from public view since she was nominated, another notable achievement in gossip-hungry Washington. Answering questions bubbling in Asia since her nomination first surfaced early in the first full week of the last month of last year, she told reporters on Friday, as dated the 11th day in December of yesteryear, that it never occurred to her until decades later, while filling out paperwork to work for the agency she now heads, that by being born in these United States, she became a U.S. citizen before her parents, who were naturalized in 1979. She spracketh of her pride in representing these United States in a case against Communist China before the WTO, the World Trade Organization, together with a colleague whose parents had immigrated from India, so saying that, well, to quote as she, two daughters of immigrants there to serve, to fight for, and to reflect the nation that had opened doors of hope and opportunity to our families. It wasn't until decades later that it occurred to me that I became an American before my parents, the very first American in our family. Ty's testimony has been anxiously awaited for months by industry, United States trading partners from Beijing to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of United Europe, labor groups and lawmakers, all lining up to lobby the trade chieftainess for the world's largest economy, Marketplace Earth on the North American continent. The 2 points to take to heart are that Catherine Tai backs tariffs as a legitimate tool to counter Communist China's state-driven economic model, and vows to hold Beijing to its prior commitments while promising a sweeping new approach to American trade. And that at her Senate confirmation hearing to become U.S. Trade Representative, Tsai also called for a revamp of global trade rules to eliminate what she called gray areas exploited by the Communist Chinese Empire, and thereby end a race to the bottom that she said has hurt workers and the environment. To quote Xi, "For a very long time, our trade policies were based on the assumption that the more we traded with each other and more liberalized our trade, the more peace and prosperity there would be," adding that trade liberalization in the past too often led to less prosperity and lower labor and environmental standards, which I will not argue with vociferously. Now, Tsai's testimony to the Senate Finance Committee is the latest sign that Washington's approach to overseas commerce may have changed permanently after decades of market-based free trade liberalization that benefited multinational corporations, but was upended by former President Donald Trump's protectionism, in what may turn out to be one of his few good ideas. Now, Tsai did not reject Trump's America First trade policies, but said she would revamp them to a worker-centric trade model that aimed to safeguard American livelihoods through investment and trade enforcement. And Tsai called Communist China, in her own words, an extremely formidable competitor where the state is able to conduct the economy almost like a conductor with an orchestra, saying that the United States needs to respond with more strategic investments, supply chain resilience, and trade enforcement to counter Beijing's strategy and ambitions. Tsai said Red China needed to live up to its commitments under the Phase 1 trade deal it signed with the United States in early 2020, but she gave few specifics on how she would achieve this besides using existing enforcement tools. She made no new tariff threats, but did say, "There are also a lot of areas that are gray areas where the rules are not clear or where we don't have rules yet," adding that the United States should work with other countries to explore new options to seek structural changes in the Communist Chinese Empire. When asked about tariffs on steel and aluminum, Tsai said tariffs were a legitimate tool in the trade toolbox, but that a whole new slew of policies, or a whole slew of policy tools, her words, was needed to address the core problem of global excess production capacity for the metals, centered primarily in the Chinese mainland. Jameson Greer, a trade attorney himself who served as chief of staff to Tsai's USTR, or United States Trade Representative predecessor, Robert Lighthizer, said he interpreted Tsai's views on tariffs as continuing the Trump administration stance, himself so saying that, from the testimony today, it's clear that the Biden administration does not view tariffs as a moral issue. You have to be careful, but they're a tool that can be used. This brings us to the strengthening of American supply chains. Tsai told senators that legal tools are needed to better protect American intellectual property besides the Section 301 trade law used by the Trump administration to wage a tariff war against the Communist Chinese Empire. In Tsai's own words, she basically said that a key priority is assessing Red China's use of forced labor in the Xinjiang province, or northwest China, what is properly and historically known as East Turkestan. But she added that the use of forced labor is probably the crudest example of the race to the bottom in global trade. So achieving Biden's trade goals would require stronger, more resilient American supply chains and investments in people and infrastructure to boost American competitiveness. Tsai also rejected a direct return to an 11-country Asia-Pacific free trade deal that originally included these United States, saying the world had changed significantly since the Obama administration agreed to it in 2015. The U.S. Congress never ratified the deal. She's referring, of course, to the Trans-Pacific Trade Agreement, which I will cover in depth in my argument to return unto. But she said the United States would cooperate with other countries in Asia on trade and work to improve the World Trade Organization's, the WTO's, effectiveness. Tai also said she would prioritize enforcement of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, which Trump simply rewrote NAFTA in his own image like a fucking idiot, and like a fucking idiot, people tolerated it. But that's what she's referencing, which she herself helped renegotiate the year before yesteryear as trade counsel for the House of Representatives Ways and Means Committee to include tougher labor and environmental standards, which is nothing to detract from or complain about. She said the deal marked an important step in reforming our approach to trade, and that its success was vital. Well, of that I have no doubt. Now Tai faces a reordered world in which the Communist Chinese Empire and other major nations, including America's allies, are negotiating their own trade deals at a high rate, excluding these United States. This in turn has created one of the toughest trade environments ever for the American empire, the nation that reinvented the global trading system after purporting that it had won the Second World War. But faced first with ending the COVID-19 pandemic, righting a teetering economy, and mitigating climate and immigration crises, not to mention addressing a dangerous diplomatic standoff with Iran, Biden and his team are trying to set aside trade as an issue for now. It's still too raw a subject after years in which the Democratic Party nearly split apart over the question of free versus fair trade. Though Biden openly deplored his predecessor Donald Trump's unilateral approach, especially toward Red China, he has set out no new trade agenda 3 weeks into his administration, other than to say he plans to build a united front with like-minded nations. And notably, even as he has reversed a plethora of Trump policies from climate to immigration to COVID-19, Biden has not yet indicated he's ready to roll back Trump's tariffs on China and the European allies he be wooing. And it's clear that Biden chose Tai, a graduate of Yale University and Harvard Law School who is fluent in Mandarin Chinese and understands Beijing's aggressive trade practices as well as anyone, largely because Red China's oft-times illegal behavior poses the biggest trade challenge that Washington faces. Now, Catherine Chi-Tai had a full inbox awaiting her. Tai inherits a cabinet-level position tasked with enforcing importation rules and brokering trading terms with the Communist Chinese Empire across the Pacific. Tai faces a long list of Trump-era tariff disputations to resolve, including those on aerocraft, food, and wine with Europe, to threaten duties over digital services taxes and Red China's lagging American goods purchases. Her to-do list involves American allies, global corporations, domestic industries, and labor groups, all eager to see how she will address the upheaval after President Donald Trump's America First trade policies. I shall but outline the immediate issues and go in depth into analysis the most strategically imperative. There be the Europe and aerocraft subsidies. For American administrations have argued with United Europe over past government aid to aircraft manufacturers since 2004. After WTO or the World Trade Organizational rulings, both Washington and Brussels, the capital of Europe, put tariffs on billions of dollars of aerocraft and food and wine imports. The restaurant and the liquor industry will press MEMԾ to reach a deal and lift these, while Boeing Company, the top American exporter, wants European tariffs on its aerocraft lifted as it resumes deliveries of its 737 MAX. It's MAX in the uppercase. It's plane. The model thereof, which is the latest and the greatest, supposedly, or purportedly. Shall we say, in marketing terms, if nothing else. Whether the United States or Europe should allow new subsidies on aerocraft is another dilemma, and Brazil is now pushing for an agreement outside the World Trade Organization. Broader U.S.-EU trade talks, which previously stalled over agriculture imports, steel, and aluminum tariffs, aren't likely a first priority, so we can drop that in the box for now. There is the reforming of the WTO, the World Trade Organization, in wake of the Trump terror. MEMԾ will lead American efforts to reform the WTO, widely criticized for failing to rein in Communist China's trade and subsidy practices, or malpractices. Reversing Trump opposition, the Biden administration has cleared the way for Nigeria's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to be Director General of the World Trade Organization on, well, tomorrow, the 1st of March. One of MEMЦ's first WTO decisions will be whether to back a temporary intellectual property rule waiver sought by India and South Africa to speed vaccine production in poor regions, potentially upsetting American industry. Now, the Nigerian Director General of the WTO, who begins his administration tomorrow, Okonjo-Iweala, has warned against vaccine nationalism by rich countries. The WTO's appellate body, a kind of a Supreme Court of global trade, was disabled after Donald Trump blocked appointments for new judges. The MEMЦ is expected to review that decision, but it could take us time to rebuild the dispute settlement process. Then there be the fishery subsidies. WTO members missed an end 2020 deadline for a deal to cut subsidies that have helped decimate the world's fish stocks. Since its launch in 1995, the WTO has concluded only one new trade agreement. That's unacceptable. If this one comes together, WTO insiders joke, it won't be the WTO that will save fish, but fish that will save the WTO. Now that brings us to the post-Brexit United Kingdom, which I, of course, will deal with more in depth next transmission or the one after that, depending on what we get out tonight in Arc of Narrative. Britain and the United States started formal talks on a new bilateral trade agreement, but yesteryear. And that was after Britain's exit from the European Union. The Trump misadministration floated a mini trade deal, if you like that term, but it's unclear whether MEMC will dignify it with any seal of approval, or even, well, rather instead, she'll probably try for a more comprehensive agreement, rather than some micro-trade bullshit that Trump wrote on the back of a napkin at dinner time. That brings us to the Congressional Trade Promotional Authority, the CTPA. Because the MEMC will also lead negotiations with Congress to renew the TPA, the Trade Promotion Authority, the fast-track negotiating powers granted the American empire, or the U.S. president at least, that are due to expire on the 1st of July. Comprehensive trade deals are largely impossible without it. Now, Democrats who control Congress want new labor and climate change standards, as well as stronger congressional involvement in developing trade policy. Now, as a congressional staffer herself, the MEMC chafed at Trump's actions to negotiate deals sans ever consulting Congress. So, that will be dealt with, I am sure. Then we have the digital services taxes. The Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, has vowed to drive back into multilateral negotiations on global taxation of tech firms that Group of 7 officials, the 7 developed nations on Earth, hope to wrap up by mid-2021. Under Trump, the USTR threatened tariffs on French goods over France's digital services tax, which Washington said discriminates against American tech firms. It also found similar problems in Britain, Austria, and 4 other countries. Well, we'll wait and see. That's obviously probably the most boring subject I could think of. I'm not even going to bother with analysis. Now, more interestingly, Kenya, where Obama was born, which I never say as a negative, but rather as a credit to his making, and the free market of Africa. You see, the Trump administration actually launched talks with Kenya because he was investigating whether or not Obama was born there. And while looking for that evidence, Trump, on the art of the deal, he swung on a bilateral trade pact that could serve as a model for additional agreements all across the African continent. So he did us a solid because, well, this is of significance now because Africa has built what could be the world's largest free trade area with 1.3 billion customers, heralded as a chance to begin a new era of prosperity. This agreement, signed by 54 African states and creating a trade bloc encompassing economies worth $2.5 trillion United States dollars, took almost 20 years to negotiate. And after months of COVID delays, 54 of the 55 African Union members launched the biggest trade area since the creation of the World Trade Organization, forging ahead with their free continental trade bloc despite the coronavirus pandemic, albeit full implementation of the historic pact may take us years. Now, trade under the CFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, was initially scheduled to be launched on the 1st of July in 2020, but was postponed after the COVID-19 pandemic rendered in-person negotiations impossible. However, Wamkeli Meni, the Secretary General of the CFTA Secretariat, affirms that the pandemic also gave the process added impetus, himself having said that COVID-19 has demonstrated that Africa is overly reliant on the export of primary commodities, overly reliant on global supply chains. When the global supply chains are disrupted, we know that Africa suffers. So, despite a second wave of coronavirus in many African countries, the continent launched the world's largest trade bloc after the World Trade Organization on Friday, as dated the 1st of January. Now, reasoning that the trade deal could potentially boost African economies affected by COVID-19, nigh all African governments began officially trading under a new continent-wide free trade area last month, despite many African countries recording a second wave of the deadly virus. Indeed, every African nation except Eritrea, which is invading and conducting massacres throughout Ethiopia, has signed on to the African Continental Free Trade Area Framework Agreement, and 34 have ratified it, with countries including Nigeria already developing safety guidelines for trade during the plague. But experts emphasize that the real work begins now. Observers viewing the New Year's Day launch as largely symbolic, with full implementation of the deal expected to take years. Gyudemor, a former Liberian minister, who is now a senior fellow at the Center for Global Development, told Reuters news agency that, "I would be surprised if they can have everything set up within 24 months. For long-term success, I think we'll need to look at how long it took Europe. This is a multi-decade process." Nevertheless, the CFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, aims to bring together 1.3 billion people in a $3.4 trillion economic bloc that will be the largest free trade area since the establishment of the World Trade Organization. That is, of course, its only competition in terms of sheer size would be the recent Chinese trade organization established by Communist China when Trump provided them the vacuum in which to do so when he withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Trade Organization. Backers say it will boost trade among African neighbors while allowing the continent to develop its own value chains. It is hoped that the African Continental Free Trade Area will give its members the benefits of economies of scale and cheaper imports, which would mean more affordable products. The countries have lacked many of these typical advantages of free trade. The World Bank estimates it could lift tens of millions out of poverty by 2035. Now, during the online launch ceremony, Ghana's president, Nana Akufo-Addo, said, "There is a new Africa emerging with a sense of urgency and purpose and an aspiration to become self-reliant. But obstacles, ranging from ubiquitous red tape and poor infrastructure to the entrenched protectionism of some of its members, must be overcome if this new $3.4 trillion economic bloc covering over 1 billion people is to reach its full potential." Details on how to fix those logistical problems are still being hammered out. Critics are concerned that, as another center of African bureaucracy, the bloc's secretariat, likely to be headquartered in Ghana, will struggle with corruption and nepotism. Historic challenges, including Africa's poor road and rail links, political unrest, excessive border bureaucracy, and petty corruption, will not disappear overnight. And an annex to the deal, outlining the rules of origin, an essential step for determining which products can be subject to tariffs and duties, has not been completed yet that I myself be aware of. Meanwhile, 41 of the zone's 54 member states have submitted tariff reduction schedules. Members must phase out 90% of tariff lines over 5 years for more advanced economies or 10 years for less developed nations. Another 7% considered sensitive will get more time, while 3% will be allowed to be placed on an exclusion list. Ziad Hamwi of Borderless Alliance, which is a group that campaigns for easier cross-border trade, has attested that finalizing those schedules and communicating them to businesses must be done quickly. But efforts to implement the deal will also likely face resistance from countries' domestic interest groups. Fears of losing out to more competitive neighbors initially made some of the countries, including West African giant Nigeria, a superpower by African standards, skeptical of the Pan-African project. Still, proponents of the zone are confident that initial steps towards its implementation will already allow member states to quickly boost intra-African trade. To quotist Silver Ojeko, who's the chief of staff at the AFCFTA Secretariat, economic integration is not an event. It's a process. We must start somewhere. Now, Nigeria being skeptical is all too understandable. As a single nation, they do not belong together. There needs to be more than one nation created out of Nigeria, most painfully obvious being secession of Biafra into independence, but certainly other areas of Nigeria could just as easily act independently. It's a stitched-together amalgamate created by the British artificially. Artificial in its boundaries, artificial in that people are forced to interact with each other who really don't like each other. If they can't get it together as a nation, albeit the largest nation in Africa, how can we expect the entire continent to get its act together? Nevertheless, like John Campbell, the former ambassador to Nigeria and the current senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, has said, that part is going to take some years to implement and then some years for the impact to be seen. But even he acknowledges that if it all works out, this deal could transform the economies of Africa. That's what brings us back, of course, to the China tariffs. Now, Ty's team, of course, has, well, this is all part of the kind of impact that I've been concerned with, because China is so heavily invested in Africa that when I bring up China and its tariffs, that's what will bring us back to Africa inevitably. So the MEMୖDAY Ty's team, the trade team Ty, also needs to evaluate the Phase 1 Sino-American trade deal. Red China's purchases of American goods and services in 2020 fell 42% short of targets set in the accord. American companies want Red China's industrial subsidies and non-tariff barriers removed, and intellectual property protections expanded, in exchange for easing tariffs on some $370 billion in Chinese goods. Biden officials have said tariffs will remain in place for now and have pledged to work with American allies to put more pressure on the Communist Chinese Empire to change what they call abusive practices. Mine own true homeland and heartland of the Nationalist Republic of China, as reestablished on Taiwan, has become a major beneficiary during the Sino-American decoupling process for two reasons. First, the American empire has been encouraging a supply chain transfer away from mainland communist China to fasci-democratic China, the nationalist Chinese established on Taiwan, and other allies in the Indo-Pacific. Second, this is a good opportunity for the Republic of China on the islands of Taiwan to shift its economic dependence on the mainland China elsewhere, mitigating risks of political uncertainty. Both trends are likely to continue. Since the root of the conflict between the American empire and the Communist Chinese state stems from shifting power dynamics and the closing power gap between them, tension and competition will not be resolved with Biden as president. However, due to the particularity of Trumpism, Biden will try to adjust his Red China policy in three important ways. First, the strategic hawks will overwhelm the mercantilist economic hawks. The United States will place greater relative emphasis on strategic security. Tariffs will not serve as the primary tool for dealing with the Communist Chinese. The focus will be on reducing trade deficits, protecting intellectual property rights, opposing forced technology transfers, and opening up the market. Second, more support will be given to the United States' traditional and strategic allies. And third, the United States will seek cooperation with mainland Communist China on a number of issues such as environmental protection, climate change, and even the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. It's an open secret that Taiwan welcomed the Trump administration's policy to significantly strengthen, well, Amero-Taiwanese relations. And it was jittery about the transition to the Biden administration. It need not have been. They could have listened to me. Early indications, quite predictably, are that the Biden team plans to double down on Trump's Taiwan policy, which be to my culture's benefit. Exempli Greciae. Conventional logic inside the Beltway held that the Trump misadministration's decision in the 11th hour to end self-imposed contact guidelines with my Taiwan would be unappreciated by the incoming Biden team. However, the Biden administration thus far has embraced the Trump decision to upgrade Washington's unofficial partnership with Taipei, as I knew they would. In an unprecedented maneuver, the incoming American administration invited the de facto Taiwanese ambassador to attend its inauguration ceremony. A slap in the face to the Red Chinese as much as the appointment of Grand Madame Tai. Which brings us back to the Chinese in Africa. When in 1492 the Genoese sailor Christopher Columbus stumbled upon a Caribbean island, Europe was said to have won the equivalent of a second continent for itself. Over the following 3 centuries, Europeans colonized the vast expanses of North and South America, eliminating through disease and war many of the original inhabitants, and filling the ranks of labor with slaves from yet another continent. The Americas absorbed Europe's surplus population, supplied food and raw materials for its industrial and urban centers and markets for its manufactured products. China could possibly have followed a similar path when Ming Dynasty Admiral Zheng He sailed into East Africa nearly a century earlier than the voyage of Columbus. But the admiral and his 60-strong fleet of superships had a different mission: reconnaissance and show of force. Rather than encourage colonization of a distant continent, the Imperial China of that time forbade its citizens to travel abroad. They set his superships aflame because they wanted no Chinese to escape. It was the equivalent of burning all of America's Saturn V rockets, which instead have been left to rust under the elements. No space colonies on the Moon or Mars that could have extended America's culture into the solar system. The Chinese denied themselves a future and rendered themselves vulnerable to the white barbarians who would invade their lands because they themselves did not have the vision to go forth and conquer. Some shipwrecked Chinese sailors, however, did linger in Africa, and their progeny have been found. In 2005, a young Kenyan woman claiming Chinese ancestry was invited to Communist China to take part in the 600th anniversary of Zheng He's expedition. The fanfare over the ancient voyage marked a new era in Red China's relations with the continent. In pursuit of a go-out policy promoted by Communist China's leaders, Africa has belatedly become what the Americas once were to Europe: China's second continent. There is a book out by that title, written by a man named Howard French, a former New York Times reporter in both China and Africa, that is subtitled "How a Million Migrants Are Building a New Empire in Africa." It's a fascinating account of this striking development, but of course is not the source for what I have to say, because it so much misses so many marks. By conservative estimates, Africa now counts over 1 million communist Chinese residents. Their diverse activities, including mining, logging, petty trading, and massive construction projects, have been helping to shape Africa, in the process providing China with fuel for its industrialization and wealth for its ambitious march to become the world's leading superpower. An ultra-power, China has adopted a modern-day barter system that brings access to Africa's oil, gas, mining, forestry, and vast agricultural resources, in exchange for the construction of roads, railways, and public buildings. Today, 20% of Red China's oil imports, about 90% of its cobalt, 35% of its manganese, and 30% of its tantalum, which is, of course, that super strategic metal from meteorites, which powers all our cell phones and high technology. All key inputs for high technologies manufacturing, in fact, come from Africa. From 10 billion US dollars in 2000, Anno Domini, Red China's two-way trade with Africa soared to 170 billion US dollars by 2013. In the first decade of this century, Communist China has committed an estimated 74 billion US dollars in state and private funds to Africa, far more than the World Bank. It's all about seizing opportunity. Former President Jiang Zemin, well, that's the Communist Chinese president before Xi Jinping inserted himself as dictator for life with no term limits. Former President Jiang Zemin's 1996 tour of 6 African countries and a speech on his return to China calling on businesses to go out to Africa as a priority zone for expansion was the beginning of Red China's official opening to Africa, which culminated with a 2002 summit of 53 African heads of state in Beijing. It took the United States a dozen years to mount a similar event in Washington comparatively recently. But the main driver of China's push into Africa has been hundreds of thousands of individuals who chose, quite literally, to jiahai, to jump into the ocean of business by heading to Africa. A common theme that emerges from interviews with these Chinese migrants is that most lacked any opportunity at home and resented the omnipresent corruption, the all-pervasive need to bribe to get anything done, the pollution everywhere, the inability to breathe any clear air, and the lack of freedom, including that of religion and speech. Therefore, none of the communist Chinese citizens of Africa are communist. While not averse to seeking help from Chinese embassies in Africa, the migrants are very much on their own. They eat Chinese food, they stay in regular touch with family back home via the China-based QQ internet messaging service, and where possible they watch Chinese television. Via satellite, of course. Urban legend is that, of course, the Chinese communist companies basically maintain a kind of watch over these people through a kind of corporate communist culture, using prison labor to carry out their projects in Africa, thereby avoid working with any of the blacks. On the contrary, one finds that Chinese in Africa show a healthy cynicism about the Communist Party and its governance style, and really brook no tolerance. In a typical deal, Red China signed a $6 billion US resource for an infrastructure agreement with Congo, under which China would build railway lines, roads, housing, hospitals, and a new university in exchange for a guaranteed supply of copper and cobalt for 20 years. Often the buildings and roads built by the Chinese companies that win contracts by virtue of having the lowest bids soon began falling apart because of the shoddy material used. The same is true of cheap consumer goods sold by Chinese vendors. In many African capitals, Chinese vendors have taken over the retail sector, often in violation of all local law. The import of cheap goods helps the poor consumer, but stunts the growth of any domestic industry, which is unable to match the China price, the cheapest you can imagine, made by slave labor back in fucking China. Now, government protection of Chinese investments often means black workers are condemned to labor in hazardous conditions and are unable to use their trade union rights to fight for higher wages or even safe working environments because, you know, the employer is back in Red China. So what next? One wonders how Africa will cope when, by mid-century, two emerging trends will meet. The first is that Africa's population will double to 2 billion. The population of China and India combined. And the second is that much of Africa's known reserves of oil, iron, bauxite, copper, cobalt, uranium, and gold will be largely they'll be depleted, if not completely gone in any strategic sense of scale. Africa is said to possess 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land. China, in contrast, has but 20% of the world's population and only 9% of its farmland. China's expertise and management skill could well be used to turn Africa into a new granary for the world. But how would Africans view prosperous islands of Chinese farming in the midst of a teeming, impoverished local population? The Chinese role in Africa resembles traditional interpretations of imperialism. Red China, for all its denials of any global ambition that could be likened to hegemony, is clearly competing with someone, and for something, global preeminence. China's expansive economic role not only enables it to showcase its reach, power, generosity, and solicitude, but allows it to solidly plant itself in the world's fastest growing economy and build a base for further expansion. Despite their rapid growth in the past decade, China's migrants in Africa are still a small number in historical terms. In the second half of the 19th century alone, 60 million Europeans settled in the Americas. Those who left Europe also went for good, with a clear idea of making a new life. Things are more fluid today. Thanks to ease of travel, communications, and transfer of money, the tide of migration picks up fast, but can also be reversed equally rapidly. The anger in Africa that the Chinese presence and practices are creating, combined with a growing population and depletion of resources, may not bode well for Red China's long-term future in Africa. Exemplificatie, Sudan, which counts Red China as its largest economic partner, exporting 40% of its oil and receiving in exchange weapons that are embargoed by the United Nations. The red carpet treatment that Beijing reserved during a visit in June of 2011, the year my mother was murdered, by Sudanese dictator Omar al-Bashir, who was already wanted by the International Criminal Court on charges of genocide in Darfur, is emblematic of the realpolitik that guides Red Chinese foreign policy. That's what brings us to its only competitor on Earth, the Japanese Empire. Now, U.S. lawmakers and rice farmers, meanwhile, are pushing Washington to start talks with the Japanese Empire about a comprehensive trade agreement after a less than satisfying mini-deal signed by the Trump administration, who is always doing this micro-deal bullshit to show that he was doing something when he really did a whole lot of nothing. It's not just about the taxes and tariffs. Biden should reconsider the Trans-Pacific Partnership. A lot of people are curious about whether Biden will invest political capital in trying to alter some of the income tax provisions introduced by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, trying to prognosticate which bits of the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, might be targeted for repeal or reform has become a favorite pastime of the tax community, judging from the large number of webinars on the topic that I find online. I myself would suggest there be bigger fish to fry regarding a different category of taxes, tariffs. Rather than fixate on the TCJA, we should be asking what Biden intends to do about repairing our frayed trade relationships. That effort should include fixing the WTO's dispute settlement system and forging new trade deals, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. And the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, stands out as unfinished business. Reviving it would be no easy task and could carry domestic political risks, but that doesn't make it a bad idea. A country's trade policy isn't just about raising revenue from imports and creating new opportunities for exports. It encompasses broader geopolitical relationships. If poorly managed, the U.S. trade stance will forfeit critical turf to Red China and strain relations with our strategic allies. If well managed, trade can reassert American influence. Given a choice between abandonment and ambition, we should select the latter. Now, this would be a pivot to Asia, a la Obama, revisited. Remember when the term pivot to Asia was all the talk in Washington? It said that Red China's expansionist tendencies require an American counterbalance. The Chinese BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, is a prime example of the kind of project that gave American foreign policy experts heartburn. The BRI has been likened to China's version of the Marshall Plan, though the comparison doesn't do the BRI justice. It is a multi-year overseas infrastructure and development project that will inevitably cause the roughly 70 beneficiary nations to move closer to Beijing's sphere of influence. In case you're wondering, the Belt refers to a Silk Road economic corridor that would extend by land across the Central Asian republics into both Europe and Africa therefrom. The road refers to a maritime equivalent that would use and expand shipping lanes all across the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean to access markets in South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. It is Southwest Asia, the pivot point between Europe and Africa. The pivot to Asia was part of the Obama administration's response thereunto, which placed an emphasis on strategic trade relationships. It made the TPP a desirable thing, beyond estimated benefits for the American economy. Once ratified and fully implemented, trade expansion would have increased American exports by $357 billion per year and added at least 0.5% to gross domestic product, according to the most conservative estimates. Now, these estimates are based on the analysis of economists Peter Petrie and Michael Plummer with the Peterson Institute for International Economics. A separate analysis conducted by the U.S. International Trade Commission estimated that the TPP would add at least 128,000 full-time jobs to the American economy, which we certainly need right now. The World Bank concluded that the TPP would increase workers' wages in all signatory countries, although the American wage increases would be small compared with those in other countries, primarily because American wages were relatively high to begin with, even though they don't buy you anything as an American. A study by Tufts University, however, predicted that the TPP might cause job losses in the United States, Canada, and Japan, but it turned out Tufts University was funded by the Russians and the Red Chinese. The TPP would have lowered tariff and non-tariff barriers among its 12 signatory nations. Australia, Brunei, which is a pirate nation, established by the British with a sultan in charge that reeks of oil, which enables its survival, and its very exclusively peculiar form of government, which is not necessarily all bad. Canada, Chile, the Empire of Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, the United States, and Vietnam. All would have been TPP signatories. All are now, except for America, but under Japanese steerage. President Obama signed the instrument in February of 2016. It included several provisions that American negotiators specifically demanded at the behest of the American business community. These included favorable terms for Big Pharma in the form of patent protections for biologics. The term biologics generally refers to a distinct category of drugs and treatment therapies derived from biological sources rather than chemical sources. Biologics promise great benefits to patients and great profits to pharmaceutical firms, which have invested heavily in their research and development. But that's a topic for another transmission. The TPP also included Investor State Dispute Settlement, or ISDS, and ISDS 0.0% procedures, for what that's worth. Now, this brings us, of course, back to U.S. politics and Obama. The good old days, you know, back when we had an identity and a sense of cultural coherence that will never return. Typically, multilateral trade agreements are premised on the idea that only signatory nations can bring infringement proceedings or other formal complaints when a grievance occurs. That leaves corporate actors on the outside looking in, although they can appeal to their national trade authorities to advance any dispute that suits their economic interest. Still, the petitioner or claimant must be the country, never a private corporation. ISDS changes that, giving private firms the ability to directly bring infringement disputes before the appropriate adjudicatory or adjudicatory bodies, depending on how you pronounce that. But the Obama administration, which was initially lukewarm on the ISDS clauses, but eventually instructed U.S. trade negotiators to require that they be included in the text of the TPP per the demands of big business here in America, that was for the sake of gaining political traction among Republicans in the U.S. Senate. In the end, the effort to appease Republican lawmakers backfired. The Republicans never came on board, and in the process, the TPP lost support among Democrats, especially those with close trade union ties. Their objection was that the agreement skewed too far in the direction of corporate interests relative to consumers and, of course, workers. Some Democrats also complained that the TPP's environmental protections were too weak. By the time of the 2016 presidential elections, the TPP had become semi-toxic in American politics. It was as if the pent-up angst over the perceived ills of the North American Free Trade Agreement, the NAFTA, had been channeled and redirected at the TPP. Go fucking figure, right? Yellow fucking peril. Anything to do with the Asians, they'll overwhelm us. Both candidates, Donald Trump and Hillary Rodham Clinton, publicly criticized the pending trade deal throughout their campaign, although Trump did so more vigorously. In the case of Billy Clinton, her rejection of the TPP was seen as a way to distance herself from NAFTA, signed by her own husband in the 1990s. Later, as president, Trump withdrew the United States from the TPP in January of 2017. Indeed, it was his first act as president, the first asinine action on part of his position in the office of the executive. You may have figured out by now that I myself stand as a proponent of rational and, how shall I put this, restricted free trade with rational boundaries, and of economic globalization in general, again, with limits based on reason. I never thought NAFTA was so bad, and I think the TPP would have served our national interests quite well. The practical reality, however, is that 2016 was just a rotten time to be promoting a multilateral trade deal. Based on this year's election results, not much has changed. Biden may have won, but the general skepticism toward multilateral trade pacts continues to hang around like a sour odor in the air. Biden is certainly mindful of this. He may re-engage with the World Trade Organization in due time, but he seems to be in no rush. Expect the same pattern with the punitive tariffs the United States imposes on imported steel and aluminum, dubiously justified under Section 232, the national security provision of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. Those tariffs will eventually be traded away for unrelated trade concessions, but Biden hasn't made their elimination a priority, and he might remain silent on the question of whether the claimed national security threat was even an appropriate maneuver. Biden knows all too well that the country's largest labor union, the AFL-CIO, supported most of Trump's tariffs. So did some members of Biden's own party, such as Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio. When asked about his views on U.S. trade relationships, Biden's stock answer has been to build it back better. Like most good slogans, the statement is sufficiently vague to allow us flexibility in how things are addressed down the road, because it basically tells us nothing. What would a free trade proponent whisper in Biden's ear regarding a second flirtation with the TPP? The person would start by reminding Biden that 95% of our prospective customers live overseas. Next, the person would point out that the American withdrawal from the TPP was enthusiastically celebrated in Beijing. Nothing makes communist China happier than when the American empire veers towards economic isolationism. To reconsider the TPP is to rethink an American retreat on the field of battle in the war for prosperity. At least some of the people inside the Biden administration will be keenly aware of this. Biden's nominee at the time that I checked back on it, this first Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who I believe is appointed by now, was a formative influencer behind the pivot to Asia a decade ago. Above all, whomever Biden appointed to serve as our USTR, the United States Trade Representative, would have had to have been highly skilled at persuasion. Now it's up to Catherine Chitai, most recently a mere House Ways and Means Committee staffer, to pick up the pieces of the global trading system and to take on the communist Chinese empire. The MEMန့ inherits a critical cabinet-level position tasked with enforcing America's import rules and brokering trading terms with Red China and all other nations on Earth. Now, the RCEP is the only trade bloc that can compare in sheer size to Free Africa. And the RCEP spells fear. The substance of the TPP changed after the United States pulled out. The remaining 11 countries removed several provisions that had been included at Washington's insistence. That included protections for biologics and ISDS procedures. To underscore these revisions, they rebranded the pact as the CPTPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Membership in the CPTPP is not intended to be static. My true homeland and heartland, the Republic of China, as reestablished on the islands of Taiwan, has expressed a desire to join this pact and already has taken the initial steps towards conforming its regulatory regime to comply with requirements for market access. Admission to the CPTPP would be a major step for my Taiwan, which is oftentimes precluded from joining any multilateral organizations because of opposition from communist China. As mentioned, Red China rejoiced when Trump took the United States into total abandonment of the TPP. And the Communist Chinese Empire responded by reaching out to a parallel trade agreement known as the RCEP, the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which was formed years earlier at the urging of the Indonesian government. The RCEP bloc includes the 10 nations that make up the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the ASEAN, ASEAN, which be Brunei, Cambodia, Kampuchea, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Now, additionally, the RCEP includes 5 of the so-called +6 nations that sometimes collaborate with ASEAN, or the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations: Australia, Red China itself, the Japanese Empire, New Zealand, and the Republic of South Korea. The only 6+ member, or +6 is the term, that stayed out of the RCEP is India, because, of course, of its looming war with Communist China. The RCEP treaty was signed, well, really only weeks agone, on the 15th of November, yesteryear. It didn't attract much media attention because of compelling headlines, but the RCEP is a very big deal. The inclusion of economic powerhouses like the Communist Chinese and Japanese empires and the Republic on the southern half of the Korean Peninsula makes it a force to be reckoned with. Its members account for 30% of the world's population and roughly 30% of global gross domestic product. The only trade bloc that overwhelms the African trade bloc in effectiveness and competes for it in size. Strictly speaking, it is really the world's largest trade pact, surpassing both the European Union and NAFTA's successor, the USMCA, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. The RCEP calls for the elimination of 90% of tariffs among member states over the next 20 years. It also provides for common rules on e-commerce and intellectual property. It has rules of origin designations that will promote regional investment to the exclusion of non-RCEP countries. Between the concurrent rise of the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, and the RCEP, the Communist Chinese Empire is doubling down on integrating its economic interests with countries throughout the region of Eurasia, Africa, into Australasia, the eastern hemisphere of our fucking planet. It has nothing to lose and everything to gain by partnering with these neighbors, including several traditional American allies. So the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is a direct threat, an existential threat to America itself. The result will be that each of the affected economies will grow closer to Red China's orbit and farther away from these United States. And there's an overlap between the CPTPP nations and the RCEP nations. The primary difference is Communist China's presence in the latter accord. Perhaps the main reason for Biden to put his support behind the TPP, now subsumed by the CPTPP, is that it provides these countries with an alternative to reliance on Communist Chinese supply chains. Were my native Taiwan added to the mix, the CPTPP might be poised to steal the RCEP's thunder completely. The presence of my Taiwan effectively blocks Red China from ever considering even joining the CPTPP. Month before last, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping surprised observers when he announced that Red China was open to joining the CPTPP. That effectively sets up a race between Communist China and my Taiwan to see who can get there first. What's the downside of the American empire? and my native Taiwan acting in lockstep to join the CPTPP, thereby keeping the communist Chinese empire out? In the word of the timid, the optics are bad. Who knows what the composition of the U.S. Senate will be in the future? But ratification would be a challenge under any scenario. Republicans will want biologics and ISDS back on the table. Democrats will want climate change issues to be addressed because the pact lacks a chapter on environmental protections. It's possible we'd see the same dynamics that played out with the original TPP in 2016, in which neither party wanted to be seen as supporting ratification. The job of the next USTR, the one we have now, the Grand MEMодарial, will be to convince our elected officials that international trade are not dirty words. That's what brings us back to the art of the trade deal. We find ourselves in an era in which any trade deal is a tough sell. This is despite persuasive economic arguments about international trade being beneficial to all participants. It's a non-zero-sum game. More trade means more opportunity, more growth, and more jobs. But critics have done a fine job of casting doubt on that linkage, due to a lot of red Chinese and Russian propaganda. Somehow, President Trump managed to get the USMCA approved with bipartisan congressional support. That experience shows that a trade deal can succeed, even in a completely hostile environment. Could the USMCA serve as a role model for how future trade deals should be promoted? Perhaps not, because the context is entirely different. Because the USMCA was simply Trump rewriting NAFTA. It didn't need to be perfect. It needed only to be better than its predecessor, which it certainly was not, but it wasn't any worse. That's not the case with the CPTPP, which has no predecessor. It would need to be pitched as an improvement to the status quo, which requires convincing the public that reciprocal reductions in tariffs are good policy, and irrespective of tariffs, there are non-economic reasons for the United States to reassert its global influence. After all, Biden says, America is back. Now, before I go to the downside beat, before I beat on the downside of this postcard from Asia that I'm communicating to all of you, let me take a look at the live stream and see if I can take a short break. Good. We're sustaining viewers. We're 7 hours in. We've got 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. Fuck. We got 5 hours left. In-fucking-credible. That's hard to believe. I've got some time yet. Hey, Vanessa Bates says hi. Hey, honey. Mwah. Shout out to Vanessa Bates. Toss her a kiss there. And hey, honey. Bill Lyon says, how much of the package is going overseas? These aid packages need more transparency and should be voted on by the people for the people. Oh, good fucking luck on that. I mean, who the hell wants to vote for help for others? That's, have at it, Bill. Some of these things have to be done at the top level. The people are not going to approve them at all. Everyone's going to say, whoa, what about the money we need here? See, that's what gives the communist Chinese the advantage. Nobody votes. The party just acts. But I'm telling us what we can do to fight back. That's why I'm your Vulcan intervention. That's why Taiwan and America have to get together with the CPTPP to create a counterweight to communist China's envelopment of half the fucking world. But we've got to deal with the hatred against my people here at home. That's the downside of this postcard from Asia. The anti-Asian American hate crimes have been overwhelming. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to have Jameson Reese step on stage. Jameson, are you with us, sir? Let's see. Maybe he dropped off. Derek? Jameson? This is brilliant. Derek? Delightful. Hey, Jameson. Derek, is anybody here? Brilliant.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, thank God.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Both of you gentlemen, why don't both of you gentlemen take the stage for a few minutes? Jameson's a little indisposed right now. So, Derek, why don't you lead the way in the dance? And I'll have both of you gentlemen hold for me for about, 5-10 minutes. 10 minutes more realistically. I'll be back. I'm going to go mute for now, okay?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so what's going on, Jameson?
I was like sort of drifting off, honestly.
did?
Yeah, it happens. I've just gotten so used to sleeping earlier in the night. So, when these days come up, it's like I can't stop myself from waking up so early. So I'll just get myself, logged in and check out some articles. You have anything?
Have you seen those dogs that the police NYPD's using now? Those looks like just like DARPA soldier dogs. Those
Yeah. I saw you have an article about that with the robotic
right.
dogs.
So I posted one about that, then another one that says AOC blasts NYPD's new robo surveillance ground drones for poor neighborhoods. So now it's more than just they're sending it into raids and stuff like that. It's gonna be they're gonna stick a camera on it, and that's gonna be your patrol. It's gonna run around and patrol you. It's gonna walk around your block, probably jump your fence.
Well, I kind of like that better than having people with guns. Honestly.
Well, the guns are behind the camera. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So no, this is to preserve the keepable guns. But see, this is where they're looking to where they shouldn't be looking before, to where you can shoot people. You know what I'm saying? You're back there with your backyards with the kids. This thing jump the fence and look at what you're doing there. So I don't know.
Like I said, I'm just more concerned about a human, a human person, just deciding they're having a bad day and they just want to pull out a gun and just, pop one in you. And you can't do anything about that. But I don't know. I don't know if the drones are weaponized or not. I mean, it seems like if they have cameras, that's one thing. But if they actually have guns mounted on them where they can just like automatically fire on you, that's another thing.
Right. So, yeah, so I'm sure they most likely will. But then when I posted it, Eric had came up with an idea that said, shoot, I wish I could have some of this to chase away the foxes from my chickens and shit and the hens. And I said, that's not a bad idea for a commercial, just like with cars. You start off by Jeep and GMC, and a lot of them started off by selling wartime vehicles to the United States and, giving us vehicles of war. But shoot, when the war is over, they want to stay in business. So they came up with a commercial application. That's what they do for these dogs. You know what I'm saying? Have them walk around the chicken farm. You know what I'm saying? If they spot a fox or something like that, or if you spot a fox, you can sit behind a remote control, chase the fox, get the fox out, the wolves out of there.
Well, honestly, I've reached the point where I say that anything's a welcome change to the human presence, because the human presence has been more menacing than anything. I don't know. It's just, it's
present, more menacing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So because now the human doesn't have fear of getting shot, seeing what's in your backyard, because all he's got to do is look through the camera eyes of his robot dog that he's going to send to jump your fence and walk around your backyard.
Well, they could look. I mean, they could look all they want. I mean, just don't fucking shoot me. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have a robot dog snooping around than have somebody putting a bullet in my fucking back. You know?
The whole purpose is to shoot you, but they need an excuse first. So you know, like that's why we always getting arrested for resisting arrest when there was no reason to be arrested in the first place.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, if you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
You know, I just rather not get killed by another human being. That's all. You know. I mean, fuck. Period. I mean, what I can say is, yeah, it seems like it's almost predictable that they're going to put it in a, you know, it's almost predictable they would roll such things out in an urban neighborhood, quote unquote. I don't think they're going to, you know, really, because I don't think a lot of them even like to go into those neighborhoods anyway. So that's more the reason for them to just put, oh yeah, just stick a robo-hound there and we'll go do something else. Like eat donuts and text people, whatever the hell they do all day, you know.
Yeah, that's what it is. You're going to have a bunch of fatties behind the remote control, watching screens, seeing what you're doing. But instead of walking up and down the street patrolling, they're sitting in front of the cameras and they got the don't aim no gun at it, because I'm sure the big fat.
Well, people will find out. People are inevitably going to come up with, you know, creative ways to bypass these things. It's almost inevitable. I mean, they're idiots if they think no one's going to try to, you know, steal the drones or do whatever the hell people are going to try to do all kind of crazy shit. Because people are just crazy in general, you know?
Yeah. Well, this article says, LC quoted an NY Post article titled "Video Shows NYPD's New Robotic Dog in Action in the Bronx," where she was not fond of the robotic surveillance ground drones that are being deployed for testing on low-income communities of color with under-resourced schools. So these things are now referred to as being drones. And on her Twitter, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez says, "Shout out to everyone who fought against community advocates who demanded these resources go to investments like school counseling instead. Now robotic surveillance ground drones are being deployed for testing on low-income communities of color with under-resourced schools." And I say they're going to kill just as many black people, but this time they're going to say, well, it was not our fault because we sent robots in. You know, maybe your people are just, you know, prone to just getting killed.
Well, yeah. In other news, it seems like there seems to be what do you call it? There seems to be things heating up, of course. The Middle East has always been really heating up. That's just what they do. They fight. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, most of these stories here are just, you know, your predictable human bullshit. I had more on my other computer, but my other computer started to just make noise and started to do its own thing, and I can't figure out why the fuck that's happening now. Because, you know, I've had no problems with this computer for a long time. I don't know. Things seem to have gotten really, really glitchy after this last thing that caused me to get locked out. This thing that caused me to get banned by Facebook for 30 days, which I assume that person who claimed they went by the name, quote unquote, Lilu Skylers or something. I think that person was definitely an Aquino cultist who had something up their sleeve. And The only reason why I trusted the friend request because they were friends of a friend who I already had. So that's starting to make me suspect whatever friendship I had with that person as well might not be what I would call I don't know. Can't trust people for shit. People are shit, man. I mean, look. All I want is for for the species to just hurry up and get everything automated so that I can survive without needing any human being, period. Because I think I could pull it off. I'm just... Well, that aside...
I got a story here that says Oklahoma officer charged with manslaughter after shooting a homeless black man in the back 3 times as he ran away. So the shocking is that he was actually charged. Well, okay, but the fact that he was only charged with manslaughter and not murder, that's not a surprise. But okay, an Oklahoma City officer has been charged with first-degree manslaughter in the December shooting death of a homeless black man. The shooting happened last year on December 11th in the 2100 block of West Hefner Road in Oklahoma City. Benny Edwards, a 60-year-old homeless man, died after Sergeant Clifford Holman, 36, shot him in the back multiple times as he ran away. They used to have this thing called suicide by cop, where they accuse people who like pull guns and stuff on the cops that they were just doing suicide by cop. Well, shoot, if
that was a legitimate way to kill yourself back in the day.
And in the opposite direction, going away from the cop. These people are just bloodthirsty demons.
I can't say. I have no idea what goes through the minds of people who decide to join law enforcement. I mean, I once considered the idea of getting into it, but by the time I had finished college, they raised the requirements, so that wasn't even a possibility. And I figured the only reason why I would definitely have not wanted to be someone walking the streets. That's for sure. Something like the office job would be more imaginable.
Yeah. Unless I had some diamonds to move or some drugs to move or something. If I had an illegal operation which I wanted to move more efficiently, but then I would join the law enforcement and help that process along.
I remember in basic training there were people who had that idea in the Air Force, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna be security forces, so we could be moving drugs and getting weed and all this stuff." And I'm thinking, you guys are fucking morons.
Well, shoot. Well, the Marines that I know of aren't happy with the fact that they got to guard the opium plants at in Afghanistan and shit. As a matter of fact, they're court-martial people for driving through them. You plow through the poppy fields with a Jeep or some shit, saying, "Oh, these are just some old fucking heroin poppy pill plants." Fuck.
Are you serious? They're court-martialing people for driving through the fucking plants themselves?
Yes.
So they have an interest in the plants as product, then.
Yes.
So it's fairly clear. I think the biggest people who would use those products would be pharmaceutical industries for opiate drugs, of course.
Right,
So,
and it's all run by the cartel. So you don't see a single farm up there that says Pfizer or any pharmaceutical or American pharmaceutical company. These are just straight up.
yeah, but it's implied. It's implied by the fact that American soldiers are guarding it.
Yep.
It's already implied. All right, so I have a article here by AP. It says China said to speed up move to more survivable nuclear force. China appears to be moving faster towards capability to launch its newer nuclear missiles from underground silos, possibly to improve its ability to respond promptly to a nuclear attack, according to an American expert who analyzed satellite images of recent construction at missile training area. Hans Christensen, a longtime watcher of U.S., Russian, and Chinese nuclear forces, said the imagery suggested that China is seeking to counter what it may view as a growing threat from the United States. Finally, geez, I mean, could we just get this shit over with already? The U.S. in recent years has pointed to China's nuclear modernization as a key justification for investing hundreds of billions of dollars in the coming 2 decades to build an all-new U.S. nuclear arsenal. Oh, joy, more money to be pissed down the drain while the rest of us starve to death. In the States, there's no indication the United States and China are headed towards armed conflict, let alone a nuclear one. But the Christensen report comes at a time of heightened U.S.-China tensions across a broad spectrum, from trade to national security. A stronger Chinese nuclear force could factor into U.S. calculations for a military response to aggressive Chinese actions, such as in Taiwan or the South China Sea. All right, well, I'm looking forward to whenever that happens. I mean, shit. Less people, less problems.
The Supreme Court of the United States case may determine if police can enter your home without a warrant. And so when I seen that, I said, okay, well, I could have sworn we've had this argument in like 1987 and 1989 and 1993 and 1997 and 2001 and 2005 and 2013. But here, this one was written February 27th, 2021. They want inside your home. They've wanted inside your home since before I was born. So, you know, I don't know what you got, Jameson, but the fight is on. They want inside your house. Okay. The FTC wants me to remind you that this website contains affiliate links. That means
By the way, you're both doing great. I want to thank both of you for taking the stage and holding it so well. I have put the earbuds in about 10 minutes ago, so I came in about the time that some poor 60-year-old black guy was getting shot in the back while running away. And Derek Talley pointed out, of course, the phenomenon of blue suicide. And blue suicide was, of course, the phenomenon where somebody would make a threatening gesture towards a police officer so they could have the police officer kill them, because of course it does nothing to the police officer, because, you know, the police officer just gets to basically go crying back to station and get some paid leave for the trauma of having killed somebody. But the person gets, you know, to die, and this way they can do that when they don't have a firearm. So at any rate, blue suicide.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna kill you anyway, I mean, why not just go all out?
Well, you know, blue suicide was
on the record. I don't want to be on the record saying that, but still.
Yeah. Blue suicide was very different in the sense that blue suicide, many white people were committing blue suicide. Many of these were white people. The black people, of course, don't need to make any threatening gestures. As Derek said, all they have to do is run away. And you're kind of guaranteed to get shot in the back anyway. At any rate, so I came in.
This is why I continue to posit that the COVID-19 is probably the best thing that happened for us, because if you're a black person and you get a mask that fully covers your face and your head and everything's concealed, nobody has to know what you are.
It's hard to disguise your ethnicity unless someone goes all out like you do, in which case you look like you're scuba diving. But
that's what I'm saying. If you're smart and you cover everything to the point where you're almost completely concealed up, hey, I mean, you can just be invisible.
One of the most racist things that happened to me, and this is me being a truck driver. I was in Iowa at one point, and I, working out of East Chicago, Indiana. I believe I was in Iowa City, but I had some stops like way out there, and it was so far away that I had to do a layover. So when I did my layover, I found a hotel, and I parked in the parking lot. I could tell they had plenty of room because, I'm driving a truck, and the parking lot wasn't completely full. I was able to get in there, turn around, and kind of back up in my spot to where I'm facing out. I'd never been to this hotel before. So I walk into the hotel, and I said, I'd like to get a room, and she goes, we don't have any rooms. Sorry, we're out. I said, okay, thank you. So I went back to my truck, got on my phone, and then I believe I went to like Priceline or one of the travel sites, and I put in the zip code of my location, and then to where, the room. And guess what? The hotel that I was at, it had rooms available. Wow. So I said, I wonder what would happen if I bought a room right now. So I went in and I actually bought the room while I was in my truck. Then I walked right back in the exact same hotel. It goes, well, I told you we didn't have any rooms. I said, I'm here to pick up my key for my room or just for reservations. What are you talking about? So I just bought my room online. Whoa. So she got on the computer, looked up, see my name in there in the reservations, reached up under the desk and gave me my key and told me to have a nice day. So I was thinking about that because I just had for one, the Priceline can't see what color I am. So I was able to get me a room right away. I don't know whether she was saving it for her buddies or what, but I had, when I walked in there in person, I couldn't get the room. So I went and bought the room online and walked right back up in there and it said, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? But not that I would want to do business with people like that again. Right. But I just went to Honda to try to get a key made. And I could tell, I walked up to the front desk, it was a white lady back there, and I interrupted her playing on her video game. And so she was already a little snot, talking about, can I help you? You know what I'm saying? I said, yes, I need to get a key made. Well, I need to see your license, your registration, and your insurance. I said, I need a key made. Do you understand what I'm saying? He goes, yes, in order to make your key, we need to know that you own the car. How do we know you didn't steal the car? I said, I was about to say, you know what, you stupid little bitch, you're practicing racism. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to say that, and I was kind of this close to saying it, and then I just didn't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I went and asked a coworker about it, a white coworker, because I was actually going to do an experiment and say, okay, this is what happened when a black guy goes in and asks to get a key made. Let's see what happens when a white guy goes and asks for it. I was going to see if I could give him the key, see if he could walk in and have the same result. What he said Ford did the same thing to him. He said he had a Ford and he needed a Ford key, and they told him they needed his registration or his proof of insurance and license and shit and they copied his license and stuff. And then he said it took half a day because then they had to call Ford and let Ford know that they were making a key for the vehicle. Wow. Have any of you ever heard of that? I've never heard of that.
I don't drive myself, so I don't run into these issues. But I'm shocked at the hotel story. It's definitely shocking. The other story might be just new developments because, of course, the world is rife with theft. I definitely we'll be addressing race now from this point forward. So if both of you are interested.
What I wanted to bring up was one thing. Peter was talking about the importance of fitting in, but that doesn't apply if you're black, because if I were to fit in with the crowd, like have the same mannerisms as other people in my demographic, there have been so many opportunities that I've had that I wouldn't have had.
Yeah.
So and so it's a completely different world when you're someone who's black.
Yeah, Peter is earnest and he's sincere, and at the same time, I just think it's very difficult for him to understand what people like the both of you go through, and I'll bring up what I go through in a sense by bringing up the experience of Asian Pacific Americans in general. So it's definitely I don't think many white people even begin to understand. They may try, and that's what I'll bring up. So hopefully both of you will be listening at least for a while. I'm just going to finish eating some more of this. I was digging into Hormel pepperoni, which was very interesting. I picked 2 of these packets up from Walgreens. They require no refrigeration until you open them. And of course, it'll be a while before I stick it in the fridge, but it'll be fine. But I just opened it and started digging into it. I think it's pretty incredible that these things can last for apparently months without refrigeration till you open them and expose them to air. So that's pretty neat. And so I was eating these with some slices of cheese that was, so I'm digging into that. I'm just getting more calories into me because, of course, you burn a lot while talking. I don't think many people understand that.
I certainly don't. Because this is the most talking I do throughout the entire week.
Oh, God. Yes. Well, that's probably for both of you, actually, I would imagine. Is that the case, Derek, with you as well?
Yeah, because I really don't have anyone that I'm talking with when I'm working. So they with the drive cam, I have no phone privileges. I have to pull over in order to talk on the phone. So when I'm working most of the day, unless I'm checking in with the security guard, that's the most talking I'm doing. Or I see a coworker, and usually I can if they pay us for an hour and a half to load the truck, the pre-trip and load the truck. And I can usually do it in 55 minutes. If I go there and nobody's there and I get my truck, put it on the scale, load it, and get out of there. But whenever I see coworkers that I like to talk to, it takes the full hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours, just because we're just talking about shit. We're all talkative whenever we see each other, because we don't hardly see each other, and we rarely cross paths because we all start at different times, and since we have different runs, when we do run into our coworker, it just depends on what run they had, on whether we get a chance to see them once or twice that week. So yeah, I was telling the coworker about a movie I watched called I Care a Lot. That's a movie that you guys need to watch, because I bet you that's happening in real life right now as we speak. I know that the title is whack, but the movie is a great movie. And it's a movie called I Care a Lot. And it's about a lady who is appointed by the court to be the guardian of elderly people. And, she's basically a crook. Now, she pays these doctors. She's got these doctors on her payroll to let her know which one of their older senior citizen people are rich, have their houses paid for, has their cars paid for, or whatnot, or
primary targets. Yeah, cool. yeah. So she, so without these people knowledge, she'll go to the court and say, well, these people have dementia, and that she needs to take. That's why they can't show up in court today, but she needs to become their legal guardian so she can become their caretaker. And do they have kids? Yeah, well, their kids are grown and live in other states and stuff. So she'll say the kids have
right, which is false. Right. So she just snatches their sovereignty up from under them. And then goes to the
awful.
house.
Oh my God!
Yeah. And I mean, it starts right off the bat with this evil woman doing this, but then it gets worse and worse and worse as the movie goes. You got to see this movie. It's called I Care a Lot.
And this is a film, not a miniseries. This is a film.
So it's a one-time movie film. It's on Netflix, right. And I posted it on Facebook, which is why my wife probably went and snatched the Netflix out from under me, so now I don't have Netflix. But
God, holy shit! Oh my God!
Yeah, I don't have access to Netflix because I'm not paying them anymore.
Oh my God!
Because with all their ethnic exploitation shenanigans, I just won't support their bullshit.
Well, just like what I was talking about with what happened with that Bridgerton shit, and why I feel that
Yeah.
is so bizarre. And but definitely, thank you for bringing that up. I will try to look that up on YouTube and see what I can find. I'll, one of these other things. I mean, the reason I even know about Bridgerton and Netflix is because I see this when I go to visit my son, of course, on the estate. They have all that good shit. I don't have Netflix myself, but they've got everything over there. And so I catch up on a lot of this sort of thing at such times and places. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know of them. And he brings many things to my attention as well. But oh my God, what you described is heinous. It's unspeakable in its evil. Just, it's at the same time, of course, it's hard for me to feel sympathy for many of these people because, of course, many of these people who are in that position to be victimized like that have obviously led lives of white privilege. So it's very difficult for me to, find too much sympathy for them either, even though that's unspeakably horrible.
right. Well, you know what? The movie starts off with, this is something that she had been doing for a while, but the movie starts off with her fucking with the wrong one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Her son is really like a mafia guy.
Okay. So definitely I look forward to checking into that and seeing what happens, and maybe a while before I get to it, but thank you for putting that on my list, so to speak. And oh my God, and so your wife caught you posting that on Facebook and then took your Netflix out from under you. Oh my God. Well, all I can say is good luck with finding a different living environment ultimately, because that's obviously not one that's conducive. There we are. Okay, so thank you, Carola, and I see the link now. Thank you. Got it in the messenger box. And with that, I will now, in a few moments here, dive back into my monologue. I want to thank both of these gentlemen for carrying us to this point. Hopefully you'll both be awake for a little bit to listen to my speaking about now the issues that are much closer to home. And with that, I'll dive right into it. Do either of you gentlemen want to say something before I take over again?
Nope. We'll just be listening.
Yep. Thank you to both of you, all my love, and all right then, back to the task at hand, getting back into the zone. Now, hate crimes against Asian Americans have increased exponentially, and that's an epidemic that's aided by the suppression of silence. In the first 3 months of the pandemic, reported bias incidents against our communities jumped to 2,120, according to the database Stop AAPI Hate, which is, of course, acronyms for Asian American Pacific Islander hate. Now, the acronyms have changed over the years, and it used to be that we used the acronym Asian Pacific Islander American, or APIA, as it would be pronounced, which is much more euphonic. You can at least take the acronym and say something with it. APIA, Asian Pacific Islander American, APIA. Now they prefer the double API for whatever reason, which separates Asian Americans from Pacific Islanders, because at this point, I guess people are considering Pacific Islanders, in a sense, not to be Americans, or to be lesser Americans, or at least in a gray area, since many Pacific Islands are territories, and Pacific Islanders are therefore not citizens in the classical sense, are full citizens, whereas all Asian Americans are, of course, they either are or they aren't. So, this year, attacks against Asians have been particularly violent and unsettling. A Filipino man was slashed across the face in the New York City subway. An 84-year-old Thai American was killed in California in broad daylight. Several elderly Asian people in the Bay Area were pushed to the ground as if for sport. In Portland, more than a dozen Asian-owned businesses have been vandalized. Few national outlets have covered any of this, further cementing our invisibility. As a matter of fact, much of media refuses to cover this. This is part of the kind of racism that Asians suffer, the inability to make themselves heard or even known. This is why we're considered a model minority. Now, professores of Asian American Studies at San Francisco State University and the co-founders of the Stop AAPI Hate organization is Dr. Russell Jung, who joined KTLA 5 Morning News Live on February 22nd, just a few days ago, to talk about the rise of hate crimes against Asian Americans and the reporting center he co-founded called Stop AAPI Hate. And that, of course, is important and led me to seek him out. And I'll talk a little bit about that soon enough. But Stop AAPI Hate is a reporting center that tracks and responds to incidents of hate, violence, harassment, discrimination, shunning, and child bullying against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in California, and where possible throughout the United States. Now, from March to October of yesteryear, because we don't have the stats in from the last 2 months of 2020 as of yet that I know of, 245 incidents in Los Angeles County were reported to Stop AAPI Hate. Those are only the ones that were reported, which of course acts as this center that collects data on hate incidents against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Now, for more information, you can go to stopAAPIHate.org, or you can follow them on social media at Stop AAPI Hate. Now, remember that the AAPI is all uppercase. The Stop and the Hate begin with uppercase letters, capital S and capital H. So other than that, stop AAPIHate.org or at symbol Stop AAPI Hate. Check out either one of those and spread the word thereof. Meanwhile, activists have had to speak out against this spate of anti-Asian hate incidents at a rally held in Los Angeles' Chinatown last weekend to raise awareness about a number of recent hate crimes against Asian Americans. Now, it was at the rally that South Los Angeles resident Danny Kim, a 27-year-old Asian American United States Air Force veteran who was born and raised in Los Angeles, decided he had to speak up about Wednesday midweek last, as dated the 16th of this month, when he was in Koreatown around 8:30 p.m. on his way to meet a friend for dinner near Kenmore Avenue and 6th Street. And two men made racist comments towards him and then swung at him, causing him to fall to the ground while hurling several anti-Asian slurs at him and calling him Chinese virus. And as Kim himself recalls, just all sorts of nasty things. And to quote his T, "It was absolutely unprovoked. I didn't know who these guys were. If it wasn't for my friend that saved my life, my friend Joseph Cha, I'd probably be in a hospital right now in a coma or even possibly dead. I'm used to it. Growing up here in Los Angeles, I experienced all sorts of racist comments. And even throughout my experience and career in the Air Force, I experienced a lot of microaggressions. It's 2021. I feel like racism has gotten way too old at this point. It's just senseless. It breaks my heart because I don't judge anybody based on their skin tone, their skin color. Now, Kim was initially reluctant to report the crime. His friend Joseph Cha confirms he witnessed the incident, himself testifying that the men also used racist slurs and profanity against him and told him to mind his own business. Oh, essentially what he said was, "When I was dropped off, I heard a bunch of screaming. I saw two suspects just beating him up. So that's when I was screaming. When I say that I was screaming, I was actually chasing them. They had seen my presence and they were scared. And they said, all fucking Asians gotta die. Not just the Asian community, but for all communities. We're all humans at the end of the day." Now, how pathetic is it that someone needs to emphasize that? This is beyond absurd that something that is obvious needs to be expressed. The two men ran off, or Kim was left with a black eye and injuries to his nose. The Los Angeles Police Department said Kim's case is being investigated as a hate crime. The suspects remain outstanding, and authorities are searching for surveillance video. Thursday last week, the San Francisco Chronicle reported that at least 32 Asian Americans in the greater Bay Area have been assaulted or robbed since the start of 2021. Police have stepped up their patrols and volunteers have increased their street presence after violence since, well, it's been seen since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, which sparked new outrage when some attacks were caught on video and spread widely online. In the latest attack on Asians, a woman was dragged by a car in Oakland's Asian business district during a robbery that her husband testifies left her sore, bruised, and shaken, while marking but the latest in a series of attacks against people of Asian descent in the San Francisco Bay Area and in other parts of these United States. In a phone interview conducted the day before yesterday, the Mr. Eric Ingheim said his wife, Jenny, who is Vietnamese, had her purse crossed around her neck and shoulder as she was walking to a grocery store in the city's East Lake neighborhood on Wednesday midweek last when a thief grabbed it and jumped into the passenger side of a car. Surveillance video shows the victim clinging to her purse as she gets dragged for a short distance before letting go, with Mr. Ingheim being quoted as saying, "But mentally it's worse. She's scared more than anything else right now." On the other side of this darkest of all the continents on the surface of the earth, amid the white savages, the hashtag #StopAsianHate isn't the hashtag I would have chosen, but it marks an important new effort to prevent rising hate crime against Asian Americans in New York City. And while overall hate crimes in that city fell last year, dozens of biased crimes against Asians were confirmed by police, compared to just one incident the year before. I took advantage of an opportunity over this fortnight, this 2 weeks' time of Asian Lunar New Year festivities to speak to the Asian American Federation's Executrix Directress, Joy-Ann Yu, about it. And she had this to say. My son transcribed it. Basically, she was pointing to then President Trump's use of terms like China virus and Kung flu. And the lady Yu attests that the AAF, they feared blame and racist attacks since COVID-19 lockdowns began. Now, Asian Americans have sometimes been targeted for street crime before due to a stereotype that they tend to carry cash. Now the crimes are more violent, and with streets emptied by the pandemic, there are fewer witnesses and bystanders. Ethnic enclaves are no longer the safe havens they were pre-pandemic, now that businesses and community centers are closed. Nevertheless, Madame Yu confessed that the speed with which hate crimes took off in diverse New York City was a personal shock. Yesteryear, in reaction to spiking crime, New York's police department created a special anti-hate task force of 25 Asian American detectives who speak 11 different languages between them. It's a pretty small team to serve the city's population of more than 1 million Asian residents. But recognizing the need for linguistic and cultural fluency is crucial. To quotist the Lady Yu at length and verbatim about those cultural barriers. All of our neighborhood institutions that we never think about but have relied on for safety are shut down. It's horrific to think why. Why are our neighbors turning on us? You know who we are. You see us all the time. What has changed? You know, we knew that this was going to happen. We saw our South Asian community get targeted after 9/11. So we said, okay, well, let's brace ourselves. It's the East Asians' turn. The young people go to school together. I get plenty of opportunities for interaction with other communities. That's the beauty of New York. I have to tell myself that there are racists in every city. But what also surprised me was the lack of upstanders in those situations. In some of the highly publicized attacks, there were people around, and they were never willing to step up and help. In the Asian American community, many people don't talk about things that happen to us. There are many reasons. We feel this cultural stigma of being a crime victim. People can feel ashamed. I think there's a whole lot there to unpack, but we never talk about it. But now it's turning violent, and I think that's why people are starting to come out and talk about being attacked, because it's so scary. Many people don't know what the legal process is because nobody's ever told them. It's a scary thing. They don't know what their rights are. They don't know what's going to happen. They feel intimidated by the whole legal process. They don't know if they'll be able to speak to someone in their language. Well, Asian Americans, like myself, are fighting hate with tradition. Our status as good minorities has always been a burden. Now, let me try and put that into some perspective so that people understand this term of model minority and what the fuck it means, because it's really, of course, intrinsically meaningless, but at the same time, it's one of these things that has infected the American mindset that people just don't understand in ways people don't understand. So when you talk about the concept of model minority, it's a term that probably was, if I could trace the roots thereof, it would probably go back to some sociological study that was conducted. In fact, I think the term was coined in the 1960s by the white sociologist writing for New York Times Magazine. He was trying to make the case, in the decade in which I was born, that Asians were what black people could be, if only the blacks would try harder. Now, implicit in this generalization was that we were obedient and that we would not stir trouble, unlike what white America viewed as those other pesky minorities, which would grow to include Latinx and other minority groups. So that is essentially where we get this this nightmare mindset. As a matter of fact, the name of the man was William Peterson, surname spelled Pettersen. And what he wrote was an article for the New York Times entitled Success Story, Japanese American Style. And he was saying, you know, we locked the Japs up in camps and they took it. Of course, he didn't write about the fact that so many of them left the United States because there were no opportunities for them after that. And he left us instead with the term model minority, which is quite onerous. Now, one of these days, like maybe next transmission, I'll go into the etymology thereof, but it's probably too sociological to go into right now. It's something that is more academic than you need to hear. But as for myself, fighting hate with tradition is the best response to become more Asian than I ever was before. Because our status as quote-unquote good minorities has never been anything other than a burden. It has never felt as heavy as it does now, when we need the support of others more than ever, and discover that we are unsure of how to speak about our own marginalization. If the task of our immigrant parents was to find a way to survive in the United States, then it is ours to speak into existence all the things they left unsaid. We need to acknowledge that the model minority status has silenced us, and it's pitted us against other oppressed people, and convinced us that we are no good when we are, for whatever the reason of the moment may be, no longer palatable. Unless we change the narrative, we will continue to be the biggest victims to the myth of our exceptionalism. Today, Asian Americans are the fastest growing minority group, and I see an opportunity to forge a new identity free from the constraints of white supremacy. This is why the whites hate me more than they would any uppity nigger. Although this will likely be a dark time for us as we confront increasing anti-Asian rhetoric, it might also be what was necessary for a reckoning that was decades in the making. A year agone, as people began to fear and hate us more openly during COVID, I promised myself that the more silent people were about our issues, the louder I would become. Now I understand that we are the only ones who can break our own silence. As targeted attacks against people who look like me continue to grow, I am determined not to let fear prevent me from celebrating our traditions. I have been wearing red underwear, which is to ward off bad luck, by Chinese tradition. I've been eating dumplings in the spirit of togetherness, by Chinese tradition, and sending red envelopes to my friends for prosperity, by Chinese tradition. This is, after all, the year of the ox, the year in which my biological father Adolf Hitler was born. And I will fight to embrace this zodiac's better characteristics: its patience, its resilience, and its strength. And here we're going to have to talk about Donald Trump. To be frank, it's been a relief over the last month not to spend every hour on alert for a world-rattling tweet or wondering which article of the Constitution would be crushed next. This weekend, Trump made his comeback from the golf course in an appearance that aides say positions him as the prohibitive favorite for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024. His address to the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference in Florida today, aimed to show that, despite leaving office in twice impeached disgrace, he still dominates the Republican Party. And Trump is already plotting revenge on party members who broke with his personality cult. From his golf cart at Mar-a-Lago, he's concocting plans to destroy their careers in the run-up to the 2022 midterm elections. Whether he actually mounts a presidential campaign is open to question, especially as his plans could be derailed by multiple legal problems. But just by looking serious about it, he scares off any potential rivals. In purely political terms, it's easy to see why Republican lawmakers stick with Trump especially those in gerrymandered districts whose only threat is a primary challenge from a more radical foe. He's still wildly popular among all Republican grassroots voters who see him as the guardian of a traditional conservative America run by white people. But the specter of Trump's comeback raises a practical question. Does anything justify another Trump presidency? He left the empire in a shambles, overwhelmed by a pandemic he barely acknowledged during his last months in power. His nepotistic administration left America more divided than at any point since the Civil War. And he almost buckled American democracy itself, deceiving his supporters into believing that he had been cheated in a free and fair election. People died because of the mob that he raised outside the Capitol itself in his attempt to overthrow our very government. After all that, the fact that Trump is still seen as the only credible leader by all of his party, even after losing the White House, the House, and the Senate, tells you all too much about the soul, or lack thereof, of republicanism and the state of American politics itself. Have you heard the latest from QAnon? The religion of the Republicans. One theory being floated is that Trump is still president and living in the White House while executing members of the deep state, no less. The posts have even photoshopped images showing the White House with gallows set up in front and colored bodies hanging from them. Then there is another theory that Trump will be sworn in as president Thursday this week, as dated the 4th of March, which was the original inauguration date before it was changed circa 1933 with the accession of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the passage of the 20th Amendment. The Trump International Hotel has raised its room rates to $1,331 per night for the nights of March 3rd and 4th. For this very reason. So Trump is fully aware of Q, unlike what Peter Moon has misunderstood. Trump is Q. Trump is Q now. Trump is the new Aquino. We should also note that Trump's hotel hiked its rates to $8,000 per night for the nights of January 5th and 6th during the insurrection to overthrow our very government. Still think that Trump had nothing to do with Q and the insurrection? This is how far down the shithole that the Republican Party under Trump has fallen. And will you even know when the Civil War has begun? There are people who believe anything I say is a lie. That is because I am a public informant. And because I am a public informant who is not of the European Caucasoid or white race, they believe I am their enemy. And I have company. Millions of people today see educators, judges, members of Congress, and scientists as their implacable foes. We have millions of doses of COVID-19 vaccine lying idle in freezers, in part because doctors and nurses on the priority list for injections themselves are refusing vaccination. For ideological reasons, they're Republicans. Far more people have died from this disease in the United States than died in the Vietnam War. Yet many of my countrymen still refuse to wear masks to prevent the spread of this virus. They're not going to be told by the government how to live, even if that means the death of grandma and grandpa. In fact, they'll just inherit the home. They don't believe the statistics. They think people dying in car accidents, people suffering heart attacks, people simply dying from natural causes are all being labeled COVID-19 deaths for some nebulous, nefarious financial gain on the part of Big Pharma. Half the country doubts the word of our president. The other half seems to believe the Democrats stole the election from him. Who can be trusted? Facebook? Twitter? Apple News? Social media has begun censoring hate speech. Or so Trump's defenders say. Those who support Donald Trump and those who believe their liberty is in danger see this as further proof of a conspiracy to deny them their freedom. They see themselves as patriots. They are protecting the white race, heterosexuality, religious freedom for Christians of the evangelical bent alone, gun ownership, and capitalism. The rest of us see them as domestic terrorists who would set fire to this country in order to save it. This is political insurrection. An attack on the Capitol to warn our elected leaders that honoring the results of the presidential election could cost them their very own lives. What is next? Since the era of Trump began more than 4 years ago, I have been confounded by the level of anger and hatred in this country. I have tried to understand it by talking to friends who support Donald Trump or embraced many of his actions. Whenever I attempt to explain what I had learned from those discussions, the anti-Trump folks would become angry. Some have shouted at me. Trump people are evil, they would tell me. Racist. Anti-Semitic, which of course is an abuse of the term that should be rightly Judeophobic. Homophobic. Ignorant. Listening to them would do no good. They must be defeated and silenced. Perhaps it would be helpful if Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, Tom Selleck, and the Kardashian family made public service announcements urging understanding, or at least acceptance, of the COVID-19 vaccine. Wearing face masks would seem to be more important at this point than Nike shoes, reverse mortgages, or the perfume sales. And celebrities are still trusted by most Americans. There are some people who believe we be nearing a civil war in this country. I myself know it to have already begun. How do you know such a thing? People whom I respect defend the assault on the Capitol, comparing it to Black Lives Matter demonstrations. But make us no mistake, the attack on the Capitol was an attempt to overthrow our legitimate government. The Trump cultists tell me that the Clintons, Obamas, and Bidens are socialists. Some of the same folks tell me that these very same politicians are the tools of bankers and Wall Street, selling their souls to the highest bidder. The contradiction does not seem to bother them. I once lived in an empire that was the richest, freest, and most tolerant society on the planet. People from all over the world risked their very lives to come here because we had it so good. We were admired for our enlightened leadership and our melting pot. If our culture is so weak that it could be destroyed by the rise of one man, Donald Trump, perhaps it's a nation built on quicksand. Once you could argue with me. I was always willing to talk, listen, and learn. But I seem to have always been in the minority. The time has comest, so it now seems, to choose our sides. A civil war between America's privileged has arrived. The coup d'etat, The abortive coup attempt at the U.S. Capitol was 2021's first strike. And things could get much uglier. Today's free world is white hot. The divided states of America seethes from both ends. One half includes the Donald Trump faithful, which but weeks agone stormed, scaled, and penetrated the U.S. Capitol like a 9th century Scandinavian platoon. They accredit their rage to the phantom of a rigged election and the reality of electoral votes putting a final nail in the coffin of their defeated cult leader. It's also quite possible that the catalyst was Georgia, painting both its Senate seats indigo, one secured by a black man, which added insult to an already injured red party. Liberals populate the second hemisphere. Those who not only voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but also, despite their blood orange president, helped pump new blue into American democracy over the past few years. They made household names of elected officials like LeVar Stoney, AOC, or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and now John Ossoff. Although liberals and Trumpeteers are marketed as nemesis, their primary makeup and inspiration are uncomfortably identical. White people make up the majority on both sides. Most noteworthy, both so-called sworn enemies are fueled by the same octane: patriotic entitlement. As if mean-mugging their reflection, they stand appalled at the other side's audacity to challenge their birthright and power. Privilege. White privilege, to be specific. How dare they not claim me victor? How dare they not acknowledge my triumph? My birthright of having been born the white camouflage, the right color, to blend in. With Democrats as current victors gripping tight to the reins of momentum, it's no surprise that reactionaries would tap into their muscle memory of 1861. Although liberals pick up and drop Black Lives Matter alley-zip like a seasonal sport, their precious democracy, so flimsy and so sullied, must be protected at all costs. Welcome to the Civil War of 2021. Even when the opposition shares its roots. Potato tubers, as white as the sunless ground in which they grow. It's sad that the United States has done such a relentless job of painting melanin on the face of racial unrest that it missed this clash boiling for much of 2020. It was a year of purpled American anger, of police loaning law and order to armed civilians who eventually committed white-on-white crime in the name of the American Constitution. The tide of white liberal rage rose to unprecedented heights after the killings of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. It appeared that white folks, too, were finally disgusted by the desecration of black life. Across the nation, they protested with expected organization yet surprising vigor. From inside predominantly white and insulated communities, they spat black names and discomfort in and out of megaphones. I witnessed a white woman protester, her nose about a centimeter away from a cop's face shield, scream, "I dare you to touch me!" Can't front as a cosmogonate man observing I found her immunity enviable. Her snowy complexion looked like a force field. Whether night or day, New York, Virginia, or Portland, Oregon, Black Lives Matter demonstrations led by white liberals moved through communities with the entitlement of Lewis and Clark. They stopped traffic enthusiastically. The angrier car horn screamed, the higher their joy climbed. They bathed in both the control and chaos, visibly orgasmic with invincibility, their climaxes willed by the comfort of their privilege. Yet once the moon relieved the sun, of that brew of entitlement, audacity, and love for anarchy stirred into a Molotov cocktail. White anarchists became opportunistic. They arrived on protest scenes in skateboarder sneakers, black hoodies, t-shirt-made masks, and book bags filled with spray paint, gasoline, and much worse. They appeared more preoccupied with living out Heath Ledger Dark Knight wet dreams than locking up the jokers in blue. On the flip side, Blue Lives advocates and anti-government groups were fed up. They'd grown dissatisfied with local and federal law enforcement and decided to place the job of policing in their own hands. Some shot paintballs at protesters. Others fired semi-automatic rounds. White people were fatally shot inside Black Lives Matter protest circles. On August 25th of yesteryear, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse carried his unlicensed military-style rifle to a peaceful march in Kenosha, Wisconsin, formed in response to the shooting that left Jacob Blake paralyzed for life by another terrible cop. That night, Rittenhouse shot 3 white people, killing 2. 3 days after Rittenhouse's arrest, Aaron J. Danielson, a supporter of Trump and the far-right group Patriot Prayer, was shot in the chest amid protests in Portland, Oregon. Allegedly, the gunman was Antifa supporter Michael Reinald. It was reported that the attack was reverberation from an incident a week prior when a man pointed a gun at a demonstration and went unassailed. A week after Danielson's murder, police gunned down Reinald in an apprehension. An arrest warrant was issued only after the publishing of Reinald's Vice interview, during which he alluded to shooting Danielson in defense of a friend of color. America's love language is violence. It's what this country respects and inflicts the most, whether for independence or the deprivation of others. It should come as little surprise that, in 2021, the default of a defeated Trump USA is a tantrum replete with public destruction, especially when factoring the mobbish tactics being exercised. Americans love mobs. From grand wizards hosting parents and children at public lynchings, to the killers of Yusuf Hawkins, to Blue Lives Matter militias in Louisville invading rallies that demand the arrest of Breonna Taylor's murderers. One of the reasons Trump was president is that this country loves a bully, preferably one with a brutish approach. It's why last year's chaos and collective intimidation at the hands of the Boogaloo Boys was also to be expected. White boys adding kerosene to a country already ablaze with unnecessary violence and destruction is as American as the posse. When the hell-hot halves of red and blue collide again, prayerfully nowhere near as catastrophically as they did during the last Civil War, my own concern will be selfish. My focus will live with the Americans stuck in the middle, the disenfranchised, the most vulnerable, the most disposable. Colored and cosmogenate and queer Americans. In fact, all people should be terrified of an America where angry white men who occasionally support the lives of black people and angry white men who feel those black lives don't matter at all kill each other. A nation where police concede law and order power to the militias and violence at protests is tolerated and expected. Where 2021 Confederates are not only allowed to disregard and dishonor governmental authority and property, but are escorted by said authority onto the scene of the crime. This, of course, after being activated by their own red state's president to incite anarchy. It's yellow, red, brown, black, and alternative lifestyles leading men, women, and others who be pinned between Plymouth Rock and a hard place. A white liberal's capricious interest in their lives, and the other faction's preference that we return to fractional human status. That's a forecast of much warring and little civility. On the other side of the Atlantic, the Brexit has laid bare the political schism of our time. It's not about the left versus the right. It's about the sanely educated versus the mindlessly Russ-agitated worldwide angry white side. I was born in 1966. And until the Trump times, I would have said that the late 1960s was the greatest period of political convulsion I have lived through. Yet for all that the Vietnam War and the civil rights struggle changed American culture and reshaped political parties, in retrospect, those wild storms look like the normal oscillations of a relatively stable political system. The present moment is much different. Today's citizen revolt in the United States, Britain, and Europe has upended politics as nothing else in my lifetime. In the late 1960s, into which I was delivered from out of my Cyrus's womb, privileged elites were in disarray, as they are now. But back then they were fleeing from kids rebelling against their parents' world. Now the liberally enlightened elites are fleeing from the parents. Extremism has gone mainstream. One of the most brazen features of the Brexit vote was the utter repudiation of the bankers and economists and Western heads of state who warned voters against the dangers of a split with the European Union. British Prime Minister David Cameron thought that voters would defer to the near universal opinion of experts. That only shows how utterly he misjudged his own people. Both the Conservative and the Labour parties in Britain are now in crisis. The British have had their day of reckoning. The American one still looms. As Donald Trump has lost, and lost quite badly, hell, Donald Trump lost the popular vote by greater margin than any U.S. president back in 2016, when the Putin-propped president-elect was 2.8 million votes behind Hillary Rodham Clinton, 5 times more than the second biggest deficit on electoral record. The Republican Party now endures a historic split between its know-nothing base and its K Street/Chamber of Commerce leadership class. The socialist government of France faced a similar fiasco in national elections on the springtide of 2017. President François Hollande would not even make it to the final round of voting. Right-wing parties all over Europe are clamoring for an exit vote of their own. Yes, it's possible that all the political pieces will fly up into the air and settle down more or less where they were before. But the Brexit vote proves that shocking change isn't very shocking anymore. Where, then, could those pieces end up? Europe is already pointing in one direction. In much of Europe, far-right nativist parties led in the polls. So far, none has mustered a majority, though, was it last month or last year, Norbert Hofer, the leader of Austria's far-right Freedom Party, which traffics in neo-Nazi symbolism, came within a hair of winning election as president before being outed as a Putin stooge. Mainstream parties of the left and right may increasingly combine forces to keep out the neo-nationalists. This has already happened in Sweden, where a right-of-center party serves as the minority partner to the left-of-center government. When the socialists in France lost the first round, they had to resort to supporting the conservative Republicans against the Russian-sponsored far-right National Front. Perhaps these informal coalitions can survive until the fever breaks. But the imperative of cohabitation could also lead to genuine realignment. That is, chunks of parties from the left and right of center could break away to form a different kind of center, defending pragmatism, meliorism, technical knowledge, and effective governance against the ideological forces gathering on both sides. It's not hard to imagine the Republican Party in the United States, and perhaps the British Conservatives, when Brexit goes terribly wrong, losing control of the angry neo-nationalist rank and file and reconstituting themselves as the kind of Main Street pro-business parties they were a generation agone, before their ideological zeal led them into a blind alley. That may be their only alternative to irrelevance. The issue at bottom is globalization. Brexit, Trump, the Russ-sponsored Russell Collaborationist National Front, and so on, show that political elites have misjudged the depth of the anger at global forces, and thus the demand that someone, somehow, restore the status quo ante. It may seem strange that the reaction has come today, rather than immediately after the economic crisis of 2008, but the ebbing of the crisis has led to a new sense of stagnation. With prospects of flat growth in Europe and minimal income growth in these United States, voters are rebelling against their dismal long-term prospects. And globalization means culture as well as economics. Older people whose familiar world is vanishing beneath a welter of foreign tongues and multicultural celebrations are waving their fists at cosmopolitan elites. I have spoken at length of Poland, where a far-right party appealing to neo-nationalism and so-called tradition has gained power despite years of undeniable prosperity under a centrist regime. Supporters use the same words again and again to explain their vote: values and tradition. They voted for the poverty of Polishness against the modernity of Western Europe. Perhaps politics will realign itself around the axis of globalization, with the fish shakers on one side and the pragmatists on the other. The neo-nationalists would win the loyalty of working-class and middle-class whites who see themselves as the defenders of sovereignty. The reformed center would include the beneficiaries of globalization and the poor, and non-white, and marginal citizens who recognize that the celebration of national identity excludes them. Of course, mainstream parties of both the left and the right are trying to reach the angry neo-nationalists. Sometimes this takes the form of gross truckling, as when Nicolas Sarkozy, who was seeking to regain France's presidency, denounces the tyranny of minorities and invokes the forever France of an all-white past. From the left, Hillary Clinton jettisoned her free trade past to appeal to union members and others who want to protect national borders against the global market. But left and right disagree so deeply about how best to cushion the effects of globalization and how to deal with the vast influx of refugees and migrants that even the threat of extremism may not be enough to bring them to make us common cause. The schism we see opening before us is not just about policies, but about reality itself. The Brexit forces won because cynical leaders were prepared to cater to voters' paranoia, lying to them about the dangers of immigration and the costs of membership in the European Union. Some of those leaders had already then begun to admit that they were lying. They were lying even then, and openly so. Donald Trump has, of course, set a new standard for disingenuousness and catering to voters' fears, whether over immigration or foreign trade or anything else he can think of. The Republican Party, already rife with science deniers and economic reality deniers, has thrown itself into the embrace of a man who fabricates realities that the ignorant like to inhabit. Did I say ignorant? Yes, I did. It is necessary to say that people are deluded and that the task of leadership is to undelude them. Is that elitist? Maybe it is. Maybe we have become so inclined to celebrate the authenticity of all personal conviction that it is now elitist to believe in reason, expertise, and the lessons of history. If so, the party of accepting reality must be prepared to take on the party of denying reality and its enablers among those who know us better. If that is the coming realignment, we should embrace it. It's time for all the sanely educated to rise up against the ignorantly privileged Russophile white side worldwide. The Second American Civil War is underway. Only this time, it's not North versus South. A coronavirus-fueled rural versus urban conflict is raging, and the death toll already surpasses all of our country's most recent armed conflicts. Few cases. We've got fewer cases, but a higher toll. We have a new all-American milestone. Even as new cases drop, COVID-19 deaths in these United States' death toll from the coronavirus surpassed 500,000 virus deaths this week, matching the toll of 3 wars put together. To reiterate, the COVID-19 death toll in the United States has topped 500,000 plus virus deaths on Monday opening this work week last, a staggering number that all but matching the toll of 3 wars vis-a-vis the number of Americans killed in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam combined, in which my father fought and survived all 3 and beyond. Indeed, a number so staggering that a top health researcher says it's impossible to imagine any American who has not lost a relative or does not know someone who died of COVID-19. Among them are more than 50,000 in my golden California, including more than 20,000 in Los Angeles County alone, after a winter surge that proved deadlier than previously thought, as fears grow over a homegrown strain. And the county's Latinos are still dying at far higher rates. President Joe Biden held a sunset moment of silence and a candle-lighting ceremony at the White House, and ordered American flags lowered at federal buildings for the next 5 days, declaring that we have to resist becoming numb to the sorrow. We have to resist viewing each life as a statistic or a blur. Roughly 1 year since the first known death by the coronavirus in these United States, an unfathomable toll is nearing. The body count in what we can only call the Second Civil War is now well above the 500,000 milestone, as recorded by Johns Hopkins University, and comes just as states redouble efforts to get the coronavirus vaccine jabbed into arms after last week's winter weather closed clinics, slowed vaccine deliveries by freezing the serum completely to the point of indispensability, along with the roads making it impossible to distribute at any rate were it rendered liquid again by thawing, which would render the serum probably indispensable or unable or unworth being jabbed. All of which forced tens of thousands of people between the weather and immediate survival needs to miss their shots. No herd immunity is now possible as new variants rip through our population. And despite the rollout of vaccines since mid-December, a closely watched model from the University of Washington projects more than 589,000 dead by the 1st of June. The American toll is by far the highest reported in all the world, accounting for 20% of the nearly 2.5 million coronavirus deaths worldwide, though the true numbers are known to be significantly greater, in part because many cases were overlooked, especially early in the outbreak. The first known deaths from the virus in these United States were in early February 2020. It took 4 months to reach the first 100,000 deaths. The toll hit 200,000 in September and 300,000 in December. Then took just over a month to go from 300,000 to 400,000. And another month to climb from 400,000 to 500,000. The United States recorded an estimated 405,000 deaths in World War II, 58,000 in the Vietnam War, and 36,000 in the Korean conflict. Average daily deaths and cases have plummeted in the past few weeks. Virus deaths have fallen from more than 4,000 reported on some days in January to an average of fewer than 1,900 per day. But experts warn that dangerous variants could cause the trend to reverse itself. And some experts say not enough Americans have been inoculated yet for the vaccine to be making any difference. Instead, the drop-off in deaths and cases has been attributed to the passing of the holidays, the cold and bleak days of midwinter when many people stay home, and better adherence to mask rules and social distancing. Under the impotent watch of world-renowned medical experts like Anthony Fauci, the darling of the mainstream media and American political left, who all too often was drawn into and diminished by Donald Trump's outrageous reality show presidency. This increasingly uncivil conflict has long since passed the circa 700,000 American soldiers who died in the first one. No other country on earth has counted so many deaths in this pandemic. The milestone cometh at a hopeful moment. New virus cases are down sharply, deaths are slowing, and vaccines are semi-steadily being administered. But there is concern about emerging variants of the virus, and it may be months before this pandemic is contained. And the body count, the dangerous and misleading metric too many United States commanders-in-chief have used to make wartime decisions, is rising on this rural-urban battlefield one should probably begin calling the divided States of America, united only in quotes. The death toll of the first American Civil War is astonishing, considering soldiers had rather crude weapons like muskets, which had to be refilled frequently, and bayonets. This second Civil War is being waged with weapons that are anything but crude. Indifference, bitterness, grievance, and plain old-fashioned hate. Rural America is ready to lock and load. Urban America is cowering in a lockdown. A heavily armed group of rural citizens desecrating the swastika by their adorning thereof under Confederate flags while waving nooses stormed Michigan's state capitol on Thursday as dated the 30th day in April. Yesteryear, powerful assault rifles at the ready. But this second Civil War won't be a shooting war, likely to the chagrin of some upon the far right, and let's be perfectly honest, the not so far right. Rather, this war will be, no, already is being, waged with microscopic COVID-19 cells as Republican-leaning rural America throws open its businesses, schools, and sporting venues, ensuring that they keep the deadly virus in circulation, at the expense of more densely populated Democratic-leaning urban areas. Red versus blue, rural versus urban, us versus them. Enter Donald John Trump, the Manhattanite, who still almost unbelievably, has become an almost Christ-like figure in 3 areas of the United Divided States: the Sun Belt, South and Southwest, the Midwest, and the Mountain West. All are predominantly rural. If one compares a map of the final 2016 presidential election results to one showing which states are reopening amid the still spreading coronavirus, they'll see an almost mirror image. The penthouse-dwelling, luxury resort-owning president had the legal authority to run the entire federal government and conduct United States foreign policy on behalf of all 50 states in union. But let's be clear, he is the true leader of roughly half, even out of office. On Friday morning, as dated the 1st in May, Trump tweeted, "The governor of Michigan should give a little and put out the fire. These are very good people, but they are angry. They want their lives back again, safely. See them, talk to them, make a deal." Liberals have mused for 5 years that Trump wants to trigger a second armed conflict with Americans shooting at their countrymen. This analyst, Douglas Dietrich, has never casually bought into such fears, but rather predicated the inevitable on the fact that the president clearly was willing, eager even, as he proved himself ready to do anything to stay in power, to fan the flames of the growing rural-urban divide. The "very good people" tweet is eerily reminiscent of his August 2017 remark that there was hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides of the Charlottesville, Virginia violence spawned by white supremacist protests there that summer that sacrificed one white female counter-protesteress of breeding age on the altar of chaos and the anti-gods. But in the president's mind, keeping his mostly rural base energized heading into November's scheduled election was then paramount. As this historian so spracketh twice weekly, even then. One way, amid stay-at-home orders and a shuttered economy, is by siding with them on what seems their core argument: government-ordered boredom and a temporary economic downturn is unconstitutional. But citizens have a constitutional right to the option to undertake activities, including commerce, to contract the coronavirus or any other transmittable disease and thereby spread it unto others. A weaponized effort on the part of Mother Russia and Eurasia, whom they so admire. To be sure, some Washington conservatives were rightly worried about the economic hit the country was taking over all this, but more often their argument for this second civil war, for this COVID civil war, was that in the United States, no government, local, state, or federal, possesses the legal authority to create mass boredom by fiat, not even during a public health emergency. Trump, the populist-personated elitist hero of rural America, didn't have to make this argument each day. All he has to do is allude to it in his unique style a few days per week, and his allies, fearful of his tight grip on conservative and even establishment Republican voters, beat that drum like a Confederate drum major. Florida Russo-collaborationist, red Republican cultist, Senator Rick Scott, a former Sunshine State governor, told Fox News, "Boy, I tell you, people want to get back, and they want to get out of their houses. They want to get back to their jobs. They want to open up their businesses. I mean, you could see the pent-up interest in. I mean, people are tired of being home." And two Fox and Friends co-anchors quickly said, "Yes," in unison, reflecting that network's willingness to also fan the rural-urban divide. In some ways, said network be its epicenter. And one of those Fox personalities, Brian Kilmeade, even used the W word during the same interview, saying to Scott, "Let's talk about the war you're having now with New York, which really represents the high tax states against the minimal tax states, maybe red and blue." Like Trump, folks in red, rural states feel the victim of larger, urban ones. It's been that way since the states became united by force under Union back in 1867. But now, as Playboy magazine White House correspondent Brian Karim has noted, this second civil war has created regional alliances among states, highlighting regional pacts among states to purchase medical equipment Trump initially refused to help them obtain, and coordinate economic plans about which the president basically shrugged when asked if he would craft. That last day in April of yesteryear, while the Michigan militia attempted to abduct their own governess, with every intent to gang rape her to death while live on camera, Karam wrote, "Years from now, if the republic dissolves into many countries where there once was one, historians will take a long look at the regional state pacts created to deal with the coronavirus as the seeds for that outcome. Remember, more Americans have already perished from COVID-19 than the Vietnam War, which cost us 58,200. The First World War, which cost us 53,402. The Korean War, which cost us 36,574. The 2003 Iraq conflict, which cost us at least 4,431, and the Afghanistan misadventure, the second longest armed conflict in American history after World War II, which cost us 2,445. Indeed, as a historian, I cannot overemphasize that the Republican weaponized COVID-19 pandemic fueling America's rural-urban war has already felled more Americans than on the battlefields of World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War combined. The COVID Civil War also is, once again, highlighting America's so far unresolved tensions among white people and people of color. Then Senatoress Kamala Harris, a black African-American California Democrat, half Asian, Blasian, black Asian, and other Democrats, introduced legislation intended to address the coronavirus's higher death toll among minorities in these divided states. Among other things, Harris then told reporters on a conference call held in the week transitioning from April into May of yesteryear that it aimed to require federal agencies to make, again, targeted data-driven investments in these communities to ensure that the allocation of resources such as masks and gowns and test kits, that they are proportionate to the need of those various communities. Also, again, based on the data the task force, the bill would create, will make recommendations about how released funds should be distributed. But Trump's top officers in this second civil war were in no mood to help African American or Asian American communities, of which Kamala Harris genetically represents both, many of which are in urban, read blue states. Now, on the front lines of the COVID Civil War, Filipino nurses make up nearly a third of all healthcare workers killed by the pandemic. They have the worst of both worlds, being known derogatorily as the niggers of the East, black Asians. To reiterate, nearly one-third of all U.S. nurses who have died of coronavirus are Filipino, despite making up just 4% of the fucking workforce. In other words, Filipinos make up 4% of nurses in these United States, but 31.5% of nurse deaths from COVID-19. Point by point, the NNU, the National Nurses United, the largest registered nurse union in the country, released a report Monday detailing COVID-19 deaths among nurses and other healthcare workers. The points to be taken therefrom: the National Nurses United Union estimates that 1,718 healthcare workers have died due to the disease and related complications from coronavirus, including 213 registered nurses, RNs. Nurses of color made up more than half of the nurse deaths due to COVID-19, despite only making up 24.1% of the workforce. The largest non-white ethnic group to die of the disease was Filipina nurses. Nurses of Filipino descent account for 31.5% of the workforce's COVID-19 deaths. According to this new report from the National Nurses United Union, nurses of Filipino descent comprise just 4% of the American workforce, but nearly a third of registered nurse deaths due to COVID-19. A case in point, per a Stat News estimate, about 4% of registered nurses in these United States are of Filipino descent. But some hard-hit areas employ a larger share of this demographic. ProPublica reported that 1 of every 4 Filipinos in the New York, New Jersey area works in healthcare, and they are four times more likely to be nurses, because this is a situation in which they send in the niggers of the East to take the bullets, to take the bacterial bullet of COVID-19. This is what makes the situation so racist. This is what makes it war. And I'll show you how, because that's what I do. Now, Stat News, of course, is an American health-oriented news website. Launched on November 4th of 2015, the site's name comes from the term stat, which is short for the Latin statim, or immediately, a term that has long been used in medical contexts, as in this is emergent. Statim, immediately. We need it stat, like right now. Stat News has been the source for much of what I've found out about this data. All this data that I've shared with you now sheds light on but one of the ways Asian Americans have suffered from the COVID-19 pandemic. Pew Research Center estimated the unemployment rate for Asian American workers may have been 20.3% in May, on par with those for Black and Hispanic Americans. Though Asian Americans tend to have higher incomes than other people of color on average, Pew Research Center estimated the unemployment rate for Asian American workers, as I said, may have been 20.3%, but a CBS analysis of the U.S. Labor Department's September employment report found the jobless rate for Asian Americans was 10.7%, higher than both that of white workers at 7.3% and workers overall at 8.4%. And the nonprofit Marshall Project found Asian Americans made up 6% of the population, but joined Black and Hispanic Americans as having 30% more deaths this year than last year, an indicator of the disease's death rate, if ever there was. Though Black Americans suffered the worst economic and health fallout from the pandemic due to decades of anti-Black systemic racism, data proves the pandemic had an outsized impact on people of color in general compared to any white Americans. But Filipino American nurses in particular are part of a completely overlooked community hit hard by COVID-19. According to the Migration Policy Institute, a nonpartisan think tank, Philippine immigrants alone make up 28%, the largest share of this country's 512,000 immigrant-registered nurse population on the front lines of the weaponized, viral Second American Civil War. It's no coincidence that there are so many nurses in the United States of Filipino descent for nearly half a century. Starting in 1898, the American Empire savagely invaded and brutally colonized the Philippines. Under United States authority, a policy known as benevolent assimilation, meaning mass gang rape, led to a pipeline of originally slave labor that continues to the postmodern day. In the 1960s, when I was born into this vale of tears, when the United States suffered a shortage of nurses, Filipina nurses were trained to work in the American healthcare system and recruited. So what ended up happening was you get this sort of ready-made labor force of Filipino healthcare workers. For Filipinos, healthcare is tied to employment itself. And with its own distinct culture and values, the Filipino lifestyle is centered around compassion and care. These values are in part why Filipino American healthcare workers work above and beyond their oath to serve and heal. They do whatever they can to help, while at the same time maintaining this attitude of, we're going to get this done. Decades later, when the coronavirus arrived in these United States, Filipino nurses once again found themselves on the front lines. Their very culture and their history of exploitation compels Filipina nurses to continue to work, continue to be underpaid, and continue to be exposed to higher rates of COVID-19 quite intimately because of longer exposure rates. While we have quite rightly praised so many professional members of the healthcare community as heroes, the pandemic's deadly impact on Filipino care providers and their families, along the community as a whole for that matter, has gone completely unmonitored. This NNU report is the first to provide some clarity on the deadly toll the pandemic has taken on this overlooked Asian American community. The sense of family is so strong within Filipino culture that it's common to see multiple generations of families living in the same home. This tradition became particularly dangerous with COVID-19 as it increased the possibility of nurses coming home and exposing older, more vulnerable family members to the disease. The non-profit Filipino Workers Center, spelled Pilipino, is based in Los Angeles, California, but it has been pivotal in supplying food, money, and hope to members of the Filipino community around the country, from Hawaii to New Mexico to Florida. The organization has also helped families living with frontline healthcare workers in Los Angeles by providing them with housing so that they can safely wait for COVID-19 test results or recover from the virus without spreading it to others in their family. Still, the nonprofit can only do so much. Without dedicated groups in other cities around the country helping the Filipino American community or long-term detailed data looking at the COVID-19 impact on the community, experts say it'll be hard to provide them with the support they need. When asked during his own Fox interview about Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's demand for $1 trillion more in federal aid to help cash-strapped states, House Republican Whip Steve Scalise of hard-hit Louisiana made clear the COVID civil war will include many a battle over taxpayer funds. An exasperated Mr. Scalise said, "Well, they should forget that Congress literally just sent out $150 billion to states just last week. Most of these states just got the money, haven't even started spending it yet, and she's talking about giving them more money? For goodness sake, I mean, there are trillions of dollars out the door. We're trying to help families and small businesses hang on right now, and it seems like the only state she's interested in helping are those states that had multi-billion-dollar deficits before COVID-19. Again, that's code for urban states like my California, Illinois, and others with pricey state pension programs. The battle lines have already been drawn, and they've thrown all the Filipino nurses that care for the whites into the maw, because the white nurses put them first to catch the bullets. Rural America, always aggrieved, is armed and ready to end its perpetual boredom. AR-15s around their shoulders and Make America Great Again t-shirts on their backs. Urban America, always smug, has designer masks to create Instagram selfies and meaty scientific studies to keep it occupied. Can non-woven fabric defeat the steel core of a .223 Remington rifle bullet? Neither can kill the coronavirus. But with rural America hell-bent on ending its boredom, the now plateaued number of U.S. coronavirus cases could remain flat, yet high, for some time, as noted by Jeremy Konyndyk, a former director of the U.S. Agency for International Development's Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance. That means the urban side of the war has continued to see higher death tolls. Trump let us know early on he viewed this as a war and was focused on the body count. This second civil war has seen its early battles. Bacterial battles, in which the Filipino nurses on the front lines were thrown to the bacterial bullets to catch them so the white nurses could keep on working. The advantage to rural America. The only solution to turn this war around, to turn the tide of battle, is economics. The living find themselves amid the vacant spaces of the dead, vacant places once occupied by their spouses, parents, neighbors, and friends, the over 500,000 coronavirus dead. Yet still, the coronavirus is going to create new real estate winners by way of the shortest commute. Remote work will help far-flung exurbs beyond the suburbs and second-tier cities in the South and West gain at the expense of pricey coastal cities, where we're all under lockdown. The coronavirus is going to change the way we work, whether we like it or not, at least for the short term and maybe longer. To take us just one example, Twitter said it would let employees work from home even after the COVID-19 crisis has passed. Although it's too early to say how much of a lasting change in work culture we'll get, even a temporary shift such as this should be great news for residential real estate in at least two types of communities: the exurbs of high-cost coastal cities and second-tier cities with similar amenities but more limited job markets than their larger coastal peers. A shift to work from home helps to lift the constraint of physical proximity for workers with certain kinds of jobs, allowing them to consider a wider range of places to live than when they had to be in the office 5 days a week. This has benefits both at the individual and the collective level. In a region such as my own Golden-Gated Greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, with lots of tech jobs, but expensive and limited housing, the average commute time is 32 minutes. If a person here worked from home 1 day a week, that's an hour a week not spent commuting. If these practices are adopted by most white-collar employers, that would take a lot of vehicles off the road during peak commuting times, reducing congestion and shortening drive times for everyone else. Reduced commuting and less traffic in a region maketh living in the exurbs more appealing than it otherwise might. Workers can get more house for their money without having to make the sacrifice of long daily commutes. In a corporate culture where working from home is standard, it might also mean housing preferences completely change. A home office or a Zoom room might become as standard in the exurbs as a two-car garage. Some companies might take this even further and embrace large-scale remote work, allowing employees to live anywhere that has a fast internet connection. The biggest beneficiaries here will probably be metro areas with similar cultures and amenities as the higher-cost coastal regions people are leaving, but have lower housing costs. John Burns Real Estate Consulting has been highlighting shifts in the strength of various housing markets since the onset of the crisis, and it has identified the 5 best housing markets at the moment as Salt Lake City, Austin, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, Raleigh, North Carolina, and Tampa, Florida. That list could grow depending upon how powerful the dispersion trend becomes as the economy recovers, extending to additional mid-sized metro areas in the South and West. If there's a loser here, it's the real estate and businesses whose value stems from proximity to the job centers in pricey metro areas. Dry cleaners, lunch spots, and bars close to offices will suffer if there are fewer workers in the area. Prices for housing, particularly older, lower quality housing that's close to offices, may decline as well. Commercial office valuations may also fall if companies reduce the amount of space they lease. Recessions and downturns are always a chance for companies and individuals to cut costs where they can. If remote work is as productive as in-office work, it gives companies the chance to save money on office space and possibly on labor, provided they will be able to pay workers less to live somewhere cheaper. A large-scale adoption of this trend could both reduce geographic inequality and fuel economic growth. So many of the fruits of economic growth during the past generation have gone to knowledge workers in cities such as New York and San Francisco, the first and second most congested cities in the United States. But because the housing stock in both cities is relatively limited, much of the increase in wealth in those areas has gone to the owners of real estate. This has led to soaring rents for residents, negating the broad-based spillover effects that should have benefited the rest of the community from all that wealth creation. But if higher-paid knowledge workers are able to move to places with lower housing costs, there will be money left over that isn't going to paying the rent or mortgage. It means more money can be spent on dining, travel, leisure, and other labor-intensive local services. And it means that economic growth won't be as concentrated in coastal metros, spreading the wealth to the rest of the country. The growing concentration of wealth in coastal metros has seemed unsustainable for a while. Perhaps a shift in corporate culture that embraces work from home is just the catalyst we needed to break the pattern and bring about a more sustainable and equitable model of economic growth. But beyond that, it changes the dynamics of the Civil War. It changes the politics of these ripe red areas into a vibrant purple as the blue bleeds from out of our cities and people relocate to rural areas. The motherfuckers with the guns find themselves with new neighbors who vote Democratic. they're going to be faced with the choice of either killing them or learning to coexist. And as the blue bleeds out into all these rural red wastelands of white trash shit, it will bring about a revitalization of local economies and thereby render the white trash dependent on their blue betters. This is where the blue blood will truly make America great again. And render the Electoral College in a tilt towards the left a guarantor of democratic victory. That's how economics can win the COVID Civil War. The Russo collaborationist red state white trash threw all the germs they could at us. But when we relocate to live beside them and render by demographics their electoral college impotent, there's no way we can lose. Sure, they may come as to kill you, but they'd be destroying their own economic benefits, the dollars they want so much from the people who actually work for a living, to be spent in their local bars and restaurants. That the choice between greed and genocide will be one to balance out the base and render a bluer, greener future for us all. Now, let me try and remind everyone that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can see excerpts from the yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, are, of course, scenes from the cinematic documentaries in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson, of course, is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520 323 3406. Also, neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where you'll know you're in the right place when you see the young white Caucasian blonde lady with the set of pins holding up a t-shirt that's green and has the word Ace Hardware written across a rack. That's when you can feast your eyes and then turn towards watching Ben Estenius himself in his one piece, racing along the AstroTurf in his sprint car. Yes, he was a real sprint car racer and has his own trading card. And of course, he reminds us that AstroTurf is the lawn you never have to water or mow. Then, of course, you can take a look at the aerial drone footage of the landscape architecture that's put in place by the men in brown, brought to you from over the Trump wall, south of the border, where, of course, they handle what a white man can't under the rays of the sun. The men in brown delivering you the greatest show on dirt through MEMředAL.com. When you employ them to rework your front yard, your background, your all-around property, because you're stuck with nothing to look at but, well, whatever land you've got staked out in this time of quarantine. Well, with that reminder out there, again, the MEMředAL.com is where you will find the services you need. Well, let me see if I can take a trip back into the chat room here. Take a look at what we've got going. See if we've got anything going. I hope people are active in the chat room because, of course, I always appreciate the ongoing talk. I certainly hope Derek Talley and our man Jameson Reese, appreciated what I had to say. Of course, we're just beginning, really, and we've got much more in terms of what needs to be emphasized. I'll start, of course, with macroeconomics, since I brought us into the economic zone as basically the best way to win this war. Sadly, nobody's saying anything in the chat room right now, even though we've got a large number of people watching. I very much thank all of those who have joined us. Deeply appreciate it. And certainly glad that we've got... now I'm getting some weird thing from YouTube right now, notification. The best premium live TV streaming service, CNET, as of November 2020. I either get to try it for free or I say no thanks. I shudder to think what happens when I press the try it for free button. Has anyone done this? Does it give me anything worth watching? What do people say? Certainly eager to hear some responses there. Honestly, since Vanessa Bates said hi, nobody said anything. Come on, do join in. See, make certain to say whatever you wish. And so glad to see the number of people that we have listening tonight. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully they understand what I'm saving. I'm sorry, I was just distracted by something that is sad. Connie Culp, the first person to receive a near-total face transplant in the United States, has died. And this was, of course, around August 1st of 2020, last year. And, oh my God, she was shot by her husband in the face. And then the... poor lady was, given a face transplant. And, I was told by doctors when I was at UCSF in the medical journalism families. I'm sorry, this is so upsetting, this story to me. Many of the doctors said that the face transplants are like almost gimmicks to make doctors' careers. They didn't have any faith in them, that these things would be rejected by the body ultimately. So the near-total face transplants they were thinking they considered it a form of malpractice, many of the doctors. So sad. And whatever the case, it gave this woman some sense of a greater sense of self-confidence and worth, during the last years of her life. She met the family of her donor, apparently, Anna Casper of Lakewood, Ohio. And Casper's widower, Ron Casper, said that the family agreed to donate her face for Culp's surgery, telling the newspaper that the overriding factor was we knew it was what Anna would have wanted. So giving her the new face actually enabled her to smell, apparently, that she could eat steak, she could eat almost any solid foods. So it's all getting better. It was for her, apparently, and she became an advocate of organ donation and delivered speeches about her experience. So that was in 2010, so she lived to 2020, so she had 10 years. Again, a story like that, I'm left without the ability to speak. There's no way to address this. So sad. And it's our loss. She's gone, as well as our loss concerning the original donor. Apparently, her body didn't reject the face transplant, and that's good. Let me refresh this yet again. Take a look at our numbers. I'm so glad we're holding steady. Let me quaff this tea. Get myself back together. James and Reese dropped off. And if I need Derek, I'll give him a call. Hopefully, I'll be able to last the rest of the night. Let's take a look at how much time we have left. Give myself a little bit here and scrolling. And we've been on for 9 hours and 19 minutes. So 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got less than 3 hours left. And we've got an excellent connection. We had a good night of it tonight so far. Hope to do the rest of the episode justice. Continuing, of course, where I'm coming from. And how do I get this out of the way? All right, I guess don't need to. Let me take a look at what we've got going here. Interesting. Fabulous. I want to thank everyone for their support with the upvotes. Deeply appreciate it. My love unto all who support myself. So let's get into the lesson of macroeconomics. The first and most important thing to know about macroeconomics is that a strong negative shock to demand, a sudden decline, in other words, usually leads to a loss of output and employment. Nominal wages are sticky for a complex mix of sociological reasons, and so employers do not always respond to lower demand with lower wages for workers. Instead, they lay some people off, and that can lead to a recession. That may sound pretty simple, but it is one of the most important discoveries in history. It was true in the Great Depression, in the disinflation of the 1970s and 80s, and in the financial crisis following 2008. The second thing to know is that well-functioning central banks can offset such demand shocks to a considerable degree, or even prevent them from arising in the first. The bank can engage in complex financial transactions, or simply print more currency to stabilize nominal demand and restore some measure of order. Now, the third thing to know is that if central banks go crazy increasing the money supply, if they overprint too much money, the result will be high price inflation. There is one exception to this, which was evident in 2008 and 2009 when the Fed paid interest on bank reserves. If central banks simultaneously act to decrease the velocity of money, the money being printed, that is, if they take its measures to reduce borrowing and lending, then price inflation will be limited accordingly. A fourth thing to know is that non-monetary shocks, if they be large enough, can also create recessions or depressions. Consider the oil price shock of 1973, the current pandemic, or bad harvests in earlier agrarian societies. Central banks can partially stabilize such shocks, but they cannot erase them. I believe an overwhelming majority of macroeconomists would largely agree with these propositions, even if they might place the emphasis differently. And these four propositions are enough to elevate macroeconomics into the realm of the essential. Things do get more controversial, though there is still a reasonable degree of consensus. Consider the question of how large a federal budget deficit an advanced economy can run without courting a financial crisis. No one really knows. Nonetheless, there is agreement that high-return public investments will strengthen a country's fiscal situation, even if financed by borrowing. Those returns will boost both output and tax revenue, at least in the medium term, and usually markets are capable of seeing those gains coming. If economists disagree about the proper extent of a fiscal policy, it is on the expected return of public investments. Those further to the left tend to believe that high returns are fairly likely. Those on the right, that the government will choose investments poorly. That is an important and very real disagreement, but it is about economic policy and the quality of government, not about macroeconomics per se. The underlying analysis of macro is consistent. Once you get past those propositions and this disagreement I've just articulated, I am skeptical myself about a great deal of macroeconomics. I don't know if the rate of price inflation should be 1.7% or 2.0%, and discussions of the matter read like mumbo jumbo to me. I am fine with 2.0%, however, or for that matter, 2.2%. I don't think macroeconomists know how to measure investment very well, especially when the relevant corporate assets are intangibles, as is often the case with tech companies, or if America has been in an investment drought. Nor are they good at predicting or even understanding movements in exchange rates or real interest rates or aggregate stock prices, three major areas of macroeconomics. I think you can learn something by listening to all sides of a debate on these matters, but at the end of the day, it is better to stay agnostic. I also think measures of price inflation are almost useless over the long run because a person today consumes a very different bundle of goods than one in, say, 1950. Finally, one more, well, essentially a confirmed truth that I myself feel we need to mutate or alter. In other words, in this case, past is not necessarily precedent. And I recognize that what I consider to be a confirmed truth is not unanimously held at any rate, but a growing population tends to be good for an economy. Ceteris paribus, and a shrinking population bad. Now, ceteris paribus is a Latin phrase meaning other things being equal. English translations of the phrase include all other things being equal, or other things equal, other things held constant, all else unchanged. The transliteration in the shortest possible phraseology would simply be other things equal. It est, shorter hours of labor will, ceteris paribus, reduce the volume of output. Ergo, meaning therefore, with other conditions remaining the same. Now, the reason this population point is important, because that's what I'm going to go into in two separate ways. One as intro, and then the other as overwhelming the arc of narrative for the rest of tonight. Because, obviously, in nations near and dear to my heart, Germany and Japan, population is going down. And yet, we have to remember the population of England was quite small when it took on the Spanish Armada and thereafter entered its age of greatness, or at least conquest. Therefore, the smaller population base may mean a different economy. We're going to have to change our economies towards a smaller population base with a higher quality of life. But we can, of course, make up for the loss of population with immigration, where there, of course, be a danger of assimilation of enough people to water down the baseline population or the baseline culture. But it may actually strengthen it with more people identifying with their adopted culture and thereby carrying the culture to greater levels of accomplishment. All of this is a challenge of our time. Disparaging macroeconomics is an age-old pastime. And yes, there is plenty we do not know or understand. But maybe the only thing worse than living with macroeconomics or macroeconomists would be to try to live without it. Now, around the world, a generational divide is worsening. The old are eating the young. Edmund Burke saw society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are yet to be born. A failure to understand this relationship underlies a disturbing global tendency in recent decades, in which the appropriation of future wealth and resources for current consumption is increasingly disadvantaging future generations. Without a commitment to addressing this inequity, social tensions in many societies will rise sharply. Central to the issue is that the rapid rise in living standards and prosperity of the past 500 years has been largely based on rising debt levels, ignoring the costs of environmental damage and misallocation of scarce resources. A significant proportion of recent economic growth has relied on borrowed money, today standing at a dizzying 325% of global gross domestic product. Debt allows society to accelerate consumption, as borrowings are used to purchase something today against the promise of future repayment. Unfunded entitlements to social services, health care, and pensions increase those liabilities. The bill for these commitments will soon become as unsustainable as demographic changes make it more difficult to meet. Degradation of the environment itself results in future costs too, either rehabilitation expenses or irreversible changes that affect living standards or quality of life. Profligate use of mispriced, non-renewable natural resources denies these commodities to future generations or increases their cost. The prevailing approach to dealing with these problems exacerbates generational tensions. The central strategy of, well, it's basically kicking the can down the road or extend and pretend, avoiding crucial decisions that would reduce current living standards, eschewing necessary sacrifices, and deferring problems with associated costs into the future. Rather than reducing high borrowing levels, policymakers use financial engineering, such as quantitative easing and ultra-low or even negative interest rates to maintain them, hoping that a return to growth and just the right amount of inflation will lead to a recovery and allow the debt to be reduced. Rather than acknowledging that the planet simply cannot support more than 10 billion people all aspiring to American and your European lifestyles, they have made only limited efforts to reduce resource intensity. Even modest attempts to deal with environmental damage are resisted, as evidenced by the recent fracas over the Paris Climate Agreement. Short-term gains are pursued at the expense of costs which are not evident immediately but will emerge later. And this growing burden on future generations can be measured. Rising dependency ratios, or the number of retirees per employed worker, provide one useful metric. In 1970, in these United States, there were 5.3 workers for every retired person. By 2010, this had fallen to 4.5 or 4.5, and it's expected to decline to 2.6 by mid-century, by 2050. In Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, the number of workers per retiree will decrease to 1.6 in 2050, down from 4.1 in 1970. In the Japanese Empire, the oldest society to have ever existed, the ratio will decrease to 1.2 mid-century, Commist 2050 Anno Domini, from 8.5 in 1970. Even as spending commitments grow, in other words, there will be fewer and fewer productive adults around to even fund them. Budgetary analysis presents a similarly dire outlook. In a 2010 research paper entitled "Ask Not Whether Governments Will Default, But How," Arnaud Mahrez of Morgan Stanley analyzed national solvency, or the difference between actual and potential government revenue on one hand, and existing debt levels and future commitments on the other. The study found that by this measure, the net worth of these United States was negative 800% of its gross domestic product. That is, its future tax revenue was less than committed obligations by an amount equivalent to 8 times the value of all goods and services America produces in a year. The net worth of European countries ranged from about negative 250% in Italy to negative 1,800% in Greece. For United Germany, the French Republic, and the United Kingdom, the approximate figures were negative 500%, negative 600%, and negative 1,000% of gross domestic product, respectively. In effect, these states have mortgaged themselves beyond their capacity to easily repay. A final revealing measure is the concept of lifetime net tax benefit, which measures the benefits received over a person's life by calculating the difference between all taxes paid and all the government transfers that he or she has received and will receive. A 2010 study from the International Monetary Fund found that in the United States, the lifetime tax burden was positive. Tax paid was less than benefits received for all age cohorts above 18 years, with the largest benefit accruing to those over the age of 50. But the figure for future generations is negative. Benefits received will be less than taxes paid, meaning they'll have to meet the obligations of their elders. Now, all such measurements most certainly understate the shortfall, as they fail to account for the cost of environmental damage or higher commodity prices resulting from resource shortages. Future generations will bear the ultimate cost of present decisions or inaction. As in Francisco Goya's famous painting, Saturn Devouring His Son. Today, the old are eating their children. By the way, the biological term for this is chronism, because Saturn is classically, in ancient Hellenic Greek language, chronos. And Chronos, Father Time, devoured his children. Species that eat their own young. Spiders, fish, certain subspeciations of those species eat their own young. This is chronism, like the mythical Kronos. This is what the elderly are all throughout the developed world today, living the comparatively fat life in retirement off the future of generations yet to come. Economic chronism, as lethal as literal cannibalism. Financial cannibalism on the scale of all the developed world. But falling fertility rates mean nearly every country could have shrinking populations by the end of the century. Certainly every country in the developed world, on which the world economy, of course, is based. The world is ill prepared for the global crash in children being born, which is said to have what researchers could only describe as jaw-dropping impact on societies. And 23 nations, including España, or Spain, and the Japanese Empire, are expected to see their populations halve, cut by half, by 2100. Countries will also age dramatically, with as many people turning 80 as there are being born. What's going on? The fertility rate. The average number of children a woman giveth birth to is falling. If the number falls below approximately 2.1, then the size of the population itself starts to fall. In 1950, mid-century last, women were having an average of 4.7 children in their lifetime. Researchers at the University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation showed the global fertility rate nearly halved to 2.4 in 2017. And their study, published in The Lancet medical journal, projects it will fall below 1.7 by 2100. As a result, the researchers expect the number of people on the planet to peak at 9.7 billion around 2064, before falling down to 8.8 billion by the end of this century. Now, why are fertility rates falling? It has nothing to do with sperm counts or the usual things that come to mind when discussing fertility. Instead, it is being driven by more women in education and work, as well as greater access to contraception, leading to women choosing to have fewer children. In many ways, falling fertility rates are a success story. But which countries will be most affected? The Japanese Empire's population is projected to fall from a peak of 128 million ethnic Japanese in 2017 to less than 53 million by the end of this century. Italy is expected to see an equally dramatic population crash from 61 million to 28 million over the same time frame. There are, well, the examples I just gave, they are but 2 of 23 countries, which also include España, as I've said, Portugal, Thailand, and South Korea. expected to see their population more than halve, or cut by more than half 100%. Communist China, currently the most populous nation in the world, is expected to peak at 1.4 billion in 4 years' time before nearly halving to 732 million by 2100. India will take its place as the most populous nation on Earth in this century. The United Kingdom is predicted to peak at 75 million in 2063 and fall to 71 million by 2100. Well, that's not much of a drop, but it may take quite a bite. However, this will be a truly global issue, with 183 out of 195 countries having a fertility rate below the replacement level. Now, why is this a problem, you might ask? You might think that this is great for the environment. A smaller population would reduce carbon emissions as well as deforestation for farmland. The study projects the number of under fives will fall from 681 million in 2017 to 401 million circa 2100. The number of 80-year-olds will soar from 141 million in 2017 to 866 million by 2100. Who pays taxes in a massively aged world? Who pays for health care for the elderly? Who looks after the elderly? Will people still be able to retire from work at all? No, of course not. Unless, of course, we automate to the point where work is completely unnecessary. Are there any solutions? Countries, including the United Kingdom, have used migration to boost their population and compensate for falling fertility rates. However, this stops being the answer once nearly every country's population is shrinking. Some countries have tried policies such as enhanced maternity and paternity leave, free childcare, financial incentives, and extra employment rights, but there is no clear answer. Sweden has dragged its fertility rate up from 1.7 to 1.9, but other countries that have put significant effort into tackling the baby bust have struggled. Singapore still has a fertility rate of around 1.3. How do countries fight falling birth rates? The researchers warn against undoing the progress on women's education and access to contraception. Professor Stein Emil Volset said, responding to population decline is likely to become an overriding policy concern in many nations, but must not compromise efforts to enhance women's reproductive health on progress or progress on women's rights. So that begs the question, what about Africa? The future is black. The population of sub-Saharan Africa, Black Africa, is expected to triple in size to more than 3 billion people by 2100. And the study says Nigeria will become the world's second biggest country on Earth with a population of 791 million. Second only to India on the world stage. Per Professor Christopher Murray, whom I will quote at length. That's a pretty big thing. Most of the world is transitioning into natural population decline. I think it's incredibly hard to think this through and recognize how big a thing this is. It's extraordinary. We'll have to reorganize societies. That is jaw-dropping. That would be true except for the inverted age structure, more old people than young people, the reverse pyramid, and all the uniformly negative consequences from an inverted age structure, what I call the reverse pyramid, the pyramid standing on its capstone, where you have one child, two parents, and each of them has two grandparents, and then two great-grandparents. You've got already there 4 plus, oh my fucking God, 8. I mean, think of the number of seniors that that child will be supporting, which is, of course, the pyramid on its capstone cannot stand and will collapse. This is why my generation, the most aborted generation in history, the 13th American generation, Generation Zero, what you call Generation X is Generation Zero, after the end and before the beginning. Everything before us negative numbered, and everything after us positive numbered. We are the choke point in the hourglass. My generation. Generation Zero. Now to return to quoting Prof. Christopher Murray at length and verbatim. He said, "It will create enormous social change. It makes me worried because I have an 8-year-old daughter and I wonder what the world will be like. We need a soft landing. We will go from the period where it's a choice to open borders or not to frank competition for migrants, as there won't be enough. I find people laugh it off. They can't imagine it could be true. They think women will just decide to have more kids. If you can't find a solution, then eventually the species disappears. But that's a few centuries away. We will have many more people of black African descent in many more countries as we go through this. Global recognition of the challenges around racism are going to be all the more critical if there are large numbers of people of black African descent in many countries." And that explains why Britain is returning to Africa, even though Britain has no hope of catching up with China in Africa. British Prime Minister Theresa May's feeble 2018 visit to Africa was always foregone to look rather forlorn. As Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta pointedly reminded her on the very last day of her tour, no British Prime Minister had visited Kenya for 30 years. Given the British imprisoned Kenyatta's father during his country's liberation struggle, it seemed more than a mere irony that the British were suddenly visiting again, but this time to petition African governments for more trade, perhaps in panic on the home stretch of the Brexit negotiations then, as it became rapidly clear that the sums didn't add up. This was a desperate plea indeed. Africa could never make up what Britain will lose by way of trade with Europe, not even nearly. Theresa May visited 3 African countries on her trip. In 2016, total UK exports to South Africa amounted to £4.3 billion, while the rest of sub-Saharan Africa combined, it exported, to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa combined, Britain exported £7.6 billion worth of goods. British trade to the European Union, by contrast, hit £318 billion. If you compare that to what I've just said, well, there is no comparison. May was then proposing a radical reworking of British aid to Africa, aid to develop economies that could interact more strongly with Britain's, trade more, and invest in the British economy. But the communist Chinese had that idea back in 1977, you know, the year Star Wars came out, and Jaws, if I remember correctly. As he rose to lead China after the Mao Zedong era, Deng Xiaoping set out his 4 modernizations, a policy framework designed to build an enormous Chinese economy led by trade with the outside world. The groundwork was to be laid by investment in places such as Africa to make a huge volume of trade possible. In the decades since, the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, have gone at it with a vengeance. Indeed, China looked to the British experience itself for African expansion. Over a decade ago, UK firms consulted with private firms and state investors to try and avoid disasters of the continent's colonial past. Yea, so, 11 years ago, Red China embarked on a series of joint projects with Britain in Africa, with the aim of avoiding the abuses and mistakes committed by former colonial powers as it rapidly increases its economic role on the continent. China invested $4.5 billion in infrastructure in Africa circa 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, died. More than the G8 countries combined, all of the developed octagon of developed economies together. And much of the investment has been private. The number of Chinese communist companies operating in Africa has more than doubled in just 2 years to 2,000 of them, with about 400 operating in Nigeria alone, according to comparatively new research. In contrast to the one-dimensional stereotype of state-owned enterprises extracting natural resources, most of the investment is from privately owned firms, and many are involved in manufacturing. However, many of the business practices followed by those companies, such as a preference for using Chinese workers, coupled with Beijing's belief that human rights are the preserve of host country governments, have led to claims that the rapid rise in communist Chinese influence in Africa has not helped any of its human rights. On the 21st day in May back in 2009, Irene Khan, Amnesty International's Secretary General, stated that the Chinese firms that are moving are building infrastructure, they are building roads, they are providing jobs for people, but at the same time, what they are not doing, neither the Chinese government nor their companies, is raising any issues about how the population are being treated. Therefore, we find that the Chinese presence is not helping the human rights situation. It might be aggravating it when revenues and resources are being paid into coffers of hugely corrupt and oppressive governments. In an apparent reflection of Chinese anxiety over its reputation in Africa, both embassies and companies were then urged by Beijing to forge closer links to local communities. Red China also entered into a partnership with Britain's DFID, or DFID, the Department for International Development, intended to monitor and control the social and environmental impact of communist Chinese investment. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, another communist nation, DFID has been working with the government and Red Chinese companies to fund the drafting of social and environmental standards that road building projects will have to adhere to, and to carry out assessments of the impact of the new roads. Until then, most attention has focused on the multi-billion-pound infrastructure for resources deals which China has signed with African governments. The problem facing such government-to-government programs is that the projects are no longer being carried out by central planners, but by a plethora of communist Chinese firms. Evidence from more than 100 interviews with business people and officials in both China and Africa indicates that more than 80% of the companies operating on the continent are privately owned. In 2006, the Chinese Exim, EXIM, all uppercase, bank estimated that there were only about 800 CHICOM, or Chinese Communist companies in Africa. Dr. Jinggu, a research fellow at Sussex University's Institute of Development Studies, which carried out the research I'm sourcing, concluded Chinese businesses were well placed to tap into what some called the last golden land because of similarities to the Chinese market of the 1980s and 90s, and because there was so much competition domestically. Plummeting exports to Europe and America, with trade hit by both the appreciating renminbi and the global economic crisis, back then, even before the trade wars, have increased the keenness to move into new markets. The renminbi, by the way, is the communist Chinese currency, the party currency, the currency which the party uses to fund super mega structure projects like Three Gorges Dam to hire all their relatives with. In terms of the yuan, that's what trades on the world market. Now, one Chinese newspaper described Africa as the best refuge for sunstroke prevention from the financial crisis. That was back in 2008. While Beijing has encouraged businesses to move into overseas markets, officials monitor activity so loosely that many of the firms Gu studied have not even registered their investments. According to official figures, only 4% of China's direct foreign investment, or foreign direct investment as it's called, FDI, went to Africa circa 2006, the year before my father died, compared to 26% to Latin America and 64% to Asia. But Gu said the pace of growth has been rapid and largely unmonitored. While some firms employ significant amounts of local labor in Africa, Gu even then confessed that resentment, well, she admitted that resentment was building up in some places. To quote us the Dr. Gu at length and verbatim, "These entrepreneurs have an agenda of their own, which they have been left free to pursue by the Chinese Communist government. It is the usual one of the pursuit of profit and the exploitation of business and market opportunity. The Communist Chinese private entrepreneur is willing to take a long view and endure tough contemporary conditions and relatively low returns to be able to entrench himself locally. Specific problems do arise because of the tendency of Chinese to behave quite ethnocentrically. They prefer to employ their own people, not so much Chinese nationals as people from the same regions or even extended families as themselves whom they know and are used to. Also, the Chinese work ethic is to work very hard, long hours, for little money, hoping eventually to establish themselves in an area to be able to replace others. Some of them even import some labor illegally to get around local immigration restrictions. This does produce some social tension and even violence between Chinese and Africans in such countries as Nigeria, Ghana, and Madagascar. But there is also recognition of the actual and potential benefits of China's involvement." Now, need to quaff this tea. And I'll get back onto this Anglo-Semitic convergence here, which of course stretches all the way back to Hong Kong and the British colonization of China to the best of its ability. Now I say, I do hope people can hear me. I do ask that people report on the quality of my transmission in terms of technical function. It seems that I'm streaming at full capability, and checking into the live stream itself, it says we have an excellent connection. So, yeah, I'd appreciate some chat room analytics going on, and that would be fun. Always good to see that. We've got 2 hours left of transmission, and I will do my best to render that productively. Britain itself, in late 2018, then began pursuing a similar plan to Communist China's a full 41 years later than Deng Xiaoping did, and unlike the Communist Chinese Empire, it lacks the capacity to significantly upscale any of its aid efforts anywhere. That is, of course, the sad reality of Brexit Britain impoverishment. How do I put this in perspective? How do you develop another country's economy anyway? The Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, do it with enormous infrastructural projects. ensuring that increased productivity can be facilitated by energy supplies and adequate transport, including rail. Britain, meanwhile, is struggling to manage its existing rail infrastructure at home. That very 2018 year in our Lord that Theresa May was visiting Africa, they announced back home on the islands of Britannia that London's Crossrail project would be a year late. It's hard to see a government with problems like these as a serious competitor to Red China's road and rail projects in Africa. Today, Britannia is still eyeing investment in Africa as a way to boost trade and influence after Brexit, but it faces stiff competition from communist China. The UK has, to date, announced one significant project as part of its new strategy, more than £100 million for a road in the West African state of Benin. Britain is keen to show it can trade anywhere in the world, but it might need to tread carefully in Africa, where the United Kingdom risks road rage with Red China. Because communist China, on the other hand, plowed 683 million United States dollars into the country and borrowed funds between 2000 and 2018, according to the China Africa Research Initiative, or CARI, C-A-R-I. The Asian powerhouse has invested $148 billion in infrastructure and other developments across the continent as a whole during the near 2-decade period, making China the dominant single investor in all Africa as part of what became its Belt and Road Initiative, creating lucrative openings for Chinese firms and serving as a vital soft power tool. But some British conservatives hope the UK can position itself as a more attractive partner. Conservative Minister of Parliament Tom Tugendhat, the chair of the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, said countries learned the real price of red Chinese investment after signing deals: risible working conditions, environmental breaches, corrupt practices and clashes between local populations and incoming Chinese communities are among the issues reported, which he's related quite accurately. A diplomatic row that broke out in Zambia over the running of Chinese-built copper mines, for example. One attraction was that Chinese investment comest with few strings attached at the outset, which critics argue, as well as fewer regulatory hurdles compared with loans from high-regulation Western nations. However, debt arrangements for loans can be crippling, such as in the case of the Chinese-backed rail line in Kenya, giving Beijing greater power over its debtors. To quote the Minister of Parliament, Tugendhat, "You thought the investment was free, but it turns out it's not free. It turns out that although the Brits and Americans have strings up front, the Chinese have small print." Now, Prime Minister Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson, echoed a similar sentiment back in January of yesteryear when he told the UK-Africa Investment Summit that Britain was a reliable partner and the people you should be doing business with. I can't get him. I mean, he's British. If I do that, the people you should be. I don't know how to do Brit. I just can't. The people you should be doing business with. I mean, there we are. More like Benny Hill. Now, in a thinly veiled attack on rivals, Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson, pointed out that a $53 million British investment to help build a port in Mombasa, Kenya, had not been arranged on extraordinarily one-sided terms and delivered by a vast imported workforce. No, that's too sophisticated for Bojo the Clown. He would talk more like core Oh, look at the others on that black bitch. That's Bojo. That's Boris Johnson. Arranged in extraordinarily one-sided terms and delivered by a vast imported workforce. Talking about, all the chinks they bring in. Now, China itself, on the other hand, insists there be no abusive element to its cooperation with Africa, and that it sticks to the principle of mutual benefit and win-win results. Yeah, China wins, and it wins again. Yeah, that's win-win. Rule-abiding or not, observers expect clashes with China in the race for Africa. Zheng Rong, a spokesperson for the Chinese embassy in the United Kingdom, said Red China responds to development demands from African states, approaches the continent with mutual benefit, and never attaches political conditions. So that's for sure. They don't give a shit if you're killing anybody in droves. Now, he said financing support must undergo careful feasibility studies and market-oriented assessment, meaning whatever benefits the Red Chinese. But Rong insisted Red China was open to the competition, himself having argued that it is a common responsibility, I'm translating this from the Chinese, so be patient, it is a common responsibility for the international community to support peace and development in Africa. We are glad to see Africa developing diversified cooperative partnerships, and we welcome the international community, including the UK, to help Africa achieve development and prosperity by attaching greater importance to and increasing input in the continent while respecting its own will. Yeah, basically, what I just translated from the Chinese, I shouldn't have even bothered. It really doesn't say shit. But rather, it's all shit. Let's talk about this road to friendship. African states have been eager to soak up Chinese money after Western nations lost interest in recent decades. Nick Westcott, director of the Royal Africa Society, has so noted that the Chinese have largely taken advantage of the fact that Africa was desperate for investment and there wasn't enough competition. That's now changing, with the EU and the US pushing to up their influence and increase trade with the continent, and Britannia is getting in on the action too. UK Export Finance, Britain's export credit agency, is investing more than £100 million to improve the link between the cities of Bohican and Parakou, boosting trade lines between Benin and neighboring nations. The benefits to Britain, as well as expanding its soft power and development credentials, are that construction firm Sogi Satom UK will undertake the works using some British materials and services, while ministers hope the 2-year project will boost UK exports to Benin, which were worth £29 million in 2019. The project marks the first push into Benin through UK Export Finance and carries significant symbolic value, coming just as the UK finalizes the terms of its departure from European Union. When the project was announced in the summer of the year before last, Minister for Exports Graham Stewart then said, "This deal will bring significant benefits to the UK construction exporters and its suppliers at a time when we need to keep trade flowing. It shows that UK businesses, with the right support from government, can continue to export anywhere in the world." Well, Benin is already well cultivated by Red China, which has worked with the nation since 1972, after it declared opposition to Taiwanese independence at the behest of the Communist Chinese Party. China has invested heavily in infrastructure investment in Benin, including almost $23 million for a 5-kilometer overpass in Cotonou and $4 billion for a rail line. It built a hospital, a stadium, and a trade development center, among numerous other projects, and has established a China Cultural Center in Cotonou, where locals learn to speak Chinese. Now, MEMºDAY-Cum-LANTERN, the Benin Minister of Economy and Finance, has insisted Benin remains politically and economically autonomous, and said debt to China accounted to less than 5% of the total public debt at the end of 2019, himself telling Politico magazine that, well, to read therefrom, having the attention of key foreign investors and official partners, such as Britain and China, highlights our credibility and attractiveness, and more broadly, the improvement in the business climate in Benin. The UK and China are and will be two important partners, among others, for the development of Benin. Investment opportunities in Benin are numerous as one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. We therefore have the will and the capacity to cooperate with all countries willing to take part in the development of our country in a mutually beneficial manner. I think that's the prelude to Streets of Rage right there. You see, UK officials insist the Benin Road project was not signed off with diplomacy toward China in mind. Britain, unlike the American Empire, has not stated explicitly that Africa is a battleground in the Cold War with Communist China. United States Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs Tibor Nagy told a congressional hearing but yesteryear that Washington was weaponizing its African embassies to confront China on a whole range of issues, most prominently a commercial one. Now, Westcott from the Royal Africa Society pointed out that Britain was so far aiming to maintain its own influence in Africa rather than reduce Chinese influence, but that it could take a more aggressive approach in the future, for example, attempting to outbid China for projects. Now, that could be a struggle for London, which does not have nowhere near the economic clout Beijing can wield. Experts concur instead that African leaders who have their citizens' interests at heart will prefer to do business with open states that offer strong regulations and no hidden catches, especially those with existing diplomatic links. Now, to quote us at some length, Sophia Gaston, the directoress of the BFPG, the British Foreign Policy Group, she's insisted that it was inevitable that Western and Chinese competition with Africa would escalate over the coming decades as Africa finds itself at a crossroads in its pathway to development. It is certain that China will not be happy at the prospect of Britain undercutting its efforts to solidify its position in Africa. However, these tensions are inevitable and should be anticipated and prepared for. It will be extremely difficult for the UK to practically match China's efforts to make these economic inroads into Africa, as the sheer sale of its resources, what she means to say is scale, I'm sure, and that this was a misspelling, as the sheer scale of its resources and the competitive pricing of its infrastructure are second to none. Many African nations would instinctively prefer to develop partnerships with Britain. We just need to make sure that we can develop a compelling and competitive offer. Which brings us back to those small dreams. The UK's plans for post-Brexit trade and investment in Africa are pint-sized by the standards of other major players. On her safari, a little over 2 years agone, Theresa May herself became a viral sensation by twice attempting to Afro dance. Her nickname, the Maybot, was appropriate to her game, but robotic efforts. She seemed stuck in a handful of body movements with absolutely no ability to pivot. And just as she was stuck in an uncomfortable groove when it came as to Brexit, so she was stuck in one when it came as to aid. The notion of using aid to stimulate trade, especially trade of benefit to the aid sender, is as old as the hills. In its cruder forms, it used to be described as tide aid. The major beneficiary was meant to be the sender, whose generously donated equipment would need maintenance, repairs, and upgrades, and bring in revenue receipts over and above the value of the original donation. But the Communist Chinese don't just build better and faster roads and continental crossrails. They build better computers, better tractors, better agricultural colleges on site in Africa, and better dams. Of course, they now reap the benefits as the bounty of their investment in Africa is fed back into their domestic economy. The quickest way to develop Africa is by stimulating industrialization, not by the pillage of raw materials and minerals. But as soon as Africa produces its full share of manufactured goods, and as soon as they are cheaper than British-made goods, the mood of Britain's exporters and workers alike will quickly turn sour. So even if Theresa May had somehow ever made good on her pipe dream, she would have to have been careful of what she wished for. Napoleon warned that China was a sleeping dragon, and the world should be aware of what it could do should it awaken. Perhaps Africa is a sleeping lion. When it awakens, will its dream be to help a Britain that has deserted Europe? No. Its dream will be to develop itself and to impose its own terms. The Zambian economist, Dambisa Moyo, has written that aid is dead, that aid is not working, and that there's a better way for Africa. And in that context, the late Prime Ministeress, or rather the former Prime Ministeress, she's not late because she's not dead, but the former Prime Ministeress, Theresa May's argument glossed over just how hard it would be, or will be, to move from aid to competitive trade. But however long it takes, there will one day be a tipping point. And if Theresa May is still even remembered in the countries she visited, it will be as a British Prime Ministeress who misunderstood both Europe and Africa, and couldn't dance either. But dwell upon what I've just said. Beyond that stupid idea that came out so long ago, BRICS, the all uppercase BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. What a joke. As I said, basically, very difficult to move from aid to competitive trade, wherein the Africans began to manufacture at prices that beat the Brits. At some point, due to all the Chinese investment in infrastructure and all the black African rage and resentment building against all investors who are determined to plunder Africa for its resources and leave black Africa denuded, will comest the Black Industrial Revolution. Now, Chris Collins says, I'm loud and clear. Thank you so much, Chris. Deeply appreciate it. Hugs. So, instead of asinine geopolitical alignments that make no sense, what we will see is an angry young giant in the form of Black Africa. Africa will be the new China. Not in the sense of Chinese relocation of its population to Sinify the continent. Rather, at some point, the Chinese themselves will want to step up to a higher grade of living, the next level quality of life, where they're no longer working in factories and warehouses, and they leave that to the blacks of Africa, at which point the blacks will be manufacturing in their sweatshops what the Chinese once did. The mass manufacturing in the continent of Africa, where people will be working for food, will revolutionize cheap products that will in the future leave us, by the end of this century, dealing with products everywhere, wherein the label says, made in Africa. That's what I mean by Africa will be the new China. Investment, cooperation, and strategic advantage will boost the continent's exports to Europe. Exempli gratiae. According to the African Development Bank Group, Madagascar's exports are projected to continue to boom. Well, they were back in 2018 through 2019, which is the last time that the stats were released that I could see. And I'm sure that trend's continuing, with strong demand for textiles and essential oils produced in the free trade zone, as well as cloves and vanilla. Cloves, not clothes. In other words, cloves like CLOVES that you put in food as opposed to clothes that you wear. But Madagascar, by the way, has its own incredible history I must go into in depth some other time. They, of course, were on the verge of taking their own step in social evolution that I regret with a vengeance. Did not manifest at the time, but hopefully will return at some point in the future. So, that having been said, I'd like to make a prediction, and it's a bold one. Within half 100 years, the label Made in Africa will be as ubiquitous as Made in China is today on everyday items sold in Britain, such as clothing, towels, and televisions. In fact, I'll go even further. African products will actually displace many such items that today are made by Chinese companies. Admittedly, this does not seem an unlikely scenario when, beyond perhaps a diamond in their jewelry box, a bag of Kenyan coffee, or a bottle of South African Cabernet, well, many Britons would struggle to find a made-in-Africa product in their homes. But Africa, with its checkered history of industrial development, is on the cusp of real and dramatic economic growth. They would have had it if MEMºRIAL, our old Madagascar, had maintained its African standard, in which it was industrializing in competition with the West, not under its influence, in the same sense that Japan was doing, and even Ethiopia of the time. Madagascar was the other great independent state that you've never heard of. Well, even though there was, I can say, 100 steps backwards in Madagascar's case, and we could say everywhere on the continent, much progress has already been made. Over the past 15 years, most African countries have enjoyed sustained economic growth, in some cases at annual rates above 5%, buoyed by rising commodity prices, budget surpluses, foreign investment, and fewer conflicts. Services sectors are blossoming across the continent, while a telecommunications boom, driven by mobile phone usage, in a region where landlines were few, and internet penetration is also playing a role, as is a vibrant financial services sector. Yet 28 of the world's poorest countries are in Africa. Half of its people live in poverty, without access to basic human rights such as food, clean water, and housing, while 2 in 5 are illiterate. Economic growth, while fast, has come from a low base. Gross domestic product per head is just $1,770 US worth, about a quarter that of Asia. Sustainable transformation requires a radical new approach. It is not a services economy that will lift 500 million people out of poverty or create 100 million jobs, but an industrial one. Export-led manufacturing will be the key to Africa's success, just as it transformed the fortunes of Asian countries, particularly China, in past decades. Today, the manufacturing sector contributes just 9% of Africa's gross domestic product, against 17% for the agricultural sector. It also represents less than 2% of global manufacturing, suggesting huge scope for improvement. The African Union has put the manufacturing sector at the heart of its Agenda 2063, which for some reason they chose as their objective point the centennial after my late sister was born, a strategic framework for the socio-economic transformation of the continent over the next 100 years, which has the agreement and full support of 55 countries, all 55 countries in African Union. It is an agenda that, in its own words, has been driven by the voices of the African people, indicating the Africa they want. Similarly, the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the first of this year, provides for a single market of goods and services. It allows African-owned companies to enter new markets, expanding their customer bases and potentially product ranges. Many predict it will also act as an impetus for investment in much-needed cross-border infrastructure, creating employment and developing local experience in engineering projects. The prospect of a larger marketplace, larger marketplaces, will spur investment, but African governments must play their role. New policies are necessary to help build the capabilities of domestic firms and foster industrial clusters. Exemplarmente, Asian governments offered tax breaks, subsidies, and bespoke contracts to top-performing businesses. Today, much of Africa's industry is focused on low value-added assembly because the requisite raw materials are not produced or even available locally. One company, Carbon Holdings, an Egypt-based petrochemicals business, is currently finalizing the financing for an $11 billion petrochemicals plant in the Suez Economic Zone. It will be the largest downstream plant in Africa, with the potential to create thousands and thousands of direct and indirect jobs, and will, I predict, help to double Egyptian exports within 1 year of coming online. For the first time, Egypt will have essential feed for its basic industries, such as plastic, packaging, building materials, and automotive parts, allowing for production as opposed to assembly to take place locally. It will make the country more attractive to overseas manufacturers keen to avoid costly import duties, who can produce items as diverse as tires and nappies locally, further boosting employment. It is projects such as their Suez plant, funded in part by development institutions like the Africa Finance Corporation, alongside leading export credit agencies Euler Hermes of United Germany and UK Export Finance, that will be instrumental in helping Africa's manufacturing sector to fulfill its true potential. African governments must create economic zones around such developments to encourage global players to enter the marketplace. This will not happen overnight, but it is starting at a time when trade tensions between the American and Chinese empires are impacting factory production. China is also keen to reduce its dependence on export markets and is looking to boost domestic demand. Across Asia, wages are rising as workers demand better rewards. Inflation-adjusted real wages rose 2.8% last year against 1.5% worldwide. This plays into Africa's hands, as by 2050, they will have a larger and younger workforce than either China or even India. But their biggest advantage, and the reason I am so confident that with a developed manufacturing sector, made in Africa will achieve ubiquity, is that they are just 15 days away from Europe by sea. With journey times in excess of 100 days for its goods to arrive, Red China will be at disadvantage from the outset. It's Africa's time to trade. Now, that brings us back to the fertility issue, since the future is black in so many ways. Why is 2.1 the fertility rate threshold? You might think the number should be 2.0. 2 parents have 2 children, so the population stays the same size. But even with the best healthcare, not all children survive to adulthood. Also, babies are ever so slightly more likely to be male. It means the replacement figure is 2.1 in developed countries. Nations with higher childhood mortality also need a higher fertility rate. So, what do the experts say? Professor Ibrahim Abu Bakr of the UCL, the University College London, said, if these predictions in terms of demographics, the baby crash, are even half accurate, migration will become a necessity for all nations and not an option. To be successful, we need a fundamental rethink of global politics. The distribution of working age populations will be crucial to whether humanity prospers or withers. So that brings us to the more immediate question for ourselves. Will the American empire or its authoritarian rivals dominate this 21st century on the Christian calendar? The American empire's singular advantage over the communist Chinese and revisionist Russian empires is demographics. But the United States needs to keep birth rates up and immigration rising. The answer, therefore, ergo, has as much to do with demography as with policy. Although we oftentimes fixate on military spending and gross domestic product as markers of America's position vis-a-vis Red China and revisionist Russia, a country's demographic profile critically impacts its ability to generate that wealth and power. And if demography is indeed destiny, America's geopolitical future looks pretty promising, so long as this country can navigate the dangers the world's demographic future also holds. A country's people are taproot of its power in many respects. A large working age population serves as a source of military manpower. Far more important, a relatively young, growing, and well-educated population is a wellspring of the economic productivity that underlies other forms of international influence. All things equal, as I said earlier with the term that I have used in the Latin that so many people were confused by and are now asking me again to try and acknowledge when I was talking about the economics of our situation. That is, of course, Let me see if I can spell that for you. For people who are trying to use this term themselves. Because as I said, when it comes to the other things equal, the Latin phrase is ceteris paribus. And that's spelled with the AE being a single letter. So you have to look up that singular AE. Of course, they spell it alternatively in America, but that's not the proper language. Ceteris, C, the AE singular letter, and the TERIS with a space, and then paribus, PARIBUS. Ceteris paribus, other things equal, in the transliteration, with other conditions remaining the same. Now, in terms of where we're at right now, and it comes to what we're saying with all other things being equal, and we're talking the demographic apocalypse, where we're all going down the tubes in terms of the population base, America stands above the fray. We are very fortunate that that's the case. We want to keep it that way. Believe me. So when it comes to the fertility rate, and we're leaving Russia and China in the dust, this is our advantage we never want to lose, and the only way to keep it is to keep bringing in more and more people. So, as I've said, ceteris paribus, countries with healthy demographic profiles can create wealth more easily than their competitors. They can also direct a larger share of that wealth to geopolitical projects as opposed to pensions and healthcare. Countries with unhealthy demographic profiles will find it harder to remain economically competitive as their populations shrink and a smaller number of workers support a larger number of retirees. They will face agonizing guns versus butter trade-offs that make it harder to undertake bold geopolitical ventures. When demographic problems become severe, they can exacerbate social and political strains, leading to crippling instability. And as it happens, America's competitors are likely to face sharp demographic pressures in the coming decades. The devastating legacy of Communist China's draconian one-child policy will be a steadily shrinking population for generations, as the number of Chinese falls from 1.41 billion in 2017 to 1.36 billion in 2050 at mid-century. That's according to figures provided by the United Nations. And then falls faster still to perhaps a billion by 2100, the end of the century. Meanwhile, China's retirement age population will jump starkly. According to statistics compiled by Nicholas Eberstadt of the American Enterprise Institute, from 135 million in 2015 to almost 340 fucking million by 2040, as China's working age population falls by roughly 100 million laborers. This demographic contraction will place tremendous stress on Red China's economy as old age costs skyrocket and the number of productive workers shrinks. The slowing of Chinese growth that is already underway will become far more pronounced. Beijing's debt problem will become worse as social expenditures rise and austerity becomes more politically difficult to pursue. The Communist Chinese government will have fewer resources with which to continue its military buildup and implement major geoeconomic projects like the Belt and Road Initiative. Not least, demographic trouble may well foster demographic upheaval. Well, certainly domestic upheaval, as the shortage of marriage-age females, challenges in providing for the well-being of retirees, and tapering off of economic growth tests all of Red China's social compact. We are accustomed to thinking of Communist China as a rising power, yet demographic decline is setting in already, with potentially profound consequences. Revanchist, revisionist Russia faces its own problems. Its population is around 144 million today. But due to numerous factors, the lingering demographic damage caused by World War II preeminent among them, Russia never recovered from my biological father Hitler's invasion. That and low birth rates and levels of immigration. No Russian woman in her right mind wants to bring children into the Russian world today. And who the hell would ever want to immigrate there? And, of course, their relatively short life expectancy. Probably the shortest life expectancy in the world, comparatively speaking. The population will be as small as 119 million by 2050. The working age population will decline from 60% to less than 50% of the overall population during this same period now, compounding Russia's long-term economic decline. The implications are already becoming all too clear. Russia will face a Hobson's choice between pouring scarce resources into old age pensions and inviting the political tumults that austerity could easily bring. What Putin's facing now with his cutting off of pensions. Dumbass motherfucker. He'll pay the price for his own greed. His own desire to remain a player on the world stage will wipe him off the stage. Nuclear weapons and the capacity to create mischief through information warfare will keep Moscow in the game, but Russia's underlying geopolitical potential will continue bleeding away inexorably. Bleed them anemic. To use a pun, bleed them white. And of course, from that they'll die. As a player in the game. For generations to come. The American empire looks pretty good in comparison. Thanks to a relatively healthy birth rate and high levels of immigration, the American population is slated to increase from 324 million in 2017 to 390 million in 2050. The retirement of the baby boomers will make America a significantly older society, as the proportion of retirees to working age individuals nearly doubles by 2060. 100 years after I was born. But the overall growth of the population will cushion the effects of this shift, and the stresses America faces should not be nearly as severe as those its rivals confront. As a study by the RAND, the Research and Development Corporation, concludes, barring catastrophe, the United States appears likely to have the demographic and economic resources to remain the world's indispensable nation through at least 2050 or mid-century, which I think is, that's putting it pessimistically. Honestly, I think they're too conservative. Really, the 21st century can be American in the constructive sense. If the United States can hold its ground via the revisionist, revanchist Russia and communist China over the near and medium term, its long-term prospects thus seem quite promising. Yet there are also 3 demography-related dangers the United States will have to address. First, if America is likely to be in relatively good shape demographically, 3 decades from now, many of its traditional allies will not be. Important partners, such as the Empire of Japan, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the New United Germany, and many Western European countries will have shrinking, aging populations. The Empire of Japan in particular, its population is projected to decline from 127 million in 2017 to 109 million mid-century, circa 2050, and keep falling thereafter. As a result, America's core alliances will be less of a force multiplier in the future than they are today. This will place an even higher premium on deepening ties with countries such as India, whose population is set to grow from 1.3 billion in 2017 to 1.7 billion by mid-century, circa 2050. Second, America's demographic future is more fragile than the numbers indicate. Projected increases in population are heavily dependent on one of the country's hidden underrated advantages: high levels of immigration. But if current trends are any indication, the American empire could easily squander its demographic advantages by enacting draconian immigration restrictions or simply destroying its image as a country that welcomes ambitious newcomers. Conversely, if the proportion of immigrants continues to rise while the white population shrinks, xenophobia and race-based politics are becoming more common and more toxic, as demonstrated by the anti-Asian American attacks I articulated earlier in transmission. If the United States is to maintain our demographic edge, we will have to find ways of reconciling two competing imperatives: refreshing our population through immigration while preserving social and political stability. My answer to that, of course, is civil war, eradicate the Republican Party, and bring in as many people as possible. Third, the United States will face the challenge of dealing with declining and potentially desperate rivals. We often think of rising powers as aggressive powers, but declining powers can be more aggressive still. History is full of examples of such countries, such as Greater Britain in the run-up to World War I, that decided to take enormous geopolitical risks to preempt and prevent the rise of Germany on the continent because they believed that their window of opportunity was closing. If communist Chinese and revanche revisionist Russian leaders come as to believe that their future looks grim, they may act more aggressively in hopes of achieving gains while they still have the ability to do so. This dynamic could make crises involving my Taiwan, the Baltic states, and other hotspots more likely and more dangerous. American policymakers will therefore need to maintain the military and other strengths necessary to deter revisionist actions, while also avoiding unnecessarily provocative behavior that puts Moscow and Beijing in now or never situations. Demography may well ultimately help the American empire win its competitions with communist China and revisionist Russia. But it may also make those rivalries increasingly fraught along the way. Now, checking into the time we have remaining, which is about an hour, I guess I'll take some time to read from that wonderful little script that our lovely Selena Khan wrote for myself, English being her second language. Let me scroll up a bit in Messenger to see if I can find the link that was provided for myself by Jameson Reese some little time ago to my own GoFundMe, so I can remind people thereof. Let me take a look at placing this back in place. Got Derek Talley's link coming up there that he was sharing with me. Open up the message box. Okay, take my time to scroll down towards Jameson Reese, who's banned from Facebook at the time. I'll scroll up a bit till I get his link here. And in the meantime, remind everybody about how much I appreciate their being here with me through these long hours of the night, in which I make certain to relay to them what matters in our world. All right, let me scroll down in this case to the script from the lovely Selena. Now, she writes in such a precious manner, and I'll paraphrase therefrom. I am forever grateful to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation or my gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe. As everyone knows, by now the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset, and recording devices, lighting fixtures, I'm trying to say, and not lightning fixtures. Of course, lava lamps come to mind, and I don't mean those. Soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Now, the way she writes this, oh God, just skipped from there. I never scroll down very much on these things or open these things up, but, twice a week. So I don't really have bookmarks for them, and it's amazing how, you have to kind of mark them and pin them. Anyhow, she says, presenting 2 weeks a night live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. At which point I always roll my eyes and say, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment are beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, entitled Urgent Contribution, will expire in March of this year. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of my studio equipment. Please contribute, donate. Between now and March of 2021, my blessings be unto all. Yes, of course, more pragmatically, I am impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, and so I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level. and we thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying our monthly premiums based on net countable income. And this enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet the 250% WDP requirements in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. To continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. So I look forward to any donations before we are shut down in terms of this GoFundMe account come March. Oh, fuck, it's over already, isn't it? I'll be damned. It's March 1st. Holy shit. Well, I guess that's over. So, what you can do instead is remember that, of course, Mein Kampf, my struggle, is thine own. Let me go through the solicitation a second time, and then I'll close off by seeing if I can bring our man, Mr. George Knight, in from across the Great Pond. Sammy Romero says, great transmission, Doug. Thanks for the shout out. God bless you, my dear brother, Sammy. Hugs. Love you and your brother dearly, the both of you. Wonderful people, and recently had their birthdays, the both of them. They're now of legal age to drink, and can finally do so. I think they're a little older than that. But you know, I always have fun. Now, in terms of, yes, might as well go through the solicitation a second time. It's what I just did with fundraising was reflexive, and I did that into its expiration date. That's not an option for the future. Instead, my struggle be thine own, Mein Kampf. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. Of course, make certain if you donate by PayPal that you you just click the friends are relations category so that they don't take their blood cut. Give me a second here to interrupt my own solicitation, which I loathe anyway, to check in with George Knight. Let me see if I can find him here in the messages. Let's check in here and ask. All right. Okay. Can ye comest online? Okay. With myself on transmission. Myself on transmission. There we are. The keyboarding it's incredible how loud that keyboarding is. And, you know, Peter, he never goes mute, and everybody hears him keyboarding all the time that he comes on. You know, I'm always afraid to tell him to go mute. By the way, Eric sent an attachment. Let me check in on him. And thankful for his patience with me. Oh my God, a few days behind there. Let me give him his hearts here. And appreciate everyone who's tolerating me, who's listening in on all of this. My puttering, but my puttering is, in its own sense, part of the show. So people do come here to hear me putter from time to time. Can't always be exhorting my advisements. And let's take a look at what else we have here. Oh, yes. Rizard Berjostek. Now, all right. This is someone who is, wow. He's like speaking with something that I will read. I'm going to give him this for now, and that'll hold him till I think of a response. In the meantime, in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. Subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/c/megatour, which be spelled MEGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who serves as Team Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist. For were it no for he, nigh all the videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid, there I go again, not, whenever I go to these script things, I've got to pin them, or otherwise, they flip and disappear. And I never remember them, no matter how much I repeat them. That's yes. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Megatour, which be spelled MEGGOTAUR. Remember to indicate him as a friend or relation so that the faggot Peter Thiel doesn't come in and buttfuck him en route, rendering, his cut of your contribution taken out and leaving a presumably even number of some sort as a baseline number with decimal points thereafter, dollars and cents. Well, in what is it in Britain? Pounds and farthings? What's their version of pennies? Pence? Yeah, pounds and pence. Yes. And now, yes. Don't forget, of course, that our man, Mr. John Warrington, the Grand Magator, he took it upon himself to download the majority of what I published on YouTube over the years into his own personal hard drives, and thereby enabled us to reestablish my legacy online when it was scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice. That's 3 times. And therefore has served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of the material world in which my virtual persona interacts with yourself, thereby rendering the Maggot Man, John Warrington, in essence, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself from the infrastructure or the all life on the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of annihilation per the Herodians, those worshippers of King Herod, the man who would have killed your god, the ultimate embodiment of the anti-gods and the cults of the kings of Edom, the land from which he came. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, whom you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire, at the homepage of showsdd.com, wherein you'll find the meaning of my biological father's name, the name What Made the Man. And once you've informed yourself on both counts, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay their contributions or encourage them to do so themselves at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where they would hopefully indicate themselves indicate myself as friend or relation, thereby eliminating the ability of Peter Thiel to come in and take his pound of flesh And of course, this is because people are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go us to DouglasDietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. All sponsors will be granted electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame, Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated. Now, immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack on the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world were upon us, when magics could again be worked in conjunction with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Megit Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, be our most beloved Greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He having, he being my own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and who self-produced videos on his Bizarre HD channel on YouTube entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich as the son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would simply not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-Subsatanic occupation and, the Herodian insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Departments of Veterans Affairs, benefits and/or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake. And I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. Make certain that you do so via the yellow donate button for PayPal, the red donate button for all other credit or debit cards, which renders all your concerns about having to indicate myself as friend or relation moot. You won't need to do so using the red button and any credit or debit card other than PayPal if you find indicating myself as friend or relation distasteful. And there will be no middleman to worry about, no blood cut from your money. It will arrive intact. You will still, of course, need to return to the yellow donate button on douglasdietrich.com to render yourself, well, to give yourself access to the homepage of showsdd.com, which will enable you to register into the archives and thereby review them whenever you log in at your leisure in the future. That will be the reward you provide yourself for sponsorship. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And over and above all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Using, you'll be on the showsdd.com page at that point. Register with the archives so you can access them at your leisure thereafter, simply by logging in, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive access to my online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, hey, messages. Somebody's responding. Okay. All right. Oh, my invitation to join a group is about to expire. I'll miss out on gay yoga. Whoa, oh well. There's certain things in life I guess we have to deny ourselves. Okay. Such is as it is. All right then, let's take a look at live stream, see how much time we've got left. We've got 45 minutes. I've pretty much said everything I've wanted to do with solicitation. The rest, I'm pretty much free. Hey, Karen O'Connor says, yup, Doug, the internet has been off due to no cash. Hope you're doing well. Karen and Barry listening from Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. Oh my God, bless you. I'm sorry you had no money. Oh my God, if you don't have enough money for the internet, what do you do for entertainment? Oh my God. Oh, they drink a lot. There is this wonderfully charming film that is bad in a good way. It's a good bad film, and it's Fatal Deviation, which is the only Irish martial arts film that I'm aware of, and just really cute. It's like this basic revenge film, and it's just it's unbearable to watch in some regards, but it's very entertaining when you're drunk, and certainly I enjoyed it, watching it with people that I enjoyed the company of and just having fun with it. But the Irish martial artist who produced that, he may be coming up with a sequel because it is so popular in the sense that I've just described, and hopefully he does. I'll try to remember his name. I honestly don't consciously remember it. But, the funniest part is, like, it's the typical, the typical martial arts film. What is 90% of them have the plot of, why you kill my teacher? With him, it's, or my father. With him, his father was killed. He goes back to the home, which I guess he was raised in by his father. And, it's like just this dilapidated, abandoned property, and of course you really worry when you look at that. God, I hope that all of Ireland's not like that. Like Dublin's just a Potemkin city, a facade. I know that's not the case. Ireland's economy was actually growing faster than any other economy in Europe for a long time. It was going gangbusters, doing great. Then COVID came. And Karen O'Connor says, is that the naked yoga? Yes, something like that. Yes. Anyhow, and if they're doing it in a group, they always wind up in a ball anyway. So no point even trying. All right then, let me try and get my head out of my ass. Try and say something that's remotely constructive. There is just so much to cover, way too much for a single evening. And of course, we did really enjoy ourselves earlier tonight with everybody involved. But I guess. What we'll do is Jesus, check the message box here. Really, at this point, I'm just happy to drag anyone on, so I just don't have to, how would I say it? Produce of my own mind something moderately coherent. This is around that period of time I can just get giggly and kick back. But Karen O'Connor says, we love revenge here in Ireland. No drink for me, baby, due on the 26th this month. Hey, I will be getting pissed soon. Yeah. She's going to get that baby out, and then she's gonna cut loose and drink. Okay. Oh my God, you're pregnant. Oh my God, no wonder you don't have any money. Oh my God. You'll have less once the child's born. Oh my God. I can't begin to imagine. But then again, you've got great social welfare state in Ireland, like most of Europe. They're sane over there, so people do have, I think, a modicum of income. I think, or I hope, I pray. But yeah, Ireland, because they, per circumstance, are an English-speaking nation. Though I am so glad more and more people are learning the ancient Gaelic, thank God. But my father would be so happy at that. But because they are an English-speaking nation and they are part of the European Union, they are such a cheap alternative, such a better alternative to England in so many ways. And with England leaving European Union, even more so, Ireland should be going good for quite some time yet. They got all kinds of advantages, and of course, even if I'm not born of my father's loins, George Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, he's certainly the man who produced me, in terms of my mind in so many ways. Well, kind of. I mean, George Dietrich, he loved me. There's no question of that. The man who raised and guided me, he went to his grave, the other side, I believe, thinking that I was his biological son. We never told him otherwise, and I'm fine with that. He thinking I'm his biological son, he always loved me, but he never really liked me. There is a difference. My father always really wanted a jock, and he was burdened with this creature nearly fish. Well, neither fish nor fowl, as they say. And he didn't know what to make of me. Anyhow, there we are. Karen O'Connor's responding, saying, "Ha, yeah, we do, thanks. Just enough to get by, but we do have a good social system in Ireland, thank God." Yes. Good. And it's such a relief. And, okay then, let me try and get my head out of my ass. Say something that people will find, I don't know, deep or relevant. You know, I don't always have to churn out something that's deep and relevant. You know, reflecting upon my dad, as I said, he was someone who, like I said, he wanted a jock, and oh my God, he was stuck with me instead. I feel so bad for him. Oh, he was so tolerant. He was so tolerant in so many ways. Oh my God, it's just wonderful. And God bless him and my mother. All right, let me try and take a breath and take a look around the internet. Obviously, you know, what I'm just going to basically do is kind of kill time until it's pretty much time to sign off. And as I said, we've been on for, Jesus, let me get rid of this. YouTube TV keeps trying to, you know, should I try this for free? They say, try it for free. They'll probably try and bill me later. Fuck that shit. And so let's see now. In terms of where we're at, started streaming 11 hours ago. The way that you look at this, it gives you an idea. I've got much more time than I have. We have a little over half an hour. Still quite an amount of time in which to fill in airspace. Okay. And yes, Karen was talking about the naked yoga being sex. She's at least giving me something to read to occupy the time. I'm burning bandwidth until I basically feel that I can check out without guilt. Now, all right. Let me take a look at around the internet again, see if I can inspire myself to provide analysis, which is what I'm here to do. And I guess one of the things that I can tell you is that we've got the stimulus package heading to the Senate. We got Golden Globes going on. Hey, look, maybe... Oh, here we are. Oh, my God. Our man George Knight says, "I am sorry, Douglas. We are busy today, I am afraid. Sending you all my love, and to everyone on the team. I will listen later tonight to the transmission." Understood. Let me send him hugs. All right. Hugs. And, okay, so he'll be with us at some point in the near future. Another episode. And as I said, with the stimulus heading to the Senate, we might finally get somewhere, you know, God willing, and the river doesn't rise. But you know, I can't believe it took this fucking long. I mean, this is just not supposed to be like this. This doesn't even make any sense. So aside from the stimulus package being what it is, heading towards the Senate, let me see what else I can find online that inspires me towards analysis. We've got millions of doses of the new U.S. vaccine supposedly on the way. Honestly, the positive thing I can say is that it's National Women's History Month, and there's a reason It's in March. The timing coincides with several important movements and moments. I've spracheth on the essentially kind of communist roots of the Women's March. It was actually German roots that became communized as time went on. But we're free of that baggage now at this point in history, and we've got to emphasize the need for female empowerment if we're to have a future at all. At the same time, I do worry about the demographic results, and of course the results for the races that I care about, the nationalities I want to preserve and prosper. What I can tell you is that we'll go on about that in the future, but that'll be a running theme, of course. But the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has given emergency use authorization to the Johnson & Johnson coronavirus vaccine, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention chief has signed off on its advisors' nod of approval. That means that by now, about 3.9 million doses of the third U.S. COVID-19 vaccine are making their way across the country. The J&J vaccine is different than the other two because it only requires a single dose. Now, of course, take whatever vaccine becomes available to you as quickly as possible. Today, Mexico's president is expected to ask President Biden about the United States possibly sharing its vaccine supply. Mexico has several purchase agreements with drug makers, but many have gone unfulfilled. And meanwhile, more than 2,400 cases of the UK, Brazil, and South Africa coronavirus variants have been detected in these United States. The CDC warns us the actual number could be much higher. I had my 3D graphics modeler here the other day to help me get online because we had a mysterious computer malfunction, and he's just magic with his shit. And by God, he knows coronavirus ain't gonna do shit to him. So he's gone dancing and shit. Now, I don't even know where a person goes to dance in a time like this, but he knows where. It was outside of San Francisco, I know that much. And one of those bumfuck towns or places, probably, the impression I got from him. And but I needed him here for the computer. I hope I didn't catch anything. Holy shit, I hope I didn't catch anything. Anyhow. Yeah, maintain me in thought and prayer, people. So, the House passed Biden's COVID-19 relief package this weekend with no Republican support. As I started off our transmission by saying, I'm just following up now with what I see online and paraphrasing so I can basically digest this for you and spit it out. This sets up an imminent vote in the Senate, of course, and the Senate will likely strip out that provision about the $15 minimum wage that its parliamentarian ruled against last week in order for Democrats to use a method to pass it by simple majority. Then, if it passes, it's back to the House for another quick vote before reaching Biden's desk. Republicans are fuming over the fact that the whole thing can pass without any Republican support, but Biden says there's no time to waste in getting the aid promised to small businesses, schools, and families in need. And by God, get me that fucking money so I can help stimulate the fucking economy by spending it. Jesus fucking Christ, people. And of course, we've got immigration reform, the Middle East. I didn't even want to go there, but, Myanmar is, going through what it's going through, which I don't even want to start. Great. Pokemon turns 25. Oh, how time flies when you're catching them all. It's just, how would I say here? Yeah, former President Trump speaking at the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, in his first rally following his, shall we say, unceremonious departure from the White House. He told his cultists to vote against the 17 Republicans who voted to impeach him in the House or to convict him in the Senate following January's Capitol insurrection. He said, get rid of them all! Get rid of them all! Oh, that poor son of a bitch. Jeez, it's so tough to be Donald Trump. You just want to cry. You heard what Peter said? He's more vilified than Nixon. Suffered more than any president in history. Go to sleep weeping, just thinking about it. Go to sleep, that's for sure. Oh, great. I got an email. You could help advance COVID-19 vaccine research. Oh, that's what I want to be. A fucking test dummy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need that. Get a saline solution. Yeah. See if I respond. Alright. Let's see this. What else have I got? God. It's, alright. Man, I got nothing. I mean, I'm talking about just info coming up. Really, just looking around. I pretty much exhausted myself. I might check out a little bit early tonight, by a few minutes. Let me go back to live stream. I probably get more out of that, just interacting with my listeners. And Karen O'Connor says, we have a feeling the Senate will stall yet again. Oh, God, don't jinx us. Come on, Karen, have a heart. Yes. Damn, I need somebody to interact with, really. It's at the point now where I'm honestly, it's just, oh God, what is going on now? There's some cam, they're offering Nerdle Cam, 4K SpaceX SN10 at Boca Chica Starship launch. I mean, really? This is more of that, you know, Elon Musk shit, compensating for the size of his penis by launching these pencils up on pillars of flame. Anyhow, definitely glad, really, that I just don't buy into that. It's nothing to get excited about. This is not doing anything towards expanding humanity into space, really. But you know, okay, I'll talk about that maybe in the last few minutes, since I got on the topic of talking about expansion into space. The you know, to try and let's take that to its logical endpoint when it comes to what will happen when we start seriously expanding into space. What is it that we can expect, and just you know, what will ultimately come of this? Because I always make these Star Trek analogies, and just how, you know, what will it be like in reality when we try and make Star Trek a reality? Now, that's a lot to go into. It's far too much to go into right now, but nevertheless, it's something that I feel that well, I can make a good go of, just kind of shall we say, just having some fun with it. I mean, the first thing that Peter Moon and I have agreed on in the book that we're writing is not to insult the alienists. The alienists being those people who believe in aliens and have a psychological need to believe in alienists. So in terms of what we have with space as an issue, let me see if I can get into the zone of that. I mean, with everything we're discovering about physics now, we are getting closer and closer to the final frontier. And of course, there are all the reasons in the universe to colonize space, stimulate the economy, inspire the next generation of scientists. Of course, you've got Elon Musk with his SpaceX arguing that there's a strong humanitarian argument for making life multiplanetary to safeguard the existence of humanity in the event that something catastrophic were to happen. The former NASA administrator, Michael Griffin, who frames it as a matter of the survival of the species itself. The late astrophysicist Stephen Hawking conjectured that if humanity fails to colonize space within 100 years, we'll face extinction, or very likely will. To be sure, humanity will eventually need to escape Earth to survive, since the sun itself will make our planet uninhabitable in about 1 billion years. But for many space expansionists, of which I happen to be one, escaping Earth is about much more than dodging the bullet of extinction. It's about realizing astronomical amounts of value by exploiting our universe's vast, well, literally infinite resources to create something resembling utopia. Exempli Gratiae, the astrobiologist, Milan Surkovich, calculates that some 10 to the 46th degree, that's 10 to the 46th power, that number of people per century could come into existence if we were simply to colonize our local supercluster, the Virgo supercluster of stars. And this leads Nick Bostrom to argue that failing to colonize space would be tragic because it would mean that these potential worthwhile lives would never exist. And this in and of itself is morally bad. Now, these trillions of lives are what I speak for when I speak for space expansionism. And what we will see even in our immediate solar system will shock and awe us as a species with just how much change we're going to go through. And with all of the challenges we face now, we may have a potential for Star Wars in the sense of a struggle of the civilizations we produce, but there will be very little chance for any danger of extinction. That alone makes it an obligation that we undertake this great project. In the few minutes I have remaining, because I will have to cut off in about 20 minutes at the absolute longest. I don't know if I want to risk it to even that point. Let me see if I can express myself yet again. Consider what is likely to happen as humanity hops from Earth to Mars, and from Mars to relatively nearby, potentially habitable exoplanets like Epsilon Eridani b or Gliese 674b, Gliese 581d. These are, each of these planets is quite real. You can look them up, and each has its own unique environments that will drive Darwinian evolution, resulting in the emergence of novel species over time, just as species that migrate to a new island will evolve different traits than their parent species. The same applies to the artificial environments of spacecraft like the cylinders that were designed by O'Neill, that they call O'Neill cylinders, which are large cylindrical structures that rotate to produce artificial gravity, insofar as future beings satisfy the basic conditions of evolution by natural selection, such as differential reproduction, hereditability, the variations of traits across the population, then evolutionary pressures will yield new forms of life. The process of cyborgization, using technology to modify and enhance our bodies and brains, is much more likely to influence the evolutionary trajectories of future populations living on exoplanets or in spacecraft. The result will be beings with completely novel cognitive architectures or mental abilities, emotional repertoires, physical capabilities, lifespans, and so on. In other words, natural selection and cyborgization, as humanity spreads throughout the cosmos, will result in species diversification. At the same time, expanding across space will also result in ideological diversification. Now, space-hopping populations will create their own cultures, languages, governments, political institutions, religions, technologies, rituals, norms, worldviews. As a result, different species will find it increasingly difficult over time to understand each other's motivations, intentions, behaviors, decisions. It could even make communication between species with alien languages almost impossible. Furthermore, some species might begin to wonder whether the proverbial other is even conscious. Now, this matters because if species Y cannot consciously experience pain, then another species X might not feel morally obligated to care about species Y. After all, we don't worry about kicking stones down the street because we don't believe that rocks can feel pain. Thus, phylogenetic and ideological diversification will engender a situation in which many species will be not merely aliens to each other, but more significantly, alienated from each other. But this yields its own challenges. First, extreme differences like those I've just articulated will undercut trust between species. If you don't trust your neighbor isn't going to steal from, harm, or kill you, then you're going to be suspicious of your neighbor. And if you're suspicious of your neighbor, you might want an effective a defense strategy to stop an attack, just in case one were to happen. But your neighbor might reason the same way. She's not entirely sure that you won't kill her, so she establishes a defense as well. The problem being that since you don't fully trust her, you wonder whether her defense is actually part of an attack plan. So you start carrying a knife around with you, which she interprets as a threat to her, thus leading her to buy a gun. And so on. Within the field of international relations, this is called the security dilemma, and it results in a spiral of militarization that can significantly increase the probability of conflict, even in cases where all actors have genuinely peaceful intentions. So, how can actors extricate themselves from the security dilemma if they can't fully trust each other? On the level of individuals, one solution has involved what Thomas Hobbes calls the Leviathan. The key idea is that people get together and say, look, since we cannot fully trust each other, let's establish an independent governing system, a referee of sorts, that has a monopoly on the legitimate use of force. And by replacing anarchy with anarchy, we can also replace the constant threat of harm with law and order. Now, Hobbes didn't believe that this happened historically, only that this predicament is what justifies the existence of the state. And according to Steven Pinker, the Leviathan is a major reason that violence has declined in recent centuries. The point is that if individuals, you and I, cannot, well, if you and I can overcome the constant threat of harm posed by our neighbors by establishing a governing system, then maybe future species could get together and create some sort of cosmic governing system that could similarly guarantee peace by replacing anarchy with anarchy. Now, this is probably unpromising within the cosmo-political realm. One reason is that for states to maintain law and order among their citizens, their various appendages, ergo law enforcement and the courts, need to be properly coordinated. Now, if you, exempli gratiae, if you call the police about a robbery and they don't show up for 3 weeks, then what's the point of living in that society? You'd be just as well off on your own. The question is, then, whether the appendages of a cosmic governing system could be sufficiently well coordinated to respond to conflicts and make top-down decisions about how to respond to particular situations. Or, to put it differently, if conflict were to break out in some region of the universe, could the relevant governing authorities respond soon enough for it to matter, for it to make a difference? Now, from what we know of physics right now, probably not, because of the immense vastness of space itself. Exempli gratiae. Consider, again, epsilon Eridani b, Gliese 674b, and Gliese 581d. These are, respectively, 10.5, 14.8, and 20.4 light years from Earth. This means that a signal sent as of my speaking to you now in 2021 wouldn't reach Gliese 581 until basically 20 years from now. So spaceship traveling at 1/4 the cosmic speed limit would not arrive until, well, I'd say 2112, something like that, 2112, 2112 AD, and a message to simply affirm that it had arrived safely wouldn't return to Earth until, well, apparently, I would dare say about 100 years after that. And Gliese 581 is relatively close as far as exoplanets go. Just consider that the Andromeda Galaxy is some 2.5 million light years from Earth, and the Triangulum Galaxy is about 3 million light years away. What's more, there are some 54 galaxies in our local group, which is about 10 million light years wide, within a universe that stretches some 93 billion light years across. Now, these facts, based on the physics as we understand them, make it look rather hopeless for a governing system to effectively coordinate law enforcement activities, judicial decisions, and so on across cosmic distances. The universe is simply too big for a government to establish law and order in a top-down fashion. So all the universe is a wild expanse. All our settlements therein will be on their own. And so there's also another strategy for achieving peace. In such situation, future civilizations could use a policy of deterrence to prevent other civilizations from launching first strikes. A policy of this sort, which must be credible to work, sayest, I won't attack you first, but if you attack me, I have the capabilities to destroy you in retaliation. This was the predicament of the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, known as Mutually Assured Destruction, or MAD, the MAD. But could this even work in the cosmopolitical realm of space? Well, it seems unlikely. Consider how many future species there could be. Upwards of many billions. While some of these species would be too far away to pose a threat to each other, there will nonetheless exist a huge number within one's galactic backyard. The point is that the sheer number would make it incredibly hard to determine who initiated a first strike if one is attacked, and without a method for identifying instigators with high reliability, one's policy of deterrence will not be credible. And if one's policy of deterrence is not credible, then one has no such policy. Now ponder the sorts of weapons that could become most available to our future societies. To spacefaring civilizations, redirected asteroids, aka planetoid bombs, rods from God, the tungsten steel satellite-launched gravitic weapons that simply take advantage of gravity to do much better than a nuclear bomb can do with none of the radioactive pollution generated therefrom. Clean weapons and environmental ones, if ever there were, that will wipe out the population below so you can take their place. I can get creative. Sun guns, laser weapons, and no doubt an array of exceptionally powerful super weapons we cannot currently imagine. It's even been speculated that the universe might exist in a metastable state, and that a high-powered particle accelerator could tip the universe into a more stable state. That would create a bubble of total annihilation that spreads in all directions at the speed of light, which opens up the possibility that a suicidal cult weaponizes a particle accelerator to destroy the universe. The question then being whether defensive technologies could ever effectively neutralize such risks. Now there's far too much to say within the few minutes I have remaining, but for the moment, just note that historically speaking, defensive measures have very often lagged behind offensive measures, thus resulting in periods of heightened vulnerability. This is an important point because when it comes to existentially dangerous superweapons, one only needs to be vulnerable for a short period to risk annihilation. Now, this seriously undercuts the credibility of any policies of deterrence. Again, if species A cannot convince species B that if B strikes it, A will